Autodromo International do Algarve plays host to round 4 of the 2023 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Nicknamed the roller coaster, the now iconic venue is situated half an hour outside the port of Portimao. And with its high undulation and sweeping corners, there's no time to relax and take in the sights, as the 4.59 kilometers offers a unique and high-speed thriller that puts the sense into overdrive. And Angel Piqueras rocks up to Portimao with a 46-point lead over nearest challenger, Jakob Rulston. And with 2 Junior GP races ahead of us over the course of the day and the long run to this lane, Slipstream City is in position, and it's key to victory today to position yourself in the right spot. So, can anyone stop Angel Piqueras and his annihilation in 2023? The sun is shining around this iconic circuit. We've got 6 races to bring you today, starting off with Junior GP at 11 AM local time. I'm Liam Hodgins, and standing next to me is the gentle giant himself, Chris Jordan. Chris, how are you doing today?
What an introduction. Thank you very much, Liam. I'm very well. It looks like it's going to be a great day of racing here. The sun is out in full force. 2 brilliant Junior GP races coming up. I'm really looking forward to the first one after what we've seen in recent weeks.
It's been absolutely brilliant what's happened in recent weeks, and we're going to have to talk about Angel Piqueras when we eventually talk about him a little later on. But this is what happened last time out in Jerez, and it was Angel Piqueras on the number 18 machine looking to increase his championship lead. So it was a big thriller from the off as Zaragoza went down, but he was thankfully okay from that. Jakob Rulston moved into second place on the number 12 machine, but it was all action with Piqueras taking victory over Alvaro Carpe. Could he make it a double in race 2? It was Cormac Buchanan on the number 14 machine that took the early advantage, but he would eventually drop down. Zaragoza was back at the front as well. Before it was Almanza chasing his first point and first victory of the season. Alvaro Carpe was looking to make it one step higher on the podium in race number 2 as he swooped into the lead, but Piqueras was quickly on the charge. It was all action, a bonanza into the final corner, and it was Almanza taking his first victory of the season to the delight of his team, and Almanza reigned supreme in Jerez. So, David Almanza was your victor last time out, picking up 25 crucial points, but it was Angel Piqueras that still comes into the lead of the championship, 46 points ahead of Jakob Rulston. Air temperature 82 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius, and 51 degrees track temperature. That could bring tyres into a big playing part of today's action. And Chris, we can't talk about Junior GP without mentioning the little fact that we're still looking for winner 100.
Yeah, can we cap today's runs with a Centurion win? There are options out there, not least we're looking at the pole man. Piqueras is not on pole like he was last time. It's Luca Lanetta back on pole for the first time since Estoril. He's had some good pace this weekend. He could be one of those that contend for that 100 Junior GP winner.
Could be indeed. There's lots of great challengers out there. Alvaro Carpe, who got a double podium last time out, 2 second places. Unfortunately for Alvaro Carpe, nicked on the second last corner by Piqueras and Almanza. Look out for him on the number 83 machine. He is definitely one to watch. And here's another couple of contenders as well. Adrian Cruces and also Cormac Buchanan, who showed brilliantly well last time out in Jerez. Could one of those two take their first Junior GP victories here today?
Yeah, absolutely. They're right in the thick of things. They're pretty far up the grid as well. They will have to charge a little deeper than the guys out front, but definitely in contention. Touching on Alvaro Carpe, he's had an excellent season today, but just a little bit of luck has deserted him on the final laps. A couple of occasions he was disqualified as well in the opening race when he was on the podium. Hopefully now he has a little bit more luck today.
Yeah, fingers crossed Alvaro Carpe will have at least some luck go his way and no exceeding track limits or disqualifications on the final lap. He's one of the happiest kids I've seen around the paddock, always smiling away and, well, getting himself into a little bit of bother. Not out on track with some of his rivals, but on the podium. You might remember last time out, he got into a water fight with Angel Piqueras, and, well, it kind of got the of the championship leader as well.
Let's see if he can make a splash today.
I knew you were waiting for that one to come up. Good one, good one. Well, I can't be... well, there'll be no splashing out there on circuit today because it is as dry as a bone here in the Algarve heat.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful for us up in our ivory tower with air conditioning, but it is very hot out there. 28 degrees, it's not yet 11 AM. there's going to be a lot of hot rubber put down on that track, and we're going to see how it affects grip conditions over the 15 laps here at Junior GP.
Yeah, it's been a rip-roaring weekend so far in terms of heat and also lap times as well. We've seen a number of lap records go already this weekend, and already the Junior GP riders were on lap record pace as well. Unfortunately, not quite beating the all-time lap record set by Jose Antonio Rueda here last year when he went on to wrap up his Junior GP World Championship. The number 74 of Alex Gourdon, he pulls up to the grid, the French rider looking for his first points of the season as well on the Australia Galicia machine. Shown quite well this weekend has young Alex Gourdon on the Honda machine. And we're just looking at Luca Lunetta there, the AC Racing team rider, with all of his mechanics around him in the pit box. But we'll find out what happened to him yesterday. Here's some words from Luca Lunetta.
The qualifying was perfect. We did a perfect job with the team, and the strategy was perfect. I was very fast in all the weekend. Also, we worked a lot on our pace, and the lap, the single lap was more easy for us because we worked very well, and I did a perfect lap, and I have to thank all my team because we did a fantastic job, and I'm ready for the races because I have a lot of energy, and can't wait to get in the track and full gas for tomorrow.
Well, full gas or no gas, as we see right now, Luca Lunetta, who is coming under some ire with the marshals here. Has he missed the time to get out onto track? He's arguing away with the marshals right now. I don't think they're going to be letting him out right now. So Luca Lunetta has your pole position for race number 1 and 2 here today. Drama, as he is unable to leave the pits. I think the pits have now closed, Chris. So this is going to be huge for the man we were expecting to be starting on pole position.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive drama here early in the morning. He must have just gone back in for a quick tactical talk with the team, but the marshals clearly have closed pit lane, and they will look like they will not be letting him out. He's off the bike now, and it looks like he will be returning to the garage. He'll come out for the warm-up lap, no doubt, but let's see where he will start on the grid, which is a massive shame for the young Italian. That hands the advantage then to Angel Piqueras. He's not on pole, as we mentioned, but he's got 3 wins so far, 5 podiums, and 1 pole last time out. He is the rider to watch.
Well, he is on course to repeat Jose Antonio Rueda from 2022. You're now looking at the rider that wrapped up the Red Bull Rookies Cup at Assen just 1 week ago, already wrapping it up in June. Chris, he's been absolutely on form, not just here in Junior GP, but also in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He is a big star for the future.
Yeah, his form in this championship, P2, P1, 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 P3. He has not been off the podium at all. Went 3 in a row for the win, and that's handed him a comfortable 46-point advantage ahead of the opening race. On the front row, starting from P2, he'll be among the front runners, no doubt. Adrian Cruces here in P3. 1 podium to date so far, 6th in the championship with 40 points. Jerez race 1, the highlight of his campaign so far.
Yeah, Adrian Cruces has really been coming on strong in the last couple of rounds, moving up from the European Talent Cup in 2021, when he was a runner-up with 1 victory back then, as we still watch Luca Lunetta, who's got the starting motor now for his bike. So he is well and truly out of the running for the start of this race. We will probably see him start from the back of the grid, but however, he is missing from pole position. And someone is not missing from the grid is Jakob Rulston. Jakob Rulston, who has really come on strong in 2023 with 1 podium, which seems like it's not enough considering the form that he has been on. 2nd in the World Championship at the moment. His 2nd place came in Valencia race 2. But as you see there, top 5 in every single race. It's that consistency that helps you build a championship assault.
Yeah, he's 2nd in the championship, despite just being on the podium once, as you said, a top 5 in every race. Brilliant consistency. He has made a massive step this year. And looks like if he can get that breakthrough win, it could open some of the doors into World Championship level for him next season.
Yeah.
Or in the coming season.
In
Not
the
to
coming
put
season.
too much pressure on him.
No pressure at all, Jacob. The young rider from down in, well, Australia. So he will be looking to carry the flag of Australia, as many riders are here in the Junior GP World Championship. David Almanza, the most recent race winner, big hearts to his fans. He's got a big fan following, does that David Almanza. They follow him all around the Iberian Peninsula through Spain and Portugal. And look at those results there. 4 non-scores and then a race win. We knew the pace was there, but he's either been unfortunate or just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I remember back in Estoril, he was part of that podium battle and crashed out at the chicane, big high side out. He's gotten caught up with Marcus Ruda.
You never want to be doing that, taking your teammate out, do you?
Yeah, they weren't best pleased at one another either.
Not at all.
But he's got quite the fan club, as you mentioned. We've seen Alonso Lopez, Moto2 contender here. He's got Ramon Forcada, legendary crew chief, in his box as well. So, yeah, absolute quality rider. We've seen him on the Moto3 stage already in the World Championship. And, yeah, a big talent as we look at Cormac Buchanan here.
Yeah, Cormac Buchanan, always riding with you, Damo. And, well, Damon Rees, who was part of the British Superbike paddock. We unfortunately lost him just a couple of days ago. It's been a tough weekend for motorsport in general throughout the entirety of 2 wheels and 4 wheels. We unfortunately lost the young Dutchman Delano van 't Hoff yesterday as well in a Formula Regional European Championship crash at Spa-Francorchamps. It doesn't matter whether it is 2 wheels or 4 wheels. Motorsport is a big family and we feel the ripples all the way throughout. So sending our condolences to the family of both Damon Rees and Delano van 't Hoff ahead of today's action. So we hope for lots of clean and safe action here today.
Very well said. I can't echo that enough, Liam.
Yeah, well, as the horn sounds, the klaxon is gone. Angel Piqueras will be starting from a, well, gifted pole position, so to speak. And here is how the running order looks ahead of this race without your pole position setter, Luca Lunetta.
So Lunetta was meant to start on pole, but we will have to see where he lines up. Piqueras and Cruces on the front row, Rolston, Almanza, Buchanan on row 2, with Boasri, Rossenthaler and Bartolini completing row 3.
On row number 4 is Corrado. We've just quickly moved on to row number 7 as well, with Matti Uchimi Collins on the outside of that row. Chiese on row number 8 with Emmanuel and Esteban Zurituza, who crashed out of the lead in Jerez. He's all the way back on row number 9, along with Uriarte as well. Sharil Yambias and Ramenstoffer running out the final row of the grid. And if you're thinking they're a little bit too far back from when they qualified, you're exactly right, because Chris, they've incurred the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, a little bit of housekeeping to bring you. The stewards were out in full force yesterday. Ramersdorfer, Aditama, Yambias, all slapped with a back of the grid penalty for riding slowly in 5 sectors during Q1. Sharil rode slowly during practice, and he's too at the back of the grid. Joel Esteban, among the biggest names punished, also at the back of the grid after coming through Q1 and initially qualifying 4th. Marcus Uriarte, another to be slapped with a penalty, stopping on track during Q2. Zurituza getting the worst of it. He's back up the grid and a long lap penalty coming his way.
So the Junior GP riders make their way around to the grid, and we must keep an eye out for Luca Lunetta, your pole position man, who should be starting on the grid, but he will be starting from the back. 32 degrees Celsius air temperature.
Temperatures rising fast.
Rapidly
in the
rising.
space of 10 minutes, we've gained 4 degrees.
That's huge for the air temperature here today. I'm actually starting to feel the heat in the commentary box. I don't know if it's the tension or the tensions in the commentary box, or just the tensions out there on the circuit as well. Race number 1, it's going to be a cracking race here. Look at that, blue skies as they come over the crest of the hill. Now the riders must be a little bit wary coming over this crest, because there can be a crosswind. As I found out last night when I was riding the scooter around the circuit, got caught out by it a little bit there. I did not expect a big crosswind when I was riding around. So you can imagine these very light Junior GP machines coming over the crest of the hill, when it gets very light indeed, might feel that effect on the front wheel as well. So, Adrian Cruces, number 11, the number 18, Angel Piqueras, looking for more silverware here today. He's been on the podium in every single round so far, and there are your championship positions. Picaris leads it over Rulston, and Carpe, the man on form, 49 points off the championship lead, with Lunetta 56 points further back on the number 58 machine. The AC Racing Team rider should have been on pole position, but as we have said, he had some problem leaving the pits to get round on his reconnaissance lap to the grid. So the riders pull up some stoppies to get some front brake temperatures ahead of this race here today. An absolute cracker, a barnstormer we're in for race number 1. The first of 6 races. It will be Junior GP, followed by Moto 2, then European Talent Cup for their sole race of the day, before race number 2 of Junior GP gets away at 2 o'clock local time, and then Moto 2 coming out for their final race just at 3 o'clock, before Stock European Championship rounds out the action here today with their final race of the weekend. Luca Lunetta is on the grid, but as you can see, he will be starting at the back. Disaster for the AC Racing Team rider. So this has left Angel Piqueras on pole position, a gifted pole position from the number 2 grid spot.
Yeah, red flag up in the sky, green flag waving in the background. We are almost ready to go here in Portimao for the opening Junior GP race here in the Autodromo do Algarve.
So revs are rising, red lights are on, here we go, it's Junior GP action and lights out. Piqueras gets a great start from pole position, and further back we've got a staller, not who that would be the number 71.
I think
machine.
that's Torrin Collins who's stalled at the back, but Piqueras has the whole shot. Almanza, brilliant move up the inside to get into P2. Just ahead of Adrian Cruces, who's looking to have a little glimpse up the inside here coming through turn 3. Just behind him then is Jacob Rulston. He's had a good start as well. Well, we need to also pay attention to Cormac Buchanan and Tantacon Brasserie, who are just following in behind. But it's all about Piqueras at the moment, with the championship leader out in front. Can he build an advantage over the opening couple of laps?
Bumping and boring, elbow-to-elbow stuff from Cormac Buchanan and Adrian Cruces further back from 4th and 5th, but at the front, Angel Piqueras is trying to open up the gap already ahead of David Almanza. Jacob Rulston on the Aspar Junior Team machine in 3rd spot, ahead of Buchanan, and Cruces almost running on the green as Angel Piqueras as they come over the crest of the hill down towards Craig Jones Corner. The number 48 coming over there, popping a little bit of a wheelie as well. That's Guy Plonk on the number 48 machine, but for now it's still Piqueras leading the way ahead of David Almanza, and bumping and boring further back, that's Eddie O'Shea trying to go round the outside of one of the riders for, I think, 10th spot, just a little bit further back. But Chris, you were right, it was Torrin Collins that stalled on the grid, but hopefully the young Canadian has been able to get that bike restarted. Yeah,
he's had a difficult championship, a couple point scoring finishes to date, but he will need to get some more lap experience as he looks to build his career at this level. But this has been exemplary so far from Angel Piqueras. David Almanza is hot on his heels, and he won't let him go without a fight as he looks up the inside coming through the final corner. Will he make it stick? Coming back up the hill and over the start-finish line for the opening lap. Almanza leads, but Piqueras is fighting back straight away. He's going to get the drive into turn 1, surely.
What a sight that is. 20 plus Junior GP
Four abreast as they come in. Jacob Rulston, where are you coming from?
Piqueras setting up as well, feet off the pegs, and great action down towards turn number 1. It's only lap 2, but it feels like every single lap of a Junior GP race. This is incredible action. Already 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 riders all in this front group, and we're going to be on for an absolute barnstormer here as one of the riders almost out on the green there. I think that was Jacob Rulston on the Aspar Junior GP machine, and Piqueras sweeps ahead of him into 3rd spot, and that's Alvaro Carpe just behind them as well, also making up a couple of spots. He's now into 6th.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened to Alvaro Carpe. He started a little further back, didn't seem to get the best launch from the line. He's mired in mid-pack at the opening laps, but he's picked it up a little bit. As Almanza keeps going, Piqueras has been bunted back down to 3rd. As we come over, I love this shot so much. The windmill in the background as they come out through turn 8 over the crest of the hill. What an epic shot. What a brilliant part of the motorsports calendar. As we look here, the number 14.
He's gone down.
Buchanan has lost it.
Such a shame. Buchanan just took the lead and pushing too hard in the front and lost the front, but the AGR machine is back up and running. We hope he can get back into the race, but such a shame for Cormac Buchanan. He was absolutely on fire there. So that's left Almanza in the lead of the race ahead of Piqueras and the number 12 of Jacob Rulston on the Aspar Junior Team machine. But Cormac Buchanan, we were bigging up ahead of the race because he was showing great form back in Jerez, and Chris, on the early laps of this one, just made a small mistake into turn number 11. But David Almanza comes across the line to tick off lap number 2 with a lead of a couple of bike lengths ahead of Angel Piqueras. He's an absolute demon coming out of the final corner and over the crest.
And he cuts the nose off him coming into
Piqueras had his nose absolutely swiped off there, but he's back on the rear wheel. These two are now starting to get away from Alvaro Carpi, who's now into third spot. Watch out for Alvaro Carpi. It's Adrian Cruces and Marcus Ruda make moves as well for fourth and fifth spot a little bit further back. So now the Carpi is in third. A bit of a moment there on the front end from Almanza over the curbs there, as Jacob Rolston did get that bike running again, but pulling into the pits.
He had such a strong start.
Such
Cormac Buchanan coming back in. An absolute pity. Just lost control of it here. We're going to see as he dived up the inside of Almanza, looking for the move to make it stick. Well, we seem to have frozen our screen, but we can see what happened in live. An absolute gutting result for the young Kiwi.
Yeah, we've got further movement behind the leaders. That is Eddie O'Shea, who started with 14th spot. He's had top 4 pace all weekend as the British talent team rider. A little bit disappointed to be so far back on the grid, but we know with a good start and some good overtakes, some good progression through the field. Watch out for the number 8 of Eddie O'Shea, because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.654. Eddie O'Shea is on the charge. Watch out for the number 8 machine. There he is, back in 6th spot at the moment. But for now, it's still David Almanza that leads away from Angel Piqueras. And Alvaro Carpi has just been slowly bridging that gap to the front two, dragging along. That is the number 69 of Marcus Ruda, with also Jacob Rolston just behind them as well, ahead of Adrian Cruces on the number 11 Finetwork Mir Racing Team machine. So all 3 riders are in the top 6 as it flashed past us as quick as you dare. Alvaro Carpi looking for the inside. Who's going to be late on the brakes is Angel Piqueras. He goes from second, sweeps around the outside and takes the lead. And Alvaro Carpi, who chased him all the way in Jerez, is now into second.
Yeah, just a little bit of notice from the guys who started at the back. Joel Esteban is on the charge. He is just at the back of this lead group. You can see the number 7 lurking in the background. He's up to 9th, while Zabi Zurtuza has fought his way up to 13th, with Luca Lanetta completing the points as things stand in P15. Cormac Buchanan's bike then, engineers and mechanics hard at work to get that ready for the next race. Hopefully he will experience better fortunes as we look at the replay, but yet to see any riders coming through. We're back live on track now with Almanza, Piqueras and Carpe out front, and it's Carpe who has taken the lead as they come through turn 8.
Some lovely scenic shots we're getting here in the Junior GP race number 1 here today at the Algarve. And it's Alvaro Carpi that now sweeps into the lead ahead of David Almanza. I was going to see a few corners ago, it looked like Angel Piqueras got a little bit of a bobble on coming through turn number 4, so I might have just lost him some momentum coming through turn 4 into turn number 5. And it's now Almanza that is saying, oh, he's been sat up very closely there by Angel Piqueras. Big moves coming on. That's now, we've got a yellow flag in the background. A couple of riders maybe have gone off, not who that might have been, but the 2 Finetwork Mir Racing Team machines are hard at it. That is Ruda and Almanza. Steady on, boys should only be taking each other again as they did back in Valencia race number 1. We know that the team will be sweating buckets seeing those 2 together. But as they come across the line to tick off another lap, 11 laps remaining, Carpi leads from Piqueras, Almanza, Ruda, Rolston in 5th, and just behind them we have some pit board signs flapping around as well. And Burazri as well from 8th on the grid. He's showing the best.
Rolston up the inside.
Oh, big move there from Rolston. Carpi go from 1st all the way back to 5th, and that is Burazri, who's on the back of the leading group as well. So a leading group of 6 with, I think that's Joel Esteban on the number 7 just behind them as well.
We've lost Adrian Cruces as well. I think he must have been involved and caught up in.
Oh, Eddie O'Shea, you're right.
Eddie O'Shea and Adrian Cruces. That's a pity for O'Shea. He was running quite well among that lead group, just hanging at the back of it. Not sure quite what happened there. I'm sure we'll catch a replay. But that's Eddie O'Shea and Adrian Cruces, both out of the race 1 here at Junior GP.
Yeah, such a shame for both Cruces and Eddie O'Shea, both in this top group as well, and fighting for what would have been most likely fighting for a podium. And that's a number 23 as well. Elia Bartolini, he's had a disaster here today. He's gone down at turn number 5, so he wasn't even part of this leading group. He was having a tough day further back as well. So Elio Bartolini is out of this race, and thankfully he will have another chance in race number 2 here today. So a leading group of 3 for now. Piqueras leading it from the Finetwork Mir Racing Team machines of Almanza. Ruda looking up the inside of Almanza. Hot and leery from Ruda with the leg dangling into turn number 14. That could have been very close, and you can definitely tell that Ruda is all up for action here today and aiming for his first Junior GP victory, and could it be win number 100 in the class if Ruda does get it?
Yeah, he is very much in this victory fight as Piqueras takes control once again out front. Almanza having a little glance up the inside. Will he get his opportunity here coming in? Get into the slipstream coming into turn 1. Hard-braking right-hander. He will look up the inside, but so will Marcus Ruda, so will Jakob Rolstone, but they're a little further behind. Who's going to be? It's Ruda out front with Almanza. The two teammates bouncing Piqueras back into 3rd place, and Ruda now leads this race as they come through turns 2 and 3.
Now you might have just seen a little flash in the background, yellow and black. Luca Lunetta is now inside the top 10. He's in 9th spot from the back of the grid. He incurred some trouble before the start of the reconnaissance lap, and there he is in the background, the number 58, looking up the inside of one of the riders a little bit further back, and Luca Lunetta is on the charge.
Cue the Jaws music,
Here
Steve.
we go.
He is back with a vengeance.
The number 58 is lurking behind this group here, and he is angry. He is on a charge, and Luca Lunetta will be fighting for everything in this race. He should have been on pole position. He was not. He was at the back of the grid, and there he is, bridging the gap to the number 10 of Nico Corrado on the number 10 Aspar Junior machine, as David Almanza and Ruda lead the way ahead of Piqueras.
It's Almanza, Ruda and Piqueras out front, but in this second group, we have got some hard chargers. We've already mentioned Lunetta. Look at the number 7, who started at the back of the grid. He is in the top 5, running with the top 5 and showing some incredible pace. Joel Esteban just tucked in behind Alvaro Carpe for the moment, and I think it's only a matter of time before he can pick off the Spaniard.
Yeah, some great action all the way through this pack here, and Alvaro Carpe just tailing off the little bit towards Angel Piqueras, but when they get rolling onto the front straight here, the two Finetwork Mir Racing Team machines are very fast onto the home straight, really hooking up on the acceleration over
and
the
here
crest.
comes Ruda up the inside.
How close, like almost touching the pit gantries there is Marcos Ruda as he comes past David Almanza, his teammate, into turn number 1. Piqueras still holding stationary in the 3rd spot, and it's now Joel Esteban who also comes from the back of the grid. He's now in 4th. The number 7 also cued the Jaws music for him. Oh, it's getting a little bit close for comfort there between him and Alvaro Carpe.
Yeah, I don't think Ruda and Almanza will be on each other's Christmas cards list as Almanza fires it up the inside now. It's his turn to try and make a move on his teammate. But these two have had history so far this season, and it looks like once the visors are down, they turn from friends to foes.
Great way of putting it, Chris, and the best way you can put it is absolutely what you've just said. We've got a replay here of Marcus Ruda, who was so close to the pit wall. Look at the dirt coming off the back of the wheel as well. That's a bit of track nobody has been using all weekend. Rolston as well up the inside of Tachikon Brazil. Bit of a bobble there from the number 5 machine, almost running off track. Has he kept on? Yes, he does. Very well done from Tachikon Bouazri, but Ruda leading the way from David Almanza and Angel Piqueras. You can just feel the tension starting to build, and into turn number 14. This is where Ruda's been looking up the inside of David Almanza in the last few laps. A bit of a bobble over the bump into turn number 14, but he hooks it up perfectly, and this is now a leading group of, I think, 9 riders. Luca Lunetta, the number 58 machine, in 9th spot there, just behind. That is of Jakob Rolston on the number 12 machine. So Luca Lunetta, now that he's back in the top group, can maybe just ease those tyres, not stress them out too much, because he would have had to push very hard in the opening few laps of this race, really pushing his tyres to the limit. And as we saw before this race started, the track temperature is hitting fever pitch, just as this race is in Junior GP. 3 abreast as they come down towards turn number 1.
Has put in a stunning lap, a 1:48.9. He is very much in this podium fight.
Yeah, Tachikon Bouazri looking for his first podium and first race win since round number 1 back in Estoril.
And there he goes up the inside of it. Oh, he just doesn't make it quite stick on Joel Esteban, but he's just showing him the way, letting him know he's there and he's no mug. He is in this fight as the front 3. Alvaro Carpe back out there, riding with the Finetwork Mir Racing teams. Piqueras once again bunted down as Joel Esteban now fires it up the inside of the championship leader.
Angel Piqueras shuffling back a little bit here with the midway point of this race, but as we've seen in Jerez, as we've seen in Valencia, as we also saw in Estoril, this happens to Angel Piqueras. He does get shuffled back during the mid part of the race, and in the last few laps he really does turn it up a gear and starts fighting his way back to the front. He's got absolutely incredible racecraft. Does the number 18 Estrella Galicia 0-0 rider, and he shows that in the last few laps where he can usually find himself in podium position and race winning position in the last couple of laps. It's all heating up as it's still Marcus Ruda that's leading the way ahead of David Almanza. These two have been first and second for the last few laps. Ruda looking up the inside of Almanza, so it's actually Almanza that's in the lead of this race for the time being, but we know that's not going to stick. A little bit of a moment there, maybe further back, or maybe I've just been catching something out the corner of my eye, but Angel Piqueras back in fifth spot, just ahead of Tachikon Brouage, who did set the fastest lap of the race last time round, and just behind him in seventh is Luca Lunetta on the AC Racing Team machine. Big job this has been from Luca Lunetta.
Yeah, we've got some hard chargers coming from deeper on the grid, but Joel Esteban, the very much best placed of the lot, he is showing some excellent pace as he just slips behind Piqueras. I just wonder, in this heat, running behind the front guys, how much grip he will have on that hot tire, how much has he used on a hot track.
Yeah,
with 7 laps to go, we will see if he can maintain this pace to keep with the top guys.
Yeah, tyres are going to be a big top
close
of
between
conversation.
Brouasserie and Piqueras there.
Yeah, big moments there from Tachikon Brouage and Angel Piqueras. I just wanted to point out, back in 11th spot is Xavi Zuratuza, who's also coming from 25th on the grid, so he's been putting in a hard charge as well. He's just off this leading group a little bit, and he's behind Nico Corrado and Marossi. So they're on the back of this group, a leading group of 10 riders here at Junior GP race number 1. 6.5 laps remaining as the Pikes blast past the inside camera. Great place to have a camera, that one there, the kink of turn number 6. But it's Alvaro Carpi that's leading the way as they come over the crest of the hill. Poetry in motion as they dip down there and towards Craig Jones Corners, turn number 9. And Joel Esteban, a bit of a bobble on as he comes through the turn there. Almost through your best.
Piqueras, is he going for the 2 for 1? No, he
2 for 1.
Picks off Almanza for the time being. He's got his eyes and the hooks into Marcus Ruda now.
Yeah, Angel Piqueras, I was saying a lap ago, he plays it a little bit steady. Oh, Brouage is not playing it steady. He's right up the inside, following Piqueras through in the 4th, and that's Almanza that's dropped 2 spots in 2 corners, but he's fighting back immediately.
Oh, Esteban goes tight on Lunetta a little further back, but he gets it and makes it stick. But Carpe's still out front. There is a lot of action. I don't know where to look in this lead group. It is a cracking race so far.
A great race, as you say, Chris. Brilliant, with 6 laps to go as they crank up the power over the crest of the hill. We've seen Almanza get a great run over here, but not good enough. He wasn't leading across the line. Marcus Ruda as well on the other Finetwork Mir Racing Team machine, side by side. Here comes Almanza around there, saving a lot of them, but it's Piqueras. It takes the lead, sweeping into turn number 1.
Again for Brouasserie coming into turn 1, but he keeps it sticking. He's dropped into 5th place, Carpe behind him, and Ruda closing out the provisional podium places.
Well,
it's breathless stuff, Liam.
It really is. I was going to say, can we say Ruda, coulda, shoulda, because Ruda is looking for race number 1. His first victory, and Chris is not happy with that one, shaking his head at that. I do not blame you, that was a terrible pun.
No, I only wish I thought of it myself.
Bit of a moment there from Tachikon Brouage into turn number 5, a bobble on the front end. That's just given the front group a little bit of breathing space to Tachikon Brouage, who is coming under increasing threat from Luca Lunetta, who's now in front of Joel Esteban. This group are just started dropping off Marossi and Nico Corrado, who's returning from injury last time out at Jerez. But here's a replay of David Almanza also running on the dirt, sweeping in front of Piqueras, as late as you like.
Flying it out the outside.
Watch
and a moment for Brouasserie here.
Yeah, Brouage is having a few front-end moments into turn number 1, and as we saw, turn number 5 as well. So he's really pushing the front. Let's hope Brouage doesn't push too hard and tucks the front into one of these corners. Ruda has looked up the inside of Almanza in the previous few laps, and he's finally done it into turn number 14. But Piqueras is leading for now, and here comes Carpe. Carpe's looking up the inside of Almanza. Not quite just yet. He's keeping his powder dry just for now, waiting until they get onto the front straight as we can see them coming through the final corner. The big sweeper as the front gets very light as they come down the crest of the hill. And watch Almanza, he's absolutely brilliant on the run up this hill. Well, maybe not this lap, he might have just shut off the gas. I don't know what's happened because Alvaro Carpi swooped past him into third spot, and he's also looking for his teammate of Marcus Ruda. And here comes Lunetta as well later in the breaks. Will he take advantage of this? No, he won't, but he slots into fifth, and Ruda's been pushed a little bit further back as we now see some of the riders a little bit further back. RB Adatama, who is also coming from a dire qualifying, and he
a little close for comfort there.
Yeah,
it was brilliant from Aditama. Another one of these hard chargers coming from the back of the pack, and he's well inside the point scoring positions.
Yeah, he's looking for a second top 10 in a row. He picked up 9th place last time out in Jerez. That was his best result of the season.
Mansa picks off Lunetta just a little further back as Ruda slides back into the podium places at the expense of Bouasri.
Yeah, the Estrella Galicia 0-0 team look on with tensions rising as their man Angel Piqueras leads with 4.5 laps remaining. He's got the person behind him that followed him to second in race number 1 at Jerez. Alvaro Carpi, Luca Lunetta has been shuffled back into second a couple of positions after running a little bit wide into turn number 5. But Bouasri, that's good. As late as you can.
Big moment. How have they all stayed up right there? He's made contact with 2 riders.
Bouasri was late on the brakes. He just tagged the back of Alvaro Carpi, and that has shaken the order up massively, bumping and boring further back. That's one of the Finetwork Mir Racing team. That's Almanza that's getting in the scrap as well, and this is allowing the likes of Corrado and Rolston as well to get back into this group. But Piqueras,
we see the hand thrown up as well from Joel Esteban to get into line behind him, but I don't think anything's going to happen there. It's absolutely miraculous nobody went down there. Bouasri pulling off a brilliant move up the inside, but then just seemed to lose the front a little bit, banged into the back of Carpe and clipped through 2 riders then. I'm not quite sure who it was exactly, but everyone is still running in this lead group and they still all have podium potential.
Yeah, Bouasri is now at the back of this pack now after all of that kerfuffle. We were thinking he was having a little bit of front-end moments here. It was a front-end moment, but that was just because he pulled an absolute brilliant overtake on Ruda and clips the back of Carpi, and then he puts himself into Ruda as well. Looks over his shoulder, thankfully staying on the machines there, but as you can see, that just opened up the pack, spread them all out with Angel Piqueras, not knowing exactly what happened behind him, and he had a massive lead. But Ruda, who has shown great form so far in this race, is already on the back wheel of your championship leader.
Yeah, Piqueras, since that moment, has opened up a slight gap out front, and he is controlling now from the front with 4 laps to go, just under 4 laps to go. He is in the position he wants to be.
He is indeed. Angel Piqueras, championship leader, looking to extend that championship lead with his closest challenger, Jacob Rulston, way further down in the field. He's just come over the crest of the hill into Craig Jones' corner. He's all the way outside of the top 10, so he's got a big job to do if he wants to consolidate his second place in the championship and also take points off Angel Piqueras. But with 3 and a bit laps remaining, you think to yourself that that's not going to happen for Jacob Rulston in race number 1 here today. So, just over a lap ago, we had a big moment for Tachikon Bouasri, and it really spread the pack out, and you feel for now, Chris, that it's just settled down, but the tensions are still rising, as the tensions are rising big time in the junior talent team pits as well.
Yeah, this is a long way from being over and the established order. Piqueras still out front, happy to lead this race, but Marcus Ruda's got the drive over the line now. He's into the slipstream. He's going to take that line he likes close to the pit wall, and he's shooting into front, coming into turn 1. Piqueras takes a wider line to the left. It's Ruda up the inside at turn 1. He's going to make it stick, but Piqueras fights back, gets back up the inside as Ruda runs it wide, gets a little bit close for comfort with Piqueras, and Alvaro Carpe takes advantage and moves into second place.
Oh, that was very harsh stuff from your championship leader, Angel Piqueras. I was going to say, crucially, Ruda was leading over the line by 9,000ths of a second, so if he gets the run on the final lap as well, he can be leading over the line, and Piqueras will be very wary.
Joel Esteban is
well.
Sideways coming through there.
Oh, big time sideways, and he might just incur the wrath of Luca Lunetta. Must remind you, if you're just tuning in, Luca Lunetta started from the back of the grid. Your pole sitter, he had problems getting out of the pit, so he came from the back of the grid, and he's already in the fight for the podium spots. This is great from the number 58 AC Racing Team machine as he looks for his first win of the season. As he comes through Craig Jones' corner, 4 abreast here. Who's it going to be?
Again.
There comes
Esteban
Joel
is going up the
Esteban,
inside.
2 for 1.
He's got that 2 for 1. He's mugged them both off, and he slipped in behind Piqueras. But here comes Ruda back up the inside. Will Esteban make it stick? Carpe looks to hang around the outside, but it looks like Esteban has got this one pinned.
Lunetta up the inside of 2 of them into 4th spot. I said 1 lap ago, it felt like the tensions were building with 2 and a bit laps remaining. It's now started. Piqueras leading the way ahead of Joel Esteban, who put on a brilliant move for 2 for 1 into turn number 11. Alvaro Carpe slipped back to 3rd. Luca Lunetta and also Marcus Ruda round out your top 5 as they come out of the final corner. Piqueras has a crucial 3 bike lengths advantage as they're all chopping for position, coming over the line as quick as you like, past our commentary box as well. That is some sight as they come blasting past us down towards turn number 1. Morossi is there as well. Who's it going to be? Piqueras still holds ahead of Joel Esteban. Lunetta shuffled back with Morossi going around the outside, but it's almost like Piqueras has had a problem. Piqueras is out wide. What's happened to Angel Piqueras?
What's gone wrong for Angel Piqueras? He's rejoined the race, but he's slipped all the way back to 6th or 7th place, and that has handed the lead to Joel Esteban on a plate with Alvaro Carpe hot on his heels. Oh my word, what has gone on? If you want drama, this is it. Piqueras has slipped all the way back. I'm not sure if he has a technical problem or he hit a false neutral or something going wide. But he has slipped behind Marcus Ruda, just ahead of Luca Lunetta, the initial pole man. But it looks like Piqueras' victory hopes. It's going to be something special from here. And we are on for 100th different Junior GP winner.
Here comes the specialities. He looks up the inside of Marcus Ruda. We've got Joel Esteban
very
and
wide.
also Nico Corrado as well, a little bit further back. He's dropped behind Aritama. Aritama looking for another top 10. It's all shaping up. Junior GP, as hot as you like, back to its brilliant best here in the Algarve. Marcus Ruda going round the outside. Is that Tachikon Brouadri? It is. He's looking for his first race win of the season and his first podium as well. It's all chopping and changing into turn number 14. Joel Esteban still leading the way. Piqueras sets up Luca Lunetta. Lunetta is having troubles with your championship leaders, but he's back up the inside into the penultimate corner. Joel Esteban setting up. He doesn't want to lead onto the straight. Come on, boys. We don't want to see any of this hard charging action down towards the final corner. Tachikon Brouadri leads away ahead of Joel Esteban and Alvaro Carpe with Ruda. I think that's in 4th spot. It is Marcus Ruda on the Finetwork.
Oh, Esteban pushed out wide again.
Wide by Carpe
bunts him wide. Marcus Ruda makes it count the push.
Elbow to elbow as they come across the line. They're almost touching the pit boards. The teams have to pull them up. 7-8 abreast at start number 1. West Brouadri leads the way.
Look at this.
Here comes Almanza into 2nd spot. No, it's not. It's Piqueras.
Lunetta pushed it up, but Piqueras is out of the
seat. He's almost off. He's well out of contention now, your championship leader. Big moment. He was lucky to stay on that. Luca Lunetta now into 2nd. But it's Brouadri, after all of that, leads the way.
Brouadri out front. He's had his moments all race. He's kept it tidy through turn 1. He's had several moments through there already. It's Piqueras who suffers this time. Luca Lunetta right behind him as well. He's looking up the inside here. He's not quite close enough, is he? Is he going to make it stick? No, it looks like Brouadri has just closed the door in time.
This is absolutely brilliant from Tachikon Brouadri. Luca Lunetta, and that's Morossi as well.
Morossi in 3rd. Fought his way up.
Wow, what a great ride this has been from Morossi as well on the number 10 machine. He is looking for his first win of the season. Rossi.
Xavi Zuratuz.
Oh, that's Zuratuz. My apologies there. I was getting all excited. I thought that was
I couldn't quite believe it seeing him there.
Here comes Zuratuz late on the break.
Esteban firing up the inside. He's out of the seat as well.
And
another rider is out.
Aritama out of the seat as well, coming down the hill. He's lucky to stay on that. After all of this, Brouadri still leading it. There's only 2 corners remaining here. Tachikon Brouadri looking for his first win. Yellow flags in the background.
Oh, is that Corrado gone in the background?
He's tumbled in the background. That's such a shame.
Brouadri leads coming through final corner. He keeps it tight. He stays in the seat coming through the final corner. He will be on the top step again, but Zuratuz has to look up the inside.
Zuratuz is looking for our first race win.
Uphill run to the line. Zuratuz is going to run. He's going to get him on the inside. Zuratuz.
Oh, wow. Zuratuz across the line for his first race win.
How do you like that?
Amazing from Zuratuz. He snatched it from the jaws of victory, and it was Arbi Aritama, the crash. He punches a hole in the street.
Zuratuz.
Wow.
Starting at the back of the race with a long lap penalty. 25th on the grid.
Amazing.
To victory.
And our 100th Junior GP winner is Xavi Zuratuz.
What a way to do it.
Incredible.
From back of the grid, through the long lap penalty. stealing it on the uphill drive to the line from Tacticon Barasri. You're not supposed to do it there, Liam. You're not supposed to do it there.
You're not supposed to do it the way he did it. You're supposed to get this slipstream, but he wasn't waiting for it. He just hooked up the gears over the crest of the hill and snatched it from Tacticon Barasri. And we must say, what a ride from Barasri, who takes his first podium of the year and his first since Estoril in 2022. And rounding out your podium positions is Luca Lunetta from the back of the grid. What a ride there from the AC Racing Team rider. David Almanza just missing out on the podium ahead of Alvaro Carpe and Joel Esteban, who came into a bit of problems on the final lap. Angel Piqueras, who was out of the seat on the last lap, off the track as well, picks up 7th ahead of Alessandro Morossi and Jacob Rolston as well. Nico Corrado on the number 10, rounding out the top 10, but cannot take anything away from your race winner. Xabi Zuratuza on the number 85 MTA Junior Team machine as a race winner, and everyone is absolutely delighted for the young Spaniard as well. Tacticon Barasri, you can take solace in a great ride as he pops a little wheelie coming over the crest of the hill. Punches the air with delight, and he must be really happy with that one, because he is very happy with that. Absolutely head-banging like he's listening to a Linkin Park tune as Tacticon Barasri. What a stunning ride. So unlucky to miss out on the win by 0.05 of a second. Luca Lunetta, kudos to the young Italian. Should have been starting from pole position, had to start from the back of the grid after missing the signal to get out of the pits before the sighting lap. He recovered all the way from 30th on the grid up to 3rd. Absolutely brilliant ride from the AC Racing Team rider there. He punches air with delight. He will be in Parc Ferme. Everyone's got a ticket to the gun show for Luca Lunetta's performance with that one. Absolutely incredible. David Almanza just missing out there. He will be back for race number 2 to try and snatch another podium in Junior GP. Big burnout there from your race winner, Xabi Zuratuza, as he rolls up to the number 1 position in Parc Ferme. He punches the tank. Please don't do any more destruction to your bike. You need it for race number 2, and the poor mechanics, even though you've won, will have a bit of a job to do to fix the screen, as he is embraced by his entire team there, and also family and friends down there in Parc Ferme. Emotional scenes from Xabi Zuratuza, your 100th different winner in Junior GP, which was also formerly known as the CEV Moto3 Championship as well, dating all the way back to 1998 when Fonzie Nieto took the first ever win of the class. And there's Eddie O'Shea crashing out early on, such a disaster for him. He'll be back in race number 2, but they're such a close unit as the junior talent team. He's down there congratulating Tacticon Barasri on a hard-fought 2nd place. And there's Luca Lunetta. That was hard work. You can see he's sweating buckets as Luca Lunetta, but absolutely brilliant. Big wave to the camera. Valentino Rossi still kissed to the camera as well. He's a great character as Luca Lunetta. The AC Racing Team are absolutely incredible. Big party animals are the AC Racing Team. You always hear them blasting out music. You always see them as a big family unit down there in Parc Ferme. And you know that would have been a big result for Luca Lunetta. Kisses all round from family for Xabi Zuratuza. He's still not even taking his helmet off yet. He's probably just trying not to show us all of these emotions, because it must be flowing down there underneath the helmet. This is how he won the race. Tacticon Barasri leading into the final corner. Xabi Zuratuza had a look up the inside, but just settling back into the slipstream, hooked it up on the exit of the corner, got alongside the Thai Racing Team rider, the Honda Racing Thailand rider, and across the line to take his first ever victory, and also smashing the windscreen of the MTA Junior Team machine as shatters go everywhere across the track. I'm sure his mechanics will forgive him, as they will be delighted for him taking his first ever victory in the class. And first, you can imagine, of many. Xabi Zuratuza has been showing great form so far in 2023. We will get to hear all the emotions from Xabi Zuratuza very soon when he speaks to Chris Jordan, who's waiting down there in Parc Ferme to speak to our race winner for race number 1 here today in Junior GP. Just running through the rest of the riders outside the top 10. Markus Ruda missed out on the top 10 by a couple of hundredths. He's in 11th ahead of Jakob Rosenthaler, Marcus Uriarte, Noah Detweiler, and Daniel Charel, who also came from the back of the grid. But we saw the emotions running with Xabi Zurutuza. He is now down in Parc Fermé and ready to talk to Chris Jordan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Down here with Xabi Zurutuza, who went from 24th on the grid through the long lap penalty and stole victory on the line. Xabi, how did you do it?
It's difficult race because yesterday I do a little bit stupid doing slow sectors, but I have very good mental. I was very good in the race, and I don't do very good start, but I'm very happy because I win my first race and the first of the year of a lot of years, and I'm very happy, and thanks of my sponsors. And Miguel, mi tío, que es el mejor, Tonucci, por confiar en este año conmigo. Y this is all for me. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Xabi. The celebrations are in full flow here.
Well, Xabi Zurutuza, your race winner here today from 24th on the grid, GP or Junior GP winner 100, and his lights went out. We were missing Luca Lunetta as we just saw him starting from the back of the grid. Torrin Collins couldn't get off the line. He had some problems early on, but it was Angel Piqueras that led the way from the off. As the laps ticked off, it was 4 breaths into turn number 1 with Jakob Rolson on the number 12 machine taking the lead, with Angel Piqueras having a bit of moment into turn number 1 before, unfortunately, Cormac Buchanan took the lead and then slid out immediately. He'll be hoping for better fortune in race number 2 later on today. So it was the Finetwork Muir Racing Team riders of Ruda Almanza taking the lead, with Angel Piqueras having a bit of a bobble into turn number 5. That would not be his only moment of the race. The Finetwork Muir Racing Team riders got side by side, very close for comfort over the line, as David Almanza continued to lead the way before Alvaro Carpi swooped into the lead at turn number 5. Lots of action all the way down the field that would crank up to fever pitch on the last few laps. But for now, Angel Piqueras that was leading the way, your championship leader looking to extend his points advantage. Tachikon Bruaji had a moment with Alvaro Carpi and Marcus Ruda into turn number 11, almost putting all 3 riders out of the race, but it was this move by Joel Esteban, 2 for 1 into turn number 11, that really got everyone talking. He would also immediate challenge for the lead of the race from Angel Piqueras, but sitting pretty in second for now as Piqueras ran off the track with 2 laps remaining. That would not be the first time he would do that. Joel Esteban wasn't wanting to lead onto the final corner with a lap and a bit to go as they all got hot for action into turn number 11. Lunetta on the curves, but Buadri leading the way, looking for his first race win of the season, but it wasn't to be as Xabi Zurutuza got the run coming up the final corner alongside Buadri and across the line to take his first victory of the season and his first victory in Junior GP. The team were delighted. The emotions were flowing as Xabi Zurutuza, a very popular race winner, took his first victory in Junior GP. Well, there you have it. Xabi Zurutuza, finally a Junior GP race winner, and race winner number 100, hitting that milestone. Absolutely incredible, and took it with such a well-calculated ride onto the final corner. So as the podium celebrations get underway, Luca Lunetta jumping for joy with 3rd spot. Chris, absolutely brilliant result there from Luca Lunetta.
Yeah, absolutely stunning stuff. He was meant to start on pole, had to come from deeper on the grid after a mishap prior, but back on the podium. He's delighted. Celebrations in Parc Fermé were in full flow on the AC Racing team, as they were for Joel Esteban.
So the trophies will be handed out to our top 3, including our team representative and the first vice president of the Algarve circuit. Hands out the trophy to the team representative, and as cool as you like, as all Italians tend to be, Luca Lunetta was absolutely pulling off those sunglasses as he has now handed his 3rd place trophy, another trophy to add to the cabinet for Luca Lunetta, a very tall rider, almost as tall as Xabi Zurutuza, standing on the top step of the podium. The CEO of the Autodromo International du Algarve hands out the trophy to your 2nd place rider, your Honda Racing Thailand rider, Tachikon Buajri. Absolute incredible ride by the young Thai rider there. But the celebrations will not be as big as for your race winner. The FIM JuniorGP Chief Steward hands over the trophy to your race winner, a very popular race winner, Xabi Zuratuza, jumps for joy. He is now a race winner, and you can imagine it will be the first of many, as he is now handed some free Finetwork Wi-Fi from the representatives here. So we now wait for the celebrations to begin. Xabi Zuratuza ready for the celebrations now after the national anthem, and he'll be looking to repeat that in race number 2 coming up at 2 p.m. local time here at the Autodromo International do Algarve. Big congratulations, and there will be no Prosecco Doc here on the podium today because, first of all, most of them are too young, apart from Tachikon Buajri, but there will be no drinking of it because they've got another race coming up a little bit later on today. So it is the fizzy water that is sprayed by Luca Lunetta and Xabi Zuratuza. Yeah, that's why Luca Lunetta is wearing the sunglasses so he doesn't get any in the eye, just as Xabi Zuratuza did there. But they need an absolute soaking as it is, absolutely roasting hot out there today. But here's your results from JuniorGP race number 1.
So Zuratuza is your winner ahead of Buajri and Lunetta. David Almanza just misses out on the podium, as does Alvaro Carpe. Joel Esteban, another rider to come from deep on the grid. Late mistake from Piquera saw him drop to 7th while crossing the line with Morosi and Rolston in P8 and P9 respectively. Nico Corrado completes the top 10. Marcus Ruda dropped outside the top 10, having been involved in the victory fight. Rossenthaler, Uriarte, Detweiler and Shahriel complete the point scorers from today's race, with Facundo Yambias and Gabin Plonk just missing out. And then completing the finishers, Rammersdorfer, Tietzi, Gurlan, Uchiumi, Ate and Jeffrey Emmanuel are all the finishers. RB Aditama went down after coming from the back of the grid, as well as did Elia Bartolini and Adrian Cruces.
So this is how the championship now looks. A first non-podium of the season for Angel Piqueras gives him a 47-point lead over now second place Alvaro Carpe. Jacob Ralston slips to third ahead of Luca Lunetta. Xabi Zuratuza, after his first race win, comes up to P5. Joel Esteban in 6th, then Nico Corrado, his teammate, in 7th, ahead of Adrian Cruces, and David Almanza picking up more points. He's now moved up to 9th spot. In the top 10 is Cormac Buchanan. He'll be looking for more luck in race number 2. Tachikon Buajri with his podium moves himself up into 11th spot. Have Jacob Rosenthaler, Eddie O'Shea. He'll be looking for more luck in race number 2. He's in 13th ahead of Morosi and Elia Bartolini running at top 15. Marcus Ruda and Nord Detweiler follow him behind, and of Daniel Shariel, who picked up a solitary point in race number 1 ahead of Facundo Yambias. Aditama in 20th, running at the top 20, ahead of Shinya Izawa, Marcus Uriarte, Leo Rammenstoffer, and Kitaro Uchiumi ahead of Torrin Collins with 1 point down in 25th spot. So, race number 1 is done and dusted and put into the history books, as history has now been taken with a milestone victory in JuniorGP. Race winner number 100, Xabi Zuratuza on 85 MTA Junior Team Machine takes his first victory in the class, and he will be looking for more silverware as JuniorGP race number 2 kicks off at 2 o'clock local time. But don't go anywhere, as Moto2 European Championship race number 1 is up next. 2008 and hosting 2- and 4-wheeled motorsport ever since, the Autodromo International du Algarve has become a staple in motorsport culture ever since. The 4.59-kilometre, 2.85-mile of glorious ribbon of tarmac puts both rider and machine to the test. Carlos Tatai put the test to the championship leader Senna Aegis last time out in Jerez, cutting his championship lead down to 30 points. But as the Spaniard closes in, the Australian is undeterred and will be looking to reassert his authority on the Moto2 European Championship here today. 16 corners make up this glorious circuit with 9 right and 7 left-handed corners. 16 laps of Moto2 action kick off with race number 1 here today. Glorious, glorious sunshine at the Autodromo International du Algarve here in Portugal, with great settings and fantastic scenery as well that make this one of the iconic circuits of the JuniorGP World Championship. Moto2 is next up, and it's Senna Aegis that leads the championship by 30 points over first-time race winner in Jerez, Carlos Tatai, moving up from the Moto3 World Championship over to the Moto2 European Championship. And Carlos Tatai has been a rider that's been seeing some action in the Moto2 World Championship, filling in for Rory Skinner on the OnlyFans American racing team in the last couple of rounds. And Chris showing himself to be an absolute weapon on that machine as well.
Yeah, an absolute weapon, as you say. He's had a brilliant season so far. He's really put it up to Senna Aegis, who looks a class and cut above many of the riders in this field. And it's only a matter of time before we see both Aegis and Tatai, in my opinion, a matter of time before we see them on the World Championship circuit and full-time deals.
100%. You've got to imagine that those two probably in 2024 will be moving up to the Moto2 World Championship. They're a cut above at the moment in the Moto2 European Championship, and you can imagine that a lot more of that action is going to come up here today with Senna Aegis and Carlos Tatai rounding out the first 2 spots on the grid. So the Moto2 riders are on the sighting lap on the way to the grid, and well, we can imagine it's going to be action-packed all the way through, as we saw 1 year ago with Senna Aegis taking the fight to Lukas Tulovic and Alex Skrij, with probably one of the best races of the season in Moto2 and race number 2, going all the way down to the wire. But going all the way down to the wire, last time out was Jerez. Race number 1, well, their only race of the weekend. Carlos Tatai was starting for pole position, but was shuffled back in the early laps. Senna Aegis led the way, but it was the number 72 of Ruiz and the number 99 of Tatai that were quickly ahead. Ruiz made a move on Senna Aegis as Carlos Tatai made the break at the front. There was battling all the way further back, with some marshals heading out to pick up some debris on track. That was Channon Inta that crashed out, but he was thankfully unharmed, as Cardalus and Rato fought their way for 4th spot. But it was the brilliant Carlos Tatai that took his first victory in the Moto2 European Championship. His first victory, he hopes, of many, as he looked to close in even further on Senna Aegis, who could only take a 3rd spot. But all celebrations, all silverware went in the way of Carlos Tatai. Terrific Tatai in Jerez and race number 1 in the Spanish Championship. So, Carlos Tatai, he will be looking for more silverware, another race win here today, Chris, and you can imagine that he will be taking the fight as best he can to Senna Aegis.
Yeah, Aegis, he's been excellent all season as we look at the track temperatures. 39 degrees on track, air temperature 32. But as we mentioned, Senna Aegis on pole, absolute superstar in the making. He's got the apt name for it as well, for motorsport champion to be, maybe. But yeah, he's got the 30-point championship advantage. He won the first 3 races, but it was only Carlos Tatai then downed him in Jerez. You had the pleasure of watching us in the flesh. Carlos Tatai, very impressive in terms of his speed, get pole position, but then he somewhat botched the start a little bit off the line, dropped down the pack as we saw, but managed to come back, and within a couple laps he was out in front leading and pulled the pin. So definitely one to watch. He'll be hopeful of something similar today.
Indeed he will be. Carlos Tatai starts from 2nd on the grid, just behind Super Senna Aegis, your championship leader, and he is aiming for victory number 4 in 2023. 3rd last time out, Chris, was his worst finishing spot in the entirety of his Moto2 European Championship career. Now, when he finishes, he's always been on the podium. However, when he did finish last year and this year, he was either on the top 2 steps of the podium. But so 3rd place, he realised he's pulling his finger out here today.
It's not a bad problem to have.
Not at all.
Worst race result is still on the podium. But there he is, number 81. All eyes on him. He has a habit of making excellent starts. He started P4, I believe, in Jerez, and by the first corner, he was in the lead. So if he can pull out something similar today, then Carlos Tatai has a job on his hands, and some of the other front rowers, Xavi Cardaluz, Unai Radre from the 2nd row. This is what he had to say, though, just after qualifying.
Today's qualifying has been pretty good for us. We got our 3rd pole of the season, which is really positive, and we achieved it in quite a productive way, doing our fastest lap in the morning and worked for the race in the afternoon with a bit hotter temperature. Then the wind direction changed from the morning and we get a shock into some corners, and vice versa with the temperature. You have less grip and you have to think about the tyre more, so this will just make it interesting on Sunday, but I'm feeling prepared. I'm just going to do my pace tomorrow and be present with the situation, and if I can pull away, then perfect, or if I have to fight, I think we have a good bike to do for everything tomorrow. So no, I'm quite confident and keep calm, and hopefully tomorrow I can get it done.
143.677 from the young Australian, the number 81, Senna Aegis, number 1 in the championship standings, feeling very, very confident. And he said he wants to pull the pin if given the opportunity and get into open air out front, but he is also ready to bring the fight to anyone who wants to bring it to him.
Yes, Senna Aegis looking to increase his championship lead. 3 wins so far this season, 4 podiums and 3 pole positions. He set a new all-time lap record here yesterday, beating the previous lap record set by Lukas Tulovic last year, and only him was underneath that new all-time lap record. As cool as you like, the newly turned 18-year-old, can you believe it, Chris? Only 18 years old, and he's got the European Championship at his feet at the moment. Incredible stuff there from the young Australian.
Yeah, a massive, massive talent. As you mentioned, we probably will see him sooner rather than later on the World Championship stage. And even though he has made some substitute and wildcard appearances over the last 2 campaigns, he has finished among the points. World at his feet, as you said. Carlos Tatai Vila then, 2nd in the championship, 30 points behind on 61. The Jerez Moto2 European Championship race winner.
Yeah,
he has got a big, big task on his hands to keep Aegis in check, but I back him to go with them.
Are you putting all of your money on Carlos Tatai today? Is that what you're saying there, Chris?
Not quite, not quite.
Well, if you're going for that, I'm definitely going for a Senna Aegis win there, but you won't be seeing me take much money out of my pocket to give to you if Carlos Tatai does eventually win.
Nothing new there, Liam. Nothing new there.
You will not be seeing a Scotsman take much money out of his pocket anyway. Anyway, moving on to Carlos Xavi Cardaluz. I must say, 2nd spot in Estoril race number 2. He loves it here in Portimao, does the young Andorran, the number 18 machine on the Promo racing machine. He got a P3 in race number 1 here 1 year ago, so he'll be looking for some more silverware here today, with 2 challenges, with race number 1 coming up now and race number 2 a little bit later on.
Yeah, he's back on the front row here, and he's got 1 podium to his name so far this season, but coming in pre-season, I was expecting a little bit more from Cardaluz, saying that he has been consistent and good. Now, Unai Radre picks up his best qualifying of the year. P8 in last time out has got him in a decent little bit of form. Starting from P4, he'll be eyeing up a podium, definitely a top 5.
Rookie this year, indeed he is, Chris. He'll be looking for, as you say, first top 5, but maybe even a podium, to be honest. He's been absolutely on fire so far this weekend on the track with fast lap times, consistently fast lap times as well. And a fellow rookie in the Moto2 European Championship is Alberto Sura, coming over from the Moto3 World Championship. And he's slowly being, as with Oradri, been getting a little bit faster, and he takes his first top 5 qualifying position of the year.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sura, though, he starts 5th and he has a long lap penalty coming his way. Given what we've seen in Portimao before, it may not be too much of an effect, but he will need to get a good start as we look at Marco Tapia in P6. P9 season best so far in Valencia. He's P12 in the championship, as we can see the results there. 11th, DNF in Estoril Race 2, 9th and 11th last time out. So starting at 6th, he's given another opportunity to get a good point-scoring finish.
Yeah, watch out for Marco Tapia on the number 8 machine, showing good form in the last few rounds as well. Some Australian fans out there, there's been a big crowd that has actually made the way to Portimao here today. Saw a lot of them this morning for the pit lane walk and really getting up close to the machines and the riders, and a lot of the riders very happy to see the fans in their droves here today. Sam Wilford on the number 35 machine as well. He'll be hoping for another top 10 finish in Portimao. He has been, well, very consistent, but a little bit unfortunate in the last few races, just slipping out of the top 10 in the last couple, but showing top 10 performance in the first few rounds. Still trying to find the form that we saw him at the start of 2022 before that unfortunate incident in Estoril race at number 2 back in 2022 when he was fighting for a top 5 position. So we're hoping to see Sam Wilford back near the top 5 battle very, very soon as well.
So we're edging ever closer to go time here. We can see the riders putting on their gloves. Canan Inta here on screen, starting in 21st. 2 points to his name so far this season. He's going to be needing a big task to get himself inside the points. Finished just once in Estoril Race 2 inside the points to date. Big task for Canan Inta coming ahead.
Yeah, he was second in the Asia Supersport 600 class in 2022. So he does have a bit of form, does Canan Inta, the Thai rider. And as you said, Chris, a bit of unfortunate has come his way in the last couple of rounds, as we saw. In the highlights package, he did crash out of a top 20 position at Jerez. But someone is hoping for no such luck in that form and looking for only good luck is your championship leader, Senna Aegis, who is once again for the 3rd time this season on pole position.
Just a little bit of housekeeping to bring you as we look at the grid. We do have some penalties mentioned. Alberto Sura starts in P5. He's a long lap coming his way. But it's Senna Aegis, Tatai, Carlos Tatai and Xavi Cardaluz on the front row. Alberto Sura, as we mentioned, in P5. Oradre and Tapia either side of him. With Yera Ruiz, who was on the podium last time out, in P7. Bersikurski and Garcia completing the 3rd row. Harrison Voigt, Toledo, Rato, 1 row further back. Sam Wilford, we've seen on screen. He'll be targeting a good point scoring finish. Mongiardo and Volpi beside him. Gerard, Ryu, Toth and Kyle Paz in the 6th row. Well, at the back we have Montero, Rehecek, Canan Inta, and row 8 sees Aubrey with Nico Antonelli given a penalty. He has to start further back. He incurred the wrath of the stewards.
Yes, disaster for the number 23 of Nicolo Antonelli, who took his final Moto3 World Championship podium at this track just 2 years ago at the Algarve GP. So he will be looking to repeat that form, but I don't think it's going to happen in race number 1 here today. We've got a bit of a problem there for one of the Bosco Scuro machines. I believe that looks like it's the number, well, not quite sure who that was, but we will be keeping an eye on the problem there for the rider. Waving his hands, but thankfully it was only on the start of the warm-up lap that he had incurred the problem and not at the start of the race, because we never want to see anyone have any problems on the grid at the start of the race. So the Moto2 riders make the way around for the warm-up lap, and as we have been bigging it up on the intro to this show, Senna Aegis versus Carlos Tatai for supreme honours here at the Algarve. Track temperature has now gone up to a soaring, well, it's actually come down, hasn't it, Chris, from 41 degrees to 39 degrees track temperature, 31 degrees air temperature. It's still very warm out there. I'd much rather still be in this commentary box with an aircon.
Yeah, very much so. Cannot disagree there at all. It is quite warm. On my trips to Parc Ferme, it's quite a shock to the system.
It'll be like walking into Waitrose back home and having that heater hit you in the winter time as you walk into Parc Ferme. But they won't be feeling the heat out there, or they won't be feeling the air temperature so much out there, well, the Moto2 riders, but they might be feeling the heat from the tension out there as they prepare for 16 laps of hot and heavy action around the Algarve International Circuit. Carlos Tatai on the number 99 Pertamina Mandalika Sag racing machine, and then Senna Aegis Poetry coming into shot just behind Carlos Tatai on the intact Husqvarna JuniorGP racing machine. Aegis leads the championship, 41 points ahead of Rato, I believe, and Carlos Tata as well. I'm not sure if that's correct, because it should be 30 points ahead of Carlos Tata, with Ruiz in 4th spot as well. Either I've got my notes wrong, or the graphics aren't correct at the moment. And we see there that was the Oscuro machine, now number 49 of
Francisco Monjardo, if I'm not mistaken, has having a long conversation with the marshals down in pit lane. It looks like he's set for a pit lane start. Senna just a couple stoppies there as he rolls up to pole position, get those brake fluids working out the front. We'll see if it has any effect coming into the turn 1 right-hander.
Well, we've seen in the last few rounds, Senna Aegis has been an absolute demon off the line. From 4th spot in the grid, and Jerez was already leading into turn number 1. Will it be a repeat here today, or can Carlos Tata get the whole shot into turn number 1 and give Senna Aegis something to think about as well? So, the riders are ready. All of them are on the grid, barring the number 49 machine of Margiardo as well. The green flag waves at the back. The red flag moves off the grid at the front. The red lights will be coming on any moment, and 16 laps of Moto2 European Championship action starts now, and it's a great start from pole position from Senna Aegis. Carlos Tata got another great launch as well. A yellow flag is pulled in, so no one's stalled at the back. But for now, a bit of a head shake on for Carl Lewis as he looks up the instead of Tata. But Senna Aegis, your championship leader, leads away from Carlos Tata, and that's one
2 for 1 at turn 1.
Amazing there from the number 67 of Alberto Sura from 5th on the grid. He's big moment there
Tata.
for Carlos Tata, out of the seat, almost off the bike, leg waving, and that's given the number 8 of Tapia the chance to move ahead of him into 3rd spot. So Tata, a bit of a leery opening couple of corners, and that sees Tata down to 4th, but he's already looking up the inside of Tapia for 3rd spot, and that's Voigt just behind them as well. Voigt is now into 5th spot. He came from all the way down in 10th, and he's already made up 5 positions. So for now, Senna Aegis leads away ahead of Alberto Sura and Carlos Tata.
Yeah, a shocking start off the line from Tata. Not necessarily off the line, but coming through turn 1, he had his moment. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Aegis out front. Very composed coming through there, while Alberto Sura shot from the 2nd row into P2, getting a 2 for 1 on the right-hander into turn 1. That's the exact start he would have wanted, with a long lap penalty coming his way. But Tata now is fought back into 3rd place. He's not going to want to let Aegis build up a gap and extend that championship lead.
Well, for now, he is extending that lead in the race over Sura. Sura's got a bit of an advantage over Carlos Tata, but with Tata now in 3rd spot, can he start bridging that gap to the back of Alberto Sura? Then behind them, it is the number 8 of the FAL 55T Racing machines, the Yamaha Philippines Stylop machines of Tapia and Harrison Voigt. So Voigt, who had a big crash here 2 years ago, already putting that to bed, and as they come across the line, he's in 5th spot, but Sura is already on the back of Senna Aegis. Do we have a fight on the hand? Oh, big crash for Tata. He's gone over the front. Tata has gone off into turn number 1. Oh, he's sliding out. Oh, him and the bike have gone to the bars. Fingers crossed that Carlos Tata is okay. Not sure what happened there. We've got a couple of riders down the background. Is that Voigt? That might be Voigt. We might have some stoppage action here. We fingers crossed that Carlos Tata is okay. That was huge into turn number 1. He went for the break and he went over the front, and Carlos Tata and his Pertamina Mandalika SAG racing machine slid out of contention as well. And we must keep an eye on who the other rider was that's slipping down the order. But 2 big moments in the first couple of corners for 2 of our top 5 riders in this race. For now, as we come over the crest of the hill, it's Senna Aegis that leads the way from Alberto Sura, the Bosco Scudo machine rider, showing great form here today. But, as you said, Chris, he does have to serve that long lap penalty.
Yeah, I think he's already been given the notifications to expect him to drop into long lap penalty loop in a matter of laps, in this lap or the next lap. Yeah, huge disappointment for Carlos Tata. He had a moment very early on. I didn't quite catch what happened to him there, but it was a massive crash as he went sliding out of contention. Hopefully everyone is okay.
Yeah, I think
we saw another rider go down as well. I didn't quite catch who it was.
I think it was Harrison Voigt. Harrison Voigt is now missing from behind Tapia, so Harrison Voigt, he's also slid out of this race, which is such a shame. From 10th on the grid, he was already up into 5th spot. But yeah, Chris, you were just watching the timing monitors there when I made you jump out of your skin with that scream. So So far, no red flags or anything, so we have our fingers crossed that Carlos Tata is
And
okay
here
as
comes
Alberto
Sura.
Sura looking on the side of Senna Aegis. So Senna Aegis sweeps across the front of Sura to consolidate that #1 position at the moment. So no yellow flags in the background, so fingers crossed both Carlos Tata and Harrison Voigt are up and okay. We will give you any information we get on the two after that big one from Carlos Tata, but this is a great showing so far from Alberto Sura. It's just such a shame, Chris, that he does have that long lap penalty.
And here he comes up the
He's going
inside,
for
just
it.
to let
Wow.
Aegis know that he is there and he is not alone. Carlos Tata may be gone, but Alberto Sura is here, and he looks like he is here to stay. He does have that long lap penalty coming, but he is showing some remarkable pace across the opening laps here. If he can put a little bit of space between him and Aegis as they come into turn 8 and 9, maybe his long lap penalty won't be as detrimental to his race as it could have been. But here comes Aegis back up front. That's what a championship leader does, but he hangs it. Alberto Sura hangs it on the outside, and he's going to have the inside run coming through. Now the next turn's at turn 12. Will he make it stick? Will he hold? He pulls it a little bit wide. Aegis is dropped behind, and Alberto Sura clings on to P1 as we come into the penultimate turn 14.
And then he goes straight into the long lap penalty loop.
Let's see how he does. It looks like he's done it quite okay. A little bit wide, but drops
bit of a moment there.
drops into P5. I think he's just going to drop in behind the number 18 at Xavi Cardaluz. That is quite detrimental towards Aegis, perhaps a little bit more than he would have wanted, and Aegis now has open air between him and the riders behind him, Marco Tapia, Roberto Garcia, Xavi Cardaluz and Alberto Sura then at the back of this pack. It'll be interesting to see now if Sura can make easy work of Cardaluz ahead of him, or will he get stuck behind and give Aegis some breathing room out front as the chasing pack battle for the podium places.
Absolutely love that from Alberto Sura. Just letting Senna Aegis know that he has the pace to go with him, battling him, and as soon as he hits the lead,
Straight up
he
the inside of Xavi Cardaluz.
Incredible there from
Sura is on a mission here today.
Yes,
Let's see how long it takes him before he gets over past the number 8 of Marco Tapia.
Yeah, Alberto Sura will be carving his way through this field like a hot knife through butter, and Senna Aegis is only 1.6 seconds. I say only 1.6 seconds. It's still a big gap in Moto2, but with the pace we've seen from Alberto Sura, who was leading the race before his long lap penalty, he will be well and truly up for the fight here today, getting his hooks into the back of Senna Aegis as quick as he can as he gets past Tapia and Garcia. Great performance here by Garcia, who's in podium spot right now and looking for his first podium in the Moto2 European Championship. So far we have out of this race Carlos Tata, we saw, and into turn number 1 at the start of lap number 2. Big crash for Carlos Tata. Harrison Voigt went down a corner later into turn number 2, and we've also lost Piotr Biszczykowski on lap number 1, so not sure what happened to the Polish rider there. So unfortunate there for the number 74 of Piotr Biszczykowski as well. Senna Aegis leads the way, and that gap does look like it's opened up over the second group after sector number 3. As they come across the line, we will be looking to see the gap at the head of the field as Alberto Sura winds up the wick, and before he get even across the line, he's already into third. He's looking for second on Roberto Garcia, late on the brakes into turn
He's
number 1.
going to get him on turn 1 as well, isn't he?
As quick as you like. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Alberto Sura, but is Garcia going to come back on the side?
Can't
No, it's
quite
not.
get back
I
up the
thought that was good.
inside.
So
he had a look as Cardaluz comes up the inside of Tapia now. Will he force him wide? No, Tapia manages to close the door in his face. This is sensational riding from Alberto Sura so far.
Yeah, we're going to see.
I'm not quite sure how far behind Senna Aegis he is at the moment, but there's a few tenths in it. We had a second advantage. At this pace, he might, there's still 12 laps to go. He can take some chunks out of that time.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds is the gap between Senna Aegis and Alberto Sura, and this is how Alberto Sura took second spot. Late on the brakes into turn number 1, just cutting across ever so slightly, but not too much ahead of Roberto Garcia. And he ran a little bit wide, and Garcia had a little look up the inside into turn number 2, but couldn't quite make it stick over the curbs. Alberto Sura now back into second after his long lap penalty. This is a great showing by the number 67 on the Bosco Scuro Team Chiati Bosco Scuro machine, now with clear track ahead of him on to the back of Senna Aegis. What can Alberto Sura do? He's on course for his first podium of the year so far, but can he now wind up the wick and close in on Senna Aegis? And we've now got Marcos Tapia in third spot ahead of Garcia, and Xavi Cardaluz just behind them in fifth.
Yeah, and just a word of warning. Alberto Sura may have to go through the long lap penalty loop unless he is careful. He's just received a track limits warning, as has the number 10 and number 74. That's Unai Oradre and Peter Biszakurski also receiving track limits warnings, even though Biszakurski is at the back of this pack and looks to be out of this race.
Yeah, strange stuff there from either Piotr Biszakurski is still in this race at the moment and the timing monitors are not picking him up, but we will keep an eye on that one as well. A bit of a moment there, almost a look up the inside from Cardelus on Garcia. This group of four, Alberto Sura, when he got up into second spot 1 lap ago, we thought might be able to try and close in on Senna Aegis. It's now gone the other way. You lost half a second to Senna Aegis on that previous lap. It's now 2.8 seconds from your championship leader back to Alberto Sura. So Sura leads the way on group number 2. The battle for second, and it's now Marco Tapia on the Yamaha Philippine Stylo bike that's in 3rd spot. Just behind them, Roberto Garcia has got a brace of 4th place finishes, still chasing that first ever podium here in Moto2. And Xavi Cardelus hoping to repeat his podium here 1 year ago. Just behind them, we've got Alex Toledo in 2nd and Sam Wilford on course for his best result of the season so far in 7th spot ahead of Yari Ruiz, who got his first podium back in Jerez, and Mattia Rato and Gerard Riu rounding out the top 10 so far.
Yeah, we're just receiving an update. Carlos Tatai, big crash, but he seems to be okay. Seems to have an injury. He's been taken to the medical center, and it might be a little bit of a serious injury, but thankfully he was able to go to the medical center for a checkup, so he should be okay, and hopefully he won't be out of action for too long. Our best wishes with the Spaniard.
Yeah, fingers crossed everything is okay for Carlos Tatai, and it's just a precautionary check at the medical centre. We hope to see, as Chris just said, the number 99 machine back out on track, and it would be, well, it'd be good to know what happened to him in on the first lap there. As we get a track limits warning, as you just made, for Alberto Sura. Alberto Sura in 2nd spot, so this could be detrimental for his challenge for his first podium of the season.
Yeah, looking at the timing screens, and Senna Aegis is pulling the pin out front.
Sam Wilford going for 6th spot here. Oh, it slips around the outside. Does Toledo.
Pull that very tight.
Oh, please don't tell me he's going to go around the outside there. No, he's not. The number 72 of Ruiz have found the opportunity and slipped up the inside for 7th spot there. I thought Sam Wilford for a second was going to go around the outside.
And here comes Ruiz up the inside.
Up the inside of Toledo for 6th. So he's done 2 and 1. And that is now Ruiz up into 6th spot there. Wow, good stuff there from Ruiz.
Brilliant stuff from Yari Ruiz. A little further back, he was competing, running at the front, outdoing Senna Aegis last time out. He's now in the battle for 6th there. Quite a ways back as they come over turn 8. But keep an eye on this battle for 6th. It seems to have legs with Toledo and Sam Wilford.
Yes, the number 35 of Sam Wilford. Is so good to see him back and in the fight, well inside the top 10 positions there, and really fighting, as Toledo has a little sniff up the inside of Ruiz. You have to be really confident in your front end there. A bit of a front end moment for both Ruiz and Toledo as it came down the crest of the hill there into turn number 13. So Ruiz, who for now will not be repeating his podium spot from last time out at Jerez, as Sam Wilford had a little look up the inside of Toledo, but you've got to get up early in the morning to outbreak Toledo into turn number 15 there. Taking off another lap. 9 laps to go. Senna Aegis in commanding spot as they come across the line for 2nd. It's now Tapia that's in 2nd, ahead of Sura, side by side, sticking out the legs, but late on the brakes. Sura is an absolute demon on the brakes into turn number 1, as we saw a few laps ago when he was challenging Senna Aegis for 1st spot into turn number 1 as well. But as you were taking off another lap, it's Sura leading the way from Tapia and Garcia, with Cardelus on the back. But this group here are now 3.7 seconds off of Senna Aegis. Senna Aegis is just out for a commanding Sunday cruise on his liquid moly Husqvarna. Oh, Tapia makes a bit of a mistake into turn number 5, runs a little bit wide, a bit of a bobble on there. Garcia looking up the inside into the kink, and he does it, but can Tapia come back up the inside? And yes, he can. Tapia reclaims that 3rd spot, but here comes Garcia again, and a great he's shoving him out wide there. Oh, move.
Alberto Sura's hands as he opens up a bit of a gap now into P2. Is he going to look up the inside, Cardelus? Not quite just yet. Garcia holds on for the moment.
Well, here comes Tapia back up the inside of Cardelus. That was a great move there. Very, very late on the brakes. Got that stop brilliantly, but he's chopped the nose off Cardelus. That was very close, almost taking the front wheel away from the Andorran. But for now, both riders stay on. So Tapia, who's been having a few moments this lap, has finally fought his way back up into 4th spot, but no one is having any moments so far. Well, it looked like he almost had a bit of a moment into the final corner there as he braked for turn number 16. But before that, it was smooth sailing for Senna Aegis. He is clicking off another lap as he come across the line. 8 laps remaining for the number 81 Liqui Moly Husqvarna Junior GP team machine. And he has only just increased that to 4.7 seconds, so already increasing it even further over Alberto Suda, who, as for now, he does have a track limits warning, but for now doesn't have to serve another long lap penalty. Someone that will have to serve a double long lap penalty for a jump start is the number 21, so the number 21 of Eduardo Montero. He's down, all the way down in 20th position.
Having a rough day of things, a double
really is.
jump start, and he's running at the very back of the pack. It's been a day to forget so far for Montero, but out front, Senna Aegis is doing Senna Aegis things.
It really is. Super Senna Aegis. He's, well, like Superman at the moment, all the way out front. A bit of a moment there, it looked like it would have been for Marco Tapia. So Tapia is really having a lot of rear-end problems, and he's just lost the hooks into the back of Roberto Garcia, and he's now slipped back behind Xavi Cardelus as well. So the day is going from bad to worse for Marco Tapia, who was running in 3rd spot for a good portion of this race, and already Cardelus is looking like he's opening up a couple of bike lengths advantage over the young Spaniard, as Roberto Garcia is now attacking, climbing all over the back of Alberto Suda. So Garcia on course for his first podium in Moto2, but he doesn't want that, as Tapia is looking up the inside of Cardelus. Did he make it stick? Yeah, no, he did not. Cardelus just holding it for now, but in towards turn number 15 to go. He was having another look as we look at Senna Aegis.
Yeah, cruising around Portimao like he owns the place. He is in a world of his own as we knock
here we
off
go.
another lap. Ooh.
That was the moment there for Carlos Tata. The back end stepped out
into the fence.
So rider conscious. That's good to hear. The rider is conscious. Tata has been taken to the medical centre, so we will bring you any further updates on Carlos Tata. But such a strange crash, such a nasty crash for the race winner from Jerez.
The end of that machine is completely gone. Hopefully everything is precautionary, and we will see Carlos Tata back sooner rather than later.
So there is.
Then it is Senna Aegis who can take maximum advantage.
That was Eduardo Montero, number 21.
Montero, who has the double
they look
long
exactly
lap
the same. So will he come in for the first of those long lap penalties on this lap, running down in 20th spot? That's such a shame for Eduardo Montero. He's not been on the form we know he can have as a young Spaniard, but there it is. The Liqui Moly Husqvarna junior team rider, Senna Aegis. So, Chris, I don't blame you. It's very easy to get them mixed up because the colour schemes are exactly the same as well. But Senna Aegis in commanding form, as you said, riding around the Autodromo International do Algarve like he absolutely owns it. 5.59 seconds ahead of Alberto Suda in 2nd spot, with Roberto Garcia climbing all over the back of the Team Chiati Bosco-Scuro machine, on course for his first podium of the season, his first podium in his Moto2 career. But he doesn't want his first podium, he wants a 2nd spot to go one better as well. Look at that, the difference in lap times from Senna Aegis to Alberto Suda as well. Senna Aegis is absolutely on lap record pace here today, a 1:43.706 for Senna Aegis, and that is
0.8 of a second quicker than his closest rival Alberto Suda, who we've been waxing lyrical about.
And that's better than Alex Escrige's lap record, best race lap record from 1 year ago. So Senna Aegis not on lap record form. He's absolutely smashing through the best race lap record, 1:43.709 from the young Australian.
Absolutely superb stuff.
1:43 for this lap. So wow, he's absolutely punching through the lap record.
Brilliant pace out front here. Absolutely super stuff, and well deserving of what looks to be, yes, another race victory. What a way to bounce back. When Carlos Tata took victory last time out, he didn't have the best of days in Jerez, still on the podium, and he's bounced back here in emphatic fashion to extend his championship lead, should things finish as they are.
Yeah, we were starting to think maybe Carlos Tata, after that first race win, might be able to start reeling in Senna Aegis, but Senna Aegis has come here. He's had 2 tenths in his pocket over the rest of the field for most of the weekend. So it's really put the pressure under Carlos Tatai. Maybe that's what pushed Tatai into that mistake on lap number 2 with that big moment into turn number 1. And now, Carl Lewis is now caught in the back of Roberto Garcia. We were starting to think maybe Tapia was dropping off the back of Carl Lewis, but he's not. He's hung on for now as Sura is now dropping Roberto Garcia. So Roberto Garcia, a bit of a moment there coming through the kink into turn number 10 with Tapia looking around the outside of Carl Lewis. So that'll be like music to the ears of Carl Lewis and Tapia, seeing Tapia up the inside for fourth spot.
Lewis takes 4th. This is a brilliant battle for the final podium place.
Yeah, great battle here for the third stop.
They're gaining on Alberto Sura.
Sura had a couple of tenths advantage over Garcia. I'm not sure if there was a moment there from Sura as he came through turn number 15.
Garcia's eyes must be lighting up as he sees Sura drop into his clutches. The battle for 4th might change hands yet again here, but Sura seems to be dropping pace. He's set a 1:44.81 there. Roberto Garcia a 1:44.31, half a second quicker on that last lap.
Absolutely incredible stuff by the riders chasing Alberto Sura by a ticket, because this is a showstopper for second spot. Sura is at the head of the field and second, ahead of Garcia, who's now really ramped it up again. So maybe he had a mistake 1 lap ago, and he's now found his form again.
Here, I think the chasing group here have a much better pace. They were all half a second, close to half a second quicker than the Italian. You just wonder, did Sura use too much of that wheel grip in the opening laps as he set a charge after Senna Aegis to get ahead of the long lap penalty and be in the podium battle? The Italian looks like he might be in a little bit of bother here with 5 laps, just under 5 laps to go.
Here comes Carl Lewis. He's got to run over the crescent hill into Craig Jones' corner. He's done it. He's ahead of Garcia, and here comes Tapia as well. Great stuff there from them. Drawing Tapia up the inside of Garcia. So Garcia's gone from 3rd down to 5th, but he's hanging it around the outside. Who will it be as
Garcia's
a swoop?
got him back on the
Garcia's
inside,
gone
but on the outside,
but Tapia around the outside. Incredible
He's still
stuff.
hanging around the outside. Is he going to make it stick?
Oh, it's got to be Garcia. Tapia's up the inside for turn number 15. Tapia's done it. That's side-by-side action. Incredible stuff here in Moto2 European Championship. But Tapia, and Tapia moment there.
Well.
Both of them having rear-end moments coming through
Box
the final
office
few.
entertainment here in the Moto2 European Championship, courtesy of Marcus Tapia.
Incredible stuff from those two. But that's allowed Carl Lewis and Sura to build a bit of an advantage for 2nd and 3rd spot as these two continue to battle it out.
Garcia
shot the nose off
rubbing
Tapia.
elbows with Tapia as they come in across the front straight.
No love lost there between the two.
Carl Lewis ahead now, Garcia. This one has got legs in it yet.
Yeah, a great battle here.
Carl Lewis, is he going to have a little look at Sura coming up? He's coming through.
He's had a bit of a moment as Carl Lewis.
No, he had a moment. That's given Sura just a little bit of breathing room.
Another moment as well.
Series of left-handers, and Garcia's going to take full advantage, I think, here, is he?
Garcia's looking up the inside. He's not doing, but Tapia's looking round the outside of Garcia. It's all stationary as you like into turn number 5 for now, but Sura, that's giving him lots of breathing space in 2nd spot. So the riders, the 3 riders behind him, will get very close to the back of Alberto Sura, but as soon as they get to the back of him, they start having rear-end moments. So Sura's pace is high enough that it's really pushing the riders chasing into problems as Garcia is looking up round the outside of Carl Lewis. Has he done it? As Carl Lewis hung out up the inside? It's still Carl Lewis for now as we look at Alberto Sura, who's in a comfortable 2nd spot with 3.5 laps remaining. But Garcia's looking up the inside of Carl Lewis, but Carl Lewis just holding it for now. You can imagine that Tapia's going to look up the inside of Garcia. No, he's not. He's going to look round the outside instead. A bit of a moment there from Garcia as well. Here comes Tapia. He's going for the move like he did 1 lap ago, and he's done it again.
Got him. Yeah, he's done Garcia on the brakes coming in. Brilliant move. And all this, we were questioning Sura. We thought he might be fading, but this is just playing right into his hands as he goes on to consolidate 2nd place, coming over with just over 2 laps to go. It's brilliant stuff from Sura, but this battle between Carl Lewis, Tapia and Garcia is playing right into his hands. We're looking at the lap times now. Sura had 4 tenths in his back pocket over Carl Lewis coming there, and 3 tenths over the other 2 riders. Yeah,
Alberto Sura has now dipped back into the 1:43. It's a 1:43.8 last time round for Alberto Sura. So maybe he was just looking after that rear tyre, and now he's really opened up the wick and he's pulling away from the chasing pack as he's now really stretching out the group behind him. Carl Lewis has now opened up a small gap over Garcia as Tapia is climbing all over the back of his fellow countrymen, but still looking pretty out front. The gap is up to, well, a gargantuan 9.8 seconds with 13 laps completed as we look at Garcia poetry in motion down towards turn number 1, up the inside of Marco Tapia. A bit of a bobble on the front end as they both go over the bumps, but as cool as you like. There's no problems there for either of them. As Senna Aegis is the rider with the least problems out front. Maybe the only problem he will have will be the lapped riders that he's coming up to the back of at the moment. 2 and a bit laps remaining for Senna Aegis. He will be opening up that championship advantage by a huge amount in just 2 and a bit laps remaining.
Yeah, 9.817 seconds over Alberto Sura, who was charging hard in the opening laps at the young Australian, but now Aegis is in complete control. Further back, Sura looks to have consolidated a little bit of a gap into P2 and P3, which means Carlos, Tapia and Garcia are all fighting it out for that remaining podium place. As we look at Aegis come up on Edu Montero, who had to serve a double long lap penalty and is running at the very back of this race. We can see here now that a gap has opened up between P3 and P4, and it's Carlos who is in control, and he's now coming to second place. And again, Sura has just been, we thought he had responded to it, and another moment for Carlos, but he's managed to get the hooks once again back into Alberto Sura, and he's half a second on Sura, on the Italian. There must have been a moment or something for Sura, but yeah, Carlos is now eyeing up second place.
That's a couple of laps in a row that Carlos has had a moment coming out of turn 3. I was watching him sort of stomp through the gear selector as he was trying to come out of turn at number 3. So maybe he's having a bit of a problem there and is really struggling to come out of turn number 4 without the rear end giving way. But we have seen that Carlos in the last few laps has been able to close down on Alberto Sura as the podium. Oh, it's a battle for fourth. Rage on Tapia up the inside. He popped a wheelie come over the crest of the hill. That should have put him further back, but it didn't. He took that advantage and went with it, and he's now back up to 4th spot. That's a great little battle going on between Tapia and Garcia. Further behind them, Mattia Ratto has now moved up into 6th spot ahead of Alex Toledo. Nicolo Antonelli from the back of the grid and serving a long lap penalty. He's now inside the top 10. He's in 8th ahead of Yari Ruiz. He's dropped all the way down to 9th. And Mattia Volpe rounding out the top 10. Unfortunately, Sam Wilford, who was in the battle for 6th just a mere few laps ago, he's dropped all the way down to 11th, but still in for good points ahead of Gerard Riu, and then Francesco Mongiardo, who we saw having problems and having to start from the pit lane. He's then to 13th ahead of Uni Oradri, who from 4th spot in the grid has dropped all the way down to 14th, and he's just ahead of Kyle Paz in 15th. So we start the final lap of the race. Alberto Sura just ahead of Xavi Carlos. Marco Tapia looks like he's put the stoppage on the attack from Roberto Garcia. Can Carlos look up the inside of Sura into turn number 3? No, he can't, but we must watch to see if he has another moment coming out of turn number 3. All seems okay this time round, Chris, so Carlos can go on the attack of Alberto Sura for 2nd.
Yeah, on the last lap, we are Senna just cruising out in front, but all eyes on this battle for 2nd place between Sura and Carlos. Coming into turn 5, Carlos just a little bit too far behind to try a move, but he has still got a couple opportunities to come up. At 7, 8, he might fancy a turn 13 though. Might be his best chance if he can get close enough to the Italian rider.
Yes, only a few more laps remaining. Can Carlos has been very good over the crest of this hill, down in towards Craig Jones Corner over the last few laps. But for now, Alberto Sura on the Bosco Scooter machine has a few bike lengths advantage coming over the crest of the hill into turn number 11. This is where Carlos really winds up the wick, as we see last lap, just a mere 400s faster.
400s out.
Incredible.
He's getting onto the rear tyre here as we come
he's looking
through.
for it up
he's
the inside.
having a little luck here through turn 13. It might be a little bit too late, but here comes Senna Aegis round the final corner and back on the top step of the podium as he crosses the line to take his 4th win of this year's Moto2 European Championship.
Jerez was just a mere blip. He's back on form. Senna Aegis is your victor. 4th win of the season for the young Australian, the newly turned 18-year-old. He is on form. The battle for 2nd. Here comes Sura.
Beside him. Is he going to get it? Sura holds on.
Sura holds on just ahead of Carlos, who retakes a podium here in Portimao. Tapia in 4th, and then in 5th spot it is Roberto Garcia, just missing out on the podium there. Further back, we'll wait the arrival of Mattia Ratto, Nicolo Antonelli as well. It's blast across the line. It is Rato from Antonelli, Toledo, Ruiz and Volpe rounding out your top 10. But there's no denying 11.788 advantage over Alberto Suda in the end. Senna Aegis picks up the victory here in race number 1 at the Autodromo International du Algarve. Pops a wheelie for good measure as well. He's getting very used to those. A lot of practice Senna Aegis has had with the wheels. And will it pull a little stoppy as well? Jack Miller style? Not quite. Down towards turn number 5. A big shout out to Alberto Suda as well. A long lap penalty, and also challenged this man on screen, Senna Aegis, in the opening few laps before his long lap penalty. He comes across the line for his first podium of the season in second spot, ahead of Xavi Carlos, who returns to the podium for the second time this year. But Senna Aegis, there is not enough you can say about him. Super Senna, he has been on form, and there is a brilliant exchange between Suda and Rato as well. Rato congratulating his fellow countryman Alberto Suda on a first podium here in the Moto2 European Championship after what has been a very, very difficult season in 2022 in the Moto3 World Championship, with injuries picked up and missing a lot of rounds through those injuries as well. He picked up 1 point in the Moto3 World Championship, and it was here at the Algarve International Circuit back in 2021, and as a stand-in rider as well. Xavi Carlos, the Andorran rider on the number 18 promo racing bike, he's back on the podium. He really does like it here in Portugal. He picked up a second place in Estoril and rounds at number 1. He picked up a podium here 1 year ago in race number 2, and he picks up another podium here in Portimao with a great little stoppie for good measure as well as he comes into pit lane. He's an absolute character, as Xavi Carlos, a very, very popular character in the Junior GP paddock as well. So he will be starting off the celebrations down in Park Fermi. But everyone will be chasing the Super Senna Aegis, the number 81 machine from Australia, who has just consolidated his advantage at the top of the championship as well. So Carlos pulls into Park Fermi. You can see Chris Jordan is already down there waiting to talk to this man, Senna Aegis, in a few minutes' time. Somewhat subdued celebrations from the Liqui Moly Husqvarna junior team. That's because they're just so used to winning. This has become run-of-the-mill for the team and Senna Aegis. That's his 4th win from 5 races in 2023 so far. The minor blip of Jerez has been put firmly to the back of his mind with that incredible performance. 11.788 was his winning advantage at the end. He was out for a Sunday cruise in the last few laps, but he was the only rider consistently in the 143 bracket as well. Probably the happiest rider down in Park Fermi is the rider that isn't even there yet, will be Alberto Suda, because he's picked up what's been a truly incredible first podium here, and with not having to serve a long lap penalty in race number 2, he could potentially take the fight to Senna Aegis, and we hope that Carlos Tata, he will be back out in race number 2 here today as well, after his checkup in the medical centre after a nasty crash into turn number 1 on lap number 2. So Alberto Suda pulls into Park Fermi. He'll be flowing with emotions any moment now, congratulating his team Chiati Bosco Scuderia machine, and they are overjoyed with that one. Incredible performance by the number 67. The Italian Alberto Suda, he will be picking up a brilliant, hard-fought second-place trophy when he goes to the podium. But it's first place for Senna Aegis, and a photo that will firmly go into the photo album back home in Australia, as the Australian fans are here in their droves as well, cheering on Senna Aegis. The flags are flying, and Australia has a little superstar on their hands, and you can imagine that he'll be moving up into the World Championship before you know it. Just newly turned 18 years old, and this is a replay of the start and how the action kicked off. So Carlos Tata from second spot in the grid got a bit of a wheelie off the line, and Xavi Carlos was alongside him down into turn number 1, but it was number 67 of Alberto Suda that would slot into second mere moments later. Sideways action from Senna Aegis, poetry in motion down into turn number 1. But this is the winning moment, coming across the line to see the checkered flag for the 4th time in 2023. Looks over his shoulder, wondering where everyone else is as he punches the tank in celebration. Thankfully, unlike Xabi Zurutuza in JuniorGP, he was not punching a hole in the screen with that one. He maybe gave it a good go as he rounded turn at number 1 as well. But yeah, just patting his Liquid Moly Husqvarna Moto2 machine as a job well done by both rider and bike in race number 1. But he's down in Park Fermi with our very own Chris Jordan, and he's got all of the reactions from Senna Aegis.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Here with our race winner from race 1 in Moto2 European Championship. Senna, back on the top step, 4th time this season. You've extended your championship advantage. How are you feeling after the race, and how do you feel it sets you up for the rest of the day?
No, we're feeling great. I didn't expect the first couple laps of the race, so I got passed by a rider that has just arrived in the championship. I thought it was Carlos coming through, but once I settled into my rhythm, I'm super happy with my middle part of the race, and I think we learned a lot for this afternoon to see this rhythm in this afternoon. And yeah, thank you to the entire Husqvarna, Liquid Moly, Intact GP junior team for their work this weekend. Thanks to my family here, some extended family here to watch this weekend, and after Earth it was a difficult weekend and we're back on top where we belong, so hope to repeat this in the afternoon.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So this is how Senna Aegis wrapped up victory number 4 in 2023. The lights went out and he got the whole shot into turn number 1 with Carlos Tatai and Xavi Cardeluz close behind. Alberto Sura slotted into 4th spot just before sweeping past both Tatai and Cardeluz into 2nd spot as Tapia went round the outside of Tatai. But it was Tatai that had this huge moment into turn number 1 and lap number 2. Hopefully he'll be out in race number 2. Check up in the medical centre as he is hoping to be back in action later on today. The battle for 2nd enraged after Alberto Sura came through for a long lap penalty, but he's quickly made his way through the pack and back into 2nd ahead of Garcia, Tapia and Cardeluz. As he pulled away, it was Tapia that was chasing behind ahead of Garcia and Cardeluz. Cardeluz would then carve his way through into 3rd spot, but no such problems for Senna Aegis as he was rocking at the front of the field. This was close action for 4th spot between Tapia and Garcia as they almost came to blows on the start-finish straight, with Tapia retaking 4th spot into turn number 15. A few more laps remaining and it was Alberto Sura that opened up the advantage as Garcia would then retaliate into turn number 1 ahead of Tapia. These two having a great scrap as Tapia came over the crest of the hill into Craig Jones' corner, retaking that. It wouldn't be the last time that those two would swap positions, but it would be Senna Aegis who would round the final corner for a 4th time in 2023 for another race victory as he would look over his shoulder to see that no one was behind him. And Senna Aegis, your victor here today, popped a wheelie for good measure, and he will be hoping to repeat that in race number 2. Just behind them, it was Alberto Sura picking up his first podium ahead of Xavi Cardeluz. But it was all emotions and all celebrations for your race winner, Moto2 European Championship, race number 1 for Senna Aegis.
O pódio representante da equipa vencedora, Steffi.
So the team representative for the Liquid Moly Husqvarna JuniorGP team comes to the podium. And then your 3rd place rider, Xavi Cardeluz, and Doran rider takes another podium here in Portugal. His 2nd of the season. And then the 1st of the season, Senna Aegis didn't expect him to come up the inside so early on in the race. He couldn't quite believe it as well as Alberto Sura takes his first podium in the Moto2 European Championship, but his 5th podium of the year, his 4th race victory in 2023. Senna Aegis is back on the top step of the podium. The CEO of the Autodromo International do Algarve hands over the trophy to the team representative. Big smiles all round. That is a team that is at the top of their powers at the moment here in the Moto2 European Championship. And Xavi Cardeluz, another 3rd place here in Portimao, repeating the honours that he had 1 year ago. He takes 3rd spot and he'll be looking for more silverware in race number 2.
Alberto Sura entrega o troféu Pedro Ribeiro. O FIM JuniorGP Chief Steward.
The FIM JuniorGP Chief Steward Pedro Ribeiro hands over the second place trophy to Alberto Sura. He'll be looking for more of that in race number 2. And the only rider that gave Senna Aegis anything to think about will be hoping for a repeat later on today. First Vice President of the FBM hands over the trophy to your race winner, Senna Aegis, on top of the podium. And we will hear the Australian National Anthem ring out across the Algarve International Circuit once more. Congratulations all round for your top 3 on the podium. Senna Aegis, Alberto Sura and Xavi Cardelus take the honours in race number 1 here at the Autodromo do International Algarve. They will be back in action at 3 p.m. local time for race number 2. And can anyone stop the man on top? Your championship leader, Senna Aegis. Alberto Sura, Chris, he put up a good fight, so he'll be hoping to do that again without the long lap penalty in race number 2.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic ride from the Italian. Coming through the long lap penalty, now he showed he had a little bit of pace to go with him at the beginning. If he can produce the same start from P5 on the grid, then it will be a very, very interesting race 2.
Yeah, we look forward to race number 2 coming up a little bit later on after race 2 of Junior GP, which will be hitting track at 2 p.m. local time. And Moto3 out at 3 p.m. as the top 3 stand for the celebratory photos. And this is how the standings looked after race number 1.
So Aegis is your victor, with Sura and Cardelus completing the podium. Marco Tapia bested Roberto Garcia in that battle for the P4 spot. Mattia Ratto ahead of Nicolo Antonelli, who came from the back of the grid. Alex Toledo, Yeray Ruiz picking up very strong point-scoring finishes. Mattia Volpi completes the top 10 ahead of Sam Wilford, who was in that battle for 7th but dropped out. Gerard Riu, Francesco Mongiardo, Kyle Paz and Unai Oradre complete the point-scoring positions. Maxwell Bertrand Toth, Philip Rehacek just miss out, while Shannon Inta, Charles Aubry and Eduardo Montero complete your finishers. Carlos Tatai, our best wishes with him after his big crash. Same as Harrison Vaught, we hope to see him in race 2. Peter Bershakirski, the other DNF rider.
So this is how your championship looks after race number 1 here at Portimao. 116 points for Senna Aegis, 49 clear of Mattia Ratto. Carlos Tatai, as Chris said, we wish him the best. He is now 55 points behind the championship leader ahead of Xavi Cardelus, Yari Ruiz and Alberto Sura after his first podium moves up into 6th spot. Nicolo Antonelli in 7th ahead of Alex Toledo and Roberto Garcia rounding out your top 9. Marco Tapia, he finished 4th in race number 1. He's in 10th spot ahead of Sam Wilford. Finished 11th in the race. He is 11th in the standings, just ahead of Juan Rodriguez. Harrison Voigt, he crashed out of race number 1. He's in 13th ahead of Mattia Volpi and Une Oradri. Francesco Morgiardo, he's in 16th ahead of Jared Riu, with Kyle Paz on 10 points and 18th ahead of Martin Bukarek and 19th ahead of Piotr Bishakiski and 20th, rounding out the top 20 in the championship standings. Sitting pretty at the top of the standings and taking all the honours in race number 1 for Moto2 European Championship was Senna Aegis. He will be looking to make it a double in Portimao. Moto2 will be back out on track and in action at 3 p.m. local time, but do not go anywhere as we have European Talent Cup coming up next. of the European Talent Cup takes place in the south of Portugal, the Algarve, known for its huge tourism, stunning landscape, and this weekend creating the stars of the future on the road to MotoGP. Nine right-handers and 7 left make up 16 corners of the 4.68 kilometres Algarve extravaganza at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Mats Keelis comes into this round only 1 point clear of Brian Uriarte, with both riders having taken 3 wins apiece in 2023. Uriarte took the spoils at the roller coaster 1 year ago, so he would be confident in doing the same again here today. However, breaking news coming into this weekend. Brian Uriarte was ruled out of action this weekend after suffering a break in his left arm 2 weeks ago while training on a mini GP bike. And Chris, this takes a sting out of what is shaping up to be, or what was shaping up to be, an absolute championship in the European Talent Cup for the ages.
Yeah, Brian Uriarte's absence is a massive shame. He has been box office on track this season. You covered him down in Jerez with our good colleague Jack Gorst, and he was sensational on that final lap. The excitement in the commentary box, I thought the windows were going to fall down. I thought the two of you were going to jump outside. Some of the moves he was pulling off was ridiculous. He did the same in Estoril, where I had the fortune to watch it. The good fortune to watch it in the flesh, taking 2 wins on the line. So yeah, it's a huge opportunity for Max Keelis. Brian Uriarte's absence is a huge, huge shame. But on the flip side, every grey cloud has a silver lining. There is only one ETC race today, so maybe he has opted to sacrifice today in the hopes that he will be back for Catalonia.
I can confirm after that second race of the European Talent Cup, me and Jack Gorst had to have to bring up some oxygen masks into the commentary box to get our breath back after that one. But anyway, with Brian Uriarte out of action for this one, this is what happened in Jerez, and it was one of the best races of the season, and it was a great start there from Mats Keelis, as there was a lot of chopping and changing throughout the entirety of the field, with Mats Keelis leading the way ahead of Brian Uriarte, Dodo Boggio also in the fight, and Guido Pini. Hakim Danish crashed out early on, but it was Guido Pini that took the lead into turn number 8. Mats Keelis would quickly retaliate and slip Pini down into second spot. But it was Keelis that led away over the line ahead of Uriarte and Boggio, but a 1-place penalty for Boggio on the line after exceeding track limits. He dropped down to 4th spot. Race number 2 got underway in the searing heat of the afternoon sunshine in Jerez. And the 4 from the first race were met with Hakim Danish, but Hakim Danish crashed out on the final lap, leaving Uriarte to sweep around the outside in the overtake of the season for race win number 3. So Brian Uriarte out of action this weekend after taking a sensational victory in Jerez during race number 2. 29 degrees air temperature, 37 degrees track temperature. It's come down another couple of degrees since the Moto2 race. But thankfully, Brian Uriarte, we did speak to his team manager down in the Monlau Neutrala Galicia team, Kev Coughlin, who was saying yesterday that he was 70% ready to ride this weekend, but decided to sit this one out in the hope to be fully fit for Montmello in just 2 weeks' time, where he will be hoping to re-establish himself at the front of the field and chip away at Mats Keelis' championship lead. But this has given Mats Keelis an absolutely brilliant chance of extending his championship lead, and he does so from what has been a new lap record-breaking pole position here yesterday as well. Mats Keelis starts on pole position for the 3rd time this season, and he'll be looking to convert that into his 4th victory of 2023. The 2021 champion was a little bit off form, so to speak, in 2022, but he's come back in 2023 with an absolute bang. And this is what he had to say after qualifying yesterday.
We did 2 qualifyings. The first one was very good. I was getting a lot of rhythm. I went slowly all the training. I wanted to be with rhythm and with everything, and yeah, I'm very happy. Then the qualifying 2, I went as well lonely. I used the 2 new tires, so I only went to do like a simulation of race. Yeah, I got rhythm and pushing, and yeah, I'm very happy. I did the pole position, so yeah, tomorrow I'm excited for the race, and I will try to push and try to win.
Trying to win is the aim of the game for Max Keeles after setting a new all-time lap record in the European Talent Cup class, a 1:50.140. He is the rider that everyone is chasing, and Max Keeles on the number 28 Aspar Junior machine is on for what could be a championship extending race here today if he stays out of trouble. He rolls up to pole position, and Max Keeles aiming for another victory, his 4th victory of the season and his 6th podium from 2 pole positions. 124 points. He leads the championship by 1 point over Brian Uriarte, who is not taking part here this weekend. And as Chris said, it is good that there's only one race in store this weekend for European Talent Cup. For Uriarte to miss just the one race is absolutely better than the 2. So Uriarte going from pole position, and the reigning champion Guido Pini sporting that number 1 from 2nd spot on the grid. He'll be hoping to make it number 1 here today. Only 3 podiums so far this season, no race wins, but he has been incredibly consistent and very unlucky to have just missed out on the race victory in race number 2 back in Jerez. One of the stars of the future for Italian sports, and he will be looking to emblazing that number 1 on top of the top step of the podium here today. Rico Salmela, he's on the outside of the front row on the number 27 machine. He's bounced back to form after not really having too good of a time of it in the last few rounds. 2 podiums so far this year, sits 3rd in the championship, a 2nd and a 3rd place. Chris, there's only one more spot on the podium he needs to add to, and he'll be looking for that today. 1st spot.
Yeah, chasing that breakthrough win. Hopefully for him it comes today, but he has got some stiff competition. Rounding out the front row, but from the 2nd row you've got the likes of Hakim Danish, Rush Mudley, who's been very impressive, and on the 3rd row Dodo Baggio. From what we've seen so far this year, it's been the Max Keeles, Brian Uriarte, Guido Pini and Dodo Baggio show.
Yeah, and Dodo Baggio is the only one that's been given the wooden spoon so far. 5 races in a row, 4th spot. He'll be desperately trying to get on the podium, as he did in Jerez, but exceeded the track limits on the final lap in race number 1 and was dropped back down into 4th spot.
Yeah, just saw Jesus Rios on the grid. Interesting possibilities for him at the head of the 2nd row. He's picked up a P5, his best result of the season so far, so he hopes to go with that lead group.
A big wave to the camera from Hakim Danish. Double DNF back in Jerez last time out. He'll be hoping to put that all behind him. He was battling for what would have been a sensational 1st victory in the European Talent Cup back in Jerez, but unfortunately grabbed too much front brake into Pedrosa corner and tucked the front just as he took the lead. Thankfully, he never took out any other rider, but Hakim Danish, well, he'll be one to watch. And we always know that he does get really stuck in to the fight in the front pack.
Yeah, very desperately unlucky in Jerez. He crashed out while trying to move up the inside in that brilliant last lap battle. He was the first one to fall. Very disappointing for him. He'll be looking to bounce back here in Portimao, get back on the podium for the first time since the opening race of the season. South African rider then, Rush Mudley here, 5th place, 8th place, but he's got 4 non-finishes in a row. Let's see if he can turn his luck around.
The speed is there for Rushi Mudley, and we know the speed is definitely there. And also the Red Bull Rookies Cup, where he has taken a podium so far this year, and he'll be hoping to do that as well with his 1st podium in the European Talent Cup. Rushi Mudley, the South African, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the Binder brothers, Brad and Darren Binder, and making it all the way to the top of the World Championship in MotoGP in the coming years. And one rider we think will be on his way to, well, the very tippy top of the motorsport and 2 wheels will be Max Keeles, because in his corner he has probably the biggest name in 2-wheeled motorsport at the moment. Max Marquez has really taken Max Keeles under his wing and really shown him the ropes.
Yeah, super learning curve for him as he gets the chance. He's had an excellent Rookies Cup campaign as well. Angel Piqueras from the Junior GP class has won that, but Keeles hasn't been far away either. He's put in a series of strong performances as we look at Guillaume Plonk.
Yeah, Guillaume Plonk starting from 10th place on the grid. The French rider has been well and truly in the mix for the top few positions in the last couple of races. Well, back in Jerez, he was really in the fight, but just missing out on some of those big points as well. What can he do from 10th on the grid? And Guillaume Plonk really starting to show his form. The number 71 as well, he's a little bit further back down the grid, and he'll be hoping to well, convert some of those points. Only 5 points he has at the moment. Hamid Al Sahuti, who picked up a good run of form from Portimao 1 year ago onwards. He was really, really inside the top 10 from that moment onwards. So Hamid Al Sahuti on the number 71 Team Impala Honda. He will be looking for more points, and 11th place, his best result, and he managed to get that at the Algarve, so equaling his best result from earlier on in the year. So he managed to get an 11th place in the Algarve 1 year ago as well.
Yeah, hopefully a return to Portugal sees him pick up for some more points for the young Qatari rider. Emmanuel Brinton then, he's a little further back, but hopefully will be targeting some points. As we can see, he's 17th in the championship, 12 points to his name. He's got a 9th place finish in Valencia. We saw him pick up 11th as well last time out, so he's making progress this season.
He really is. He's had a bit of a difficult time so far this year. He was showing great consistency in 2022. However, he managed to pick up a first race win of the season in the British Talent Cup at Knockhill just 2 weeks ago. So we hope that's given him a lot of confidence and given him a boost coming into the European Talent Cup race here today in Portimao. So Max Quiles, as cool as you like under that umbrella there, just getting some shade, keeping the sun off him before he goes for 14 laps of European Talent Cup action. And you might notice someone that's holding his umbrella is a rider that could have been champion 1 year ago, Joel Esteban, currently competing in the Junior GP. He is there alongside Max Quiles.
So, your starting grid for the European Talent Cup race here in Portimao sees Max Quiles on pole ahead of Guido Pini and Rico Salmela. Rios, Danish and Mudley complete the second row. Dodo Baja, Alcina and Donoso on row 3. Planck, Fernandez and Gutierrez complete row 4. Next one back we have Torres, Al Sahuti and Gonzalez, Pugliese, Roman and Ferrandez all the way back in P18. That's your 6th row of this race. With Thompson, Perez, Daniel further back. Brinton then launches 22nd, Liguri 23rd, Pantielakis 24th, and then Ronine, Agostinelli, Van Tricht and Valentino Herlich. Perron, Bellon coming through the last chance race. And Liam, a very familiar name at the very back of the grid. A little bit of housekeeping just to update you on. Casey O'Gorman has been handed a penalty and starts from the back.
Yeah, disaster there for Casey O'Gorman. On the first weekend that he's with his new team, the Super Hugo 44 team, he is with this weekend. And we imagine for the rest of the season, Casey O'Gorman and the Vision Track team have parted company in the gap between Jerez and here in Portimao as well. So some tensions going on behind the scenes, and both have amicably parted ways during the middle of the season. So fingers crossed that both Casey O'Gorman and the Vision Track racing team can both have a successful end to the season, because both are great riders, absolutely fantastic riders, and both are great teams as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Casey is an absolute talent in the making. He looks like he has got goods to go far in this business, and he is definitely one to watch in this race. The number 67 starts at the back of the grid, but let's see where he finishes up. 30 degrees Celsius here in Portimao. Track temperature has dropped to 38 degrees, so might help out with tyre wear a little bit, but it is still an absolute scorcher out there.
It really is indeed. It's certainly something that I would not like to be standing out in the sun at the moment, because with my skin, I'd be burning away to an absolute crisp within a matter of moments. So the European Talent Cup riders all make their way over the crest of the hill. We can imagine there'll be lots of action as they plunge down towards Craig Jones Corner in the prevailing laps of this race. 30 riders on the grid. There usually is more throughout the entire weekend. On Sunday morning, we do have quite a lot of riders out in something called a last chance race, and 3 of those riders always make their way through to the main race, which is about to be starting in a few moments' time. The number 27 of Rico Salmela just takes the long lap penalty loop. Hopefully that is something he will be not serving in the race itself. But there's a championship order, and it is Max Quiles that does lead it over Brian Uriarte, but it's not 26 points. It could be 26 points today if Quiles does win, but it's 1 point at the moment.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Uriarte out of the running here, taking no chances, having picked up an injury training on MiniGP machine. Hands a massive opportunity then to Max Quiles, who leads Uriarte in the standings by a solitary point, with the next closest rider, Rico Salmela, still waiting that win, but he is 50 points even further behind Max Quiles.
So Max Quiles, he's been given a chance on a golden plate here today with his main championship rival, Brian Uriarte, out of contention. What can he do? Can he extend it to 26 points, or can the likes of Guido Pini, Rico Salmela, Dodo Boggio all take the fight to your championship leader, your 2021 European Talent Cup champion? As the rest of the riders, all 30 of them, it's a big grid here today in the Algarve in Portimao. So as the rest of the riders line up on the grid, we look at Max Quiles, as cool a customer as you can get. The green flag waves at the back. The red flag will be pulling off to the left-hand side of the screen any moment now, just now, and we will be waiting for the red lights to come on to signal the start of what will be 14 laps of enthralling European Talent Cup action, which begins now. Great start there from the middle.
Stall on the line from third place, Enrico Salmela.
Salmela, disastrous start from third place on the grid. Great start there from Pini and also Quiles, and one of the riders from the mid-pack of the grid as well. Jesus Rios, I believe, on the number 54 machine. He's come through to second, but Pini's shuffled him back at the start. That's the number 24.
Guillaume Blanc has shot up from P10 on the grid.
We knew it was going to be good, didn't we? Incredible from Guillaume Blanc, already in the fourth, just behind Jesus Rios, chasing his first podium as well. But leading the way for now, it's Max Quiles ahead of Guido Pini. These two are the two to watch. They've set in the pace so far this weekend as Pini looks up the inside of Quiles into turn number 5. The number 1 hits the first spot, and we're all cleanly through. We hope turn number 5, no repeat of what happened 1 year ago. So it's all clean as you like on the opening 5 corners of the European Talent Cup, with Guido Pini leading the way.
Yeah, Pini's taken, and here we come up the inside. Rios is off to a flyer in this event. He's now pushed himself up further in that podium battle, but he's side by side Quiles as they trail on Guido Pini.
The number 33, Enzo Bellon, at the back of the pack. He was one of the riders to come through the last chance race here today. So the number 33 on the BS Racing machine is running out the 30th position on the grid. So Casey O'Gorman, he's already climbed up the order, and he's already inside the top 20, the young Irishman, with his new team, Super Hugo 44 team. But at the front for now, it's Guido Pini, who is ahead of what is a very animated and punchy Jesus Rios in this opening lap, ahead of Max Quiles. And Guillaume Blanc, we're looking at him on the grid as someone to watch out for, and he really has come through the field, but he's actually dropped a few places further back. As Rishi Moodley on the 21 Finetwork Mirror Junior team machine, he is now in fourth, but Max Quiles comes alongside and is 3 abreast for second, third and fourth. And here comes Rishi Moodley. They're slipstreaming past. Guido Pini's getting swallowed up in this battle. 5, 6, 7 abreast down towards turn number 1. And here comes Salmela after a disastrous start. He's already in the top group in the number 26 machine as well. Oh, Paul Alsina
is off to a flyer. Absolutely ballsy move going into turn 1, and he's taken the podium place, provisional podium place. He runs it a little bit wide there. Contact between Quiles and Rios. And Quiles then pushes back out front. It's all action, elbows are out everywhere here in the European Talent Cup, but Quiles leads.
Oh, amazing stuff in the European Talent Cup. If you've just tuned in, you're in for a cracker here with 13 laps remaining. Quiles leads it from Rios.
Guido Pini's out of the seas
as well. And Salmela's looking up the inside. He's not done it. And just behind them, we've got Edu Gutierrez as well. Edu Gutierrez, he's come into the top 10. A great start there from the number 14 machine as well. So come down towards Craig Jones' corners. Max Quiles has opened up a couple of bike lengths advantage. That's probably the safest thing he can do. He doesn't want to get involved in this. Here's that moment again. Quiles and Rios. Oh, that could have been
into the side of him.
That's a great way of putting it. And then we've got Alsina as well, who almost rubbing elbow to knee slider with Rios. But thankfully, all riders have made it through so far as clean as you like.
Yeah, Quiles, this is exactly where he wants to be, out front. We've already seen him do it a couple times this year. Once he gets out front and sets a hot pace, there is nobody going to catch him. So we need to keep an eye on Jesus Rios, Guido Pini, and a couple of the riders trailing in behind, that they do not let him out of their sights. He's already opened a couple gap.
There's a rider you might see in the back of your screen flashing into the background there on a yellow machine. It's a very familiar name, but a very unfamiliar machine. The number 67 of Casey O'Gorman, already from 30th up inside the top 10. He's in 9th spot as he come across the line to start lap number 3. But who is going to lead into turn number 1? Here comes Salmela. Oh, big move from Rios. He had a big
He's
tax
still
lap.
going. He's managed to save it. He's managed to keep himself upright, but he's dropped about 3 positions as they come through turns 2 and 3.
Oh, that could have been scary stuff there from Rios, but thankfully got it all collected before they tipped it into turn at number 1. But he has lost a few positions there. He's just behind Rishi Moodley on the 21 Finetwork FIM Junior Team machine. But it's at the front, as you were. It's still Max Keeler as it leads away from now. Rico Salmela and Guido Pini.
Yeah, Keela is still out front. They've managed to cut down that gap that he had opened up. Guido Pini has dropped down to 3rd. So it's settled into a little bit of a rhythm now. As we look at here, as Keela still leads, is he going to try and move up the inside? Not quite, but Guido Pini then also looking to get the hooks into the 2 riders ahead of him, Pau Alsina and Max Quiles.
Some riders running on the green there coming out of turn number 8 over the crest of the hill. We must watch out for some track limits warning coming your way. But for now, all seems clean and all seems the way of the best way about it is first place by Max Quiles.
I thought you were going to pull out an Avatar reference.
I was about to there, but I had to pull it back because, well, you can easily slip an Avatar reference in, and I'm not a fan of Avatar, so I'll pull that back. Oh, a bit of a moment there from Rios and Casey O'Gorman. They've come to blows
look
already.
Up the inside, not quite close enough, but yeah, Rios, Pini, they're... It's all action here, but Quiles is keeping his powder dry out front. He hasn't quite opened up the gap that he has done in previous races. He's got Pau Alsina hot on his heels. Guido Pini's in trouble now for 3rd place. I think that's Rico Salmela trying to move up the inside of him.
Incredible bit of stuff by Casey O'Gorman.
Salmela is in P2 and PD has just lost out to Alsina. I'm losing track of everybody. It's chopping and changing so much, Liam.
There must have been about 70 overtakes already, just inside the top 5 so far on lap number 4 we begin.
And in 5th spot has dropped behind.
And in 5th spot we have Casey O'Gorman on the Super Hugo 44 team. So if you're just joining us, he is on the yellow machine and he's with his new team and already giving them something to shout about in 5th spot. And Chris, I must remind you, he's come all the way from 30th on the grid and he's already inside that top 5, climbing all over the back of Guido Pini for 4th. A bit of a moment there for Rico Salmela. He was out the seat, looks over his shoulder. Max Quiles retakes the lead and slotting in behind them is the art box of Pau Alsina. So Pau Alsina is having an absolute cracker here today, and Salmela, the fastest lap of the race, of 151.318 for the young Finnish rider there as he plunged down the hill into Craig Jones' corner. Another lap, 10.5 laps remaining of what is an absolute scorcher of a European Talent Cup race as Alsina looks up the inside, but you've got to get up very early in the morning to outbreak Max Quiles into turn number 11.
Yeah, Alsina has an absolutely cracking ride here. He's on for a season best result, a comfortably season best result if he can maintain running with this lead group, as is that Casey O'Gorman shooting up the inside. He says, hello boys, I'm part of the fun here now too.
He is part of the fun. He's ready to party as Casey O'Gorman, and he's ready to take the fight to the top 4 in this race. Just behind them, he looks over his shoulder and sees Jesus Rios in 6th spot ahead of Dodo Boggio and Rishi Moodley. So Dodo Boggio's had quite a calm start to this one so far, but he's just winding the wick up. He's on the back of this group of 8 that seem to have broken away from the rest of the field. Across the line, ticking off another lap. Guido Pini
pushing up the slip. Yeah, he's got into the slipstream there, but will he make it stick coming into turn 1 on the right-hander? It doesn't look like he will.
Oh, wow.
Well, I spoke too soon. He hangs it around the outside. A couple long lap penalties for the number 70 and number 24.
Oh, that's such a shame. That's Guillaume Plonk. We were wondering why he got such a good start. Guillaume Plonk in the number 24 machine has a long lap penalty coming his way as well.
And Christian Daniel as well.
Such a shame for those two, especially Guillaume Plonk.
Guillaume Plonk has had an excellent start, but he has kind of dropped out of the picture just a little bit. He's back outside the points in P16. So fastest lap of the race so far, 150.709 from the South African rider Rush Moodley, who is running with this lead group. But it is all about the Aspar team up front with Max Quiles, Stray Galicia rider Rico Salmela hot on his heels, with Pau Alsina also there on the Artbox machine. Guido Pini running there, the reigning champion.
Just to put into context, that fastest lap that just flashed up on your screen from Rushi Moodley, a 1:50.709, and that is a new best race lap record. That is half a second quicker than Brian Uriarte's best race lap record from 1 year ago. So the pace isn't just scorchy out there, it is really, really hot.
Salmela is hanging the inside on Quiles.
Wow, what a pass on Max Quiles. I must stop talking about stuff that's going off in terms of lap times and just look at the action on track, because every time I look away, something else changes. And here
he's
goes Max
back up on
Quiles
the
as
inside
well.
on the double right-hander. Is he going to make it stick over the front line? No, Salmela has control coming into the final corner, running it over uphill now on a drive to the line. Will Quiles slip into the slipstream and take the lead coming into turn 1? This is something to keep an eye on with the Moto3 machinery on these ETC bikes. How important will slipstream be over the line? Well,
here comes
there
O'Gorman.
we go. Casey O'Gorman fires out into the front.
Wow, Casey O'Gorman fires into the lead of this race. The number 67
from back to front.
From back to front, indeed. From the back end to the tippy top of this European Talent Cup race, Max Quiles has a little sniff up the inside in turn number 3. Cannot make it stick. He's hanging around the outside of Casey O'Gorman. Pini in third, ahead of Salmela. And a bit of a moment there as well, Chris, as you just said there, for the rider. Oh, Dodo Boggio and Pau Alsina coming to blows almost elbow to elbow. 2 for 1 for Dodo Boggio, passes Alsina, and also Jesus Rios into turn number 5 for 6 spots. Dodo Boggio, he is well and truly in this mix, and he's attacking everyone. And here goes for Rushi Moodley as well. Oh, he hasn't made it stick there, but Dodo Boggio, he is well up for his first podium of the season. Another 4th spot, Chris. He will be desperately trying to end that run of 4th places.
Yeah, Pau Alsina is at the back of this group as well. He was right in the thick of that podium battle, and he was dropped back to 7th place or 8th place, I think.
Pini.
And here comes Guido Pini up the inside. Cracking move that to take the lead in this race. But is Max Quiles going to respond? Maybe not. He's got Casey O'Gorman for company around the turn 12 left-hander, and Quiles now does make that move with Salmela jumping up into 3rd place, but Guido Pini responds immediately. Who's got the drive coming in to turn 14? It's going to be Max Quiles ahead of Pini, or is it Pini? It's got a tighter line, hits the apex a little bit later, driving over the front start straight once again, or coming into it now, uphill drive to line.
You can't be doing that.
Max Quiles, this is a cracking
incredible
battle between the two champions in this class, the reigning champion and the former champion from 2021. It's the former champion and 2021 champion Max Quiles who leads over the line.
The cream of the crop in European Talent Cup over the last few years have hit the front again. Here comes Casey O'Gorman around the outside, but as Quiles still leads away, Dodo Boggio up the inside. Oh, I thought he was about to go for 4th, but he slipped all the way back to 7th. Bit of a moment out there on the curve for Casey O'Gorman. He slips back as well, and it's all chopping and changing. It doesn't change every single corner here, Chris. It changes about 3 times a corner. So there's no point looking away from the screen because it's all action from European Talent Cup. Casey O'Gorman, after that moment out on the curve, has slipped all the way back to 8th spot behind Pau Alsina, but he's already looking up the inside into turn number 5. Can he get the Spanish rider on the brakes? No, he can't, but it's Dodo Boggio making some moves ahead of Jesus Rios. He's behind Rushi Moodley, so Rushi Moodley, he's well and truly in this pack, but we've not really said much about him because he just kept his powder dry, he's kept himself quiet, and he's slowly worked his way up inside the top 4. However, the top 3 look like they're making a little bit of a break. Quiles, Pini and Salmela.
Yeah, Quiles back in control. Your main protagonists so far this season, Quiles, Pini, and Rico Salmela has been part of those battling lead groups for a lot of races.
Oh, here comes Salmela.
Here he comes up the inside of the world, the reigning champion.
Yeah, great move there from the Finnish rider late on the brakes. We've seen that a few times from Salmela. A bit of bobble on the front end coming through the kink of turn 13. Pini back up the inside, doesn't make it stick as he has his nose chopped off by Rico Salmela on the number 27 machine, but sitting pretty at the front, not seeing any of this going on behind him, is still Max Quiles.
Yeah, Quiles exactly where he wants to be at the front of this race. He's going to lead over the line once again, but he's got Salmela and Pini in the slipstream behind him. Let's see, it's all going to chop and change. I'll put my house on that right now. It's all going to chop and change coming into turn 1. As Salmela slips in, he pulls the left wide line. Quiles leads over the line, but Salmela is now in front. Who will lead coming through turn 1? Pini just a little bit behind. Rush Moodley is also part of the conversation here, as is Dodo Boggio. Let's have a look. It's Quiles who takes the advantage coming in to turn 1.
So the interesting thing here is when Rico Salmela pulls out of the slipstream, he cannot slipstream past the number 28 of Max Kalis. 1 year ago, he was so diminutive. You would have said if he was in the slipstream or pulled out of the slipstream, he would just blast past, ripping the stickers off of that Aspire junior team machine. But not this year. He's going a little bit taller, and he must count in the slipstream as well, does the number 27 Finnish Raider in second spot. We look at Casey O'Gorman, who's got ahead now of both Pau Alsina and Rishi Moodley, as Pau Alsina runs off the track coming up turn at number 5. Nothing flashing up so far about track limits warning, but if he keeps doing that, he might incur the wrath of the stewards with only 6.5 laps remaining. This leading group of 3 has now become a leading group of 5 once more, with Casey O'Gorman trying to bridge the gap back into 6th spot. And will Rico Salmela look up the inside of Kalis? Yes, of course he will, but he won't make it stick. Kalis chops the front off of the number 27 Finnish Raider, and then Rishi Moodley is just behind Guido Pini with Dodo Boggio with a few tenths of advantage over Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, Rush Mudley is very much in this podium battle. He would end that podium race if he can get the better of Pini and Salmela ahead of him, and he's very much in it. But this is exhibitionary stuff from Keeles so far, as he leads once again coming around the final sector. And will he lead over the line? This is where we want to watch. What is the slipstream to the line going to be like coming out of turn 15? He led over last time. Salmela took the lead into turn 1, just coming into turn 1, just after the line. It looks like there won't be enough slipstream for them to make an effect on the last lap, so they may have to make a move a little bit earlier.
Closer between Boggio and Rishi Moodley. Boggio just chopping the nose off Rishi Moodley. Rishi Moodley had to sit up ever so slightly there. Thankfully, both are okay, and this has just brought Casey O'Gorman into the action, with Jesus Rios and Pau Alsina dropping off the back of this leading group ever so slightly, but looking great at the front, looking very calm with 5 and 3/4 laps remaining. It's still Max Kalis. Max Kalis is very happy to lead from the front, but after a few laps of, here comes Rico Salmela up the inside of Guido Pini, as clean as you like on the number 27 Estrella Galicia Monlau 00 racing machine, and Dodo Boggio as well. So this was a group that we saw back in the
having a little look up the inside, but he's not quite close enough to Pini as they come around turn 7 and turn 8. Yeah, the race has very much settled into a little rhythm here, with our lead group going back to Casey O'Gorman. Jesus Rios seems to have dropped off, as you said. I'm just trying to see his time. Yeah, he's losing a couple tenths in these sectors, and Boggio just has a little pop up the inside. He says, it's been settled down for too long, lads. Let's chop and change a little bit more.
So trying to look around the outside of Max Kalis in turn 13. That would have been very brave if he'd made that stick. Here comes
Rush Mudley up the inside of Guido Pini. Has he made it stick though? Pini, yeah, he forces Pini wide, and that opens the door for Casey O'Gorman then to come through. He's got the hanging around the outside of the Italian reigning champion, European champion. He won't make it quite stick, and that's why Pini is a champion. He shows exactly how to close the door, as Casey O'Gorman has a little look over his shoulder to see who is behind him. That is Jesus Rios, but you have a couple tenths on him, Casey.
Yeah, Rishi Moodley absolutely mugged your champion Guido Pini into turn at number 14, but here comes Dodo Boggio now. He's really winding the back up.
Swallowed up here.
Drive. Dodo Boggio as they come into turn number 1. Will be Kalis or Boggio leading the way? It looks like it'll be the number 28.
And Rush Mudley, Casey O'Gorman, both flying into turn 1.
Incredible stuff there.
At the expense of Guido Pini dropping back.
Yeah, I cannot believe Max Kalis made that move stick. That was incredible, as Rico Salmela dives up the inside of Dodo Boggio into turn number 3. So it is as you were as it came onto the front straight. It's the top 3 in the same positions as they were, with Max Kalis leading the way ahead of Salmela and Dodo Boggio. But here comes Salmela and Boggio looking up the inside of Max Kalis. They can't make it stick, and Rush Moodley just ahead of Guido Pini as well. Guido Pini looked like he was a little bit wide there coming up turn number 5, potentially running off the circuit, but we're not quite sure, as he just went off screen ever so slightly there. Casey O'Gorman looking up the inside of Guido Pini, shaping up a move but couldn't make it stick. With about 4.5 laps remaining, you could just feel the tension crest just starting to bubble away under the surface.
Yeah, Dodo Boggio has decided to throw a little bit of chaos into the mix by, here we go, is he going to try and move up the inside? Well, we'll flick back to the replay. We can look at Dodo Boggio wide left here. Keeles taking the left-hand line on our screen right, but he manages to cut it back in over ahead of Boggio and Salmela. Rush Mudley in behind is Casey O'Gorman also gets the move up the inside of Guido Pini. Back out front then, we're looking at Keeles, Salmela, and Rush Mudley has dropped into 3rd position. Where's Dodo Baggio gone? I missed him on the screens there.
Looks like he's dropped to second, is Dodo Baggio. Yes,
He must have had a moment. Guido Pini is back up now into the podium battle, just behind Rush Mudley, but it's opened up a little bit of a gap then to the top two as Rico Salmela and Max Quiles battle for the lead.
Yeah, these two know each other very well from European Talent Cup over the last couple of years, and of course Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. Does Rico Salmela and Max Quiles. They know the arsenal and each of each other's armory, do they both, and it's still Quiles that leads the way with Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman shoving up the inside of Rushi Mudley for 5th spot there, and Salmela having a little bit of a look up the inside of Quiles, not making it stick. He's just having a look for now, not really showing his hand just yet, but you feel if it was a last lap battle, he'd be letting off the brakes and shoving it up the inside, slamming the door shut on Max Quiles.
Yeah, very well said, but it is Quiles who is looked in control of this race. Salmela and Pini both having just a little look up the inside to see what was on, but Quiles is in control. He had enough space. Salmela just under a 1/10 of a second lost out on that last sector, but he is right all over that rear wheel. Casey O'Gorman then in 4th place, running in 4th just behind Pini. It looks like they might separate into two different battles here, the battle for victory and the battle for 3rd place. Casey O'Gorman, need we remind you, he came from 30th on the grid, is right in the podium battle here. Who is that having a little look up the side? It's Dodo Baggio coming a lunge up the inside at turn 9 to try get himself in position.
We have a moment here.
Guido Pini had a big moment.
So we're wondering why he was dropping back a little bit there. That's the reason. A little bit of a moment on the rear end. The tyre was screaming enough on the left-hand side of the corner there, and he has dropped a couple of bike lengths behind Rico Salmela, but however, already throughout this lap, he has begun to reel that gap back into the bag of Rico Salmela with only 3 laps to go. Cannot believe there's only 3 laps remaining of this race. It's been an absolute cracker so far underneath the scorching Algarve sunshine in Portugal. 3 laps to go to come across the line. Rico Salmela pulls out of the slipstream alongside Max Quiles, but we've seen in the past he cannot make it stick all the way down to turn number 1 as Max Quiles chops the front of the 27 to remain in the lead, and it's now Casey O'Gorman on the number 67 Super Hugo 44 team bike that's now in 3rd spot, but Pini's coming back. A late lunge from Pini, can't make it out, almost a late lunge from Rushi Mudley on Dodo Baggio into turn number 3, and look who's at the back of this group. Jesus Rios has slowly worked his way back into this leading battle, so do not count out Jesus Rios for a podium assault with only 3 laps to go. Pini up the inside of Casey O'Gorman. He makes a stick. That was clean. He doesn't repeat the moment he had 1 lap ago, and he remains firmly in that seat. And this is giving Dodo Baggio a run out of turn number 5 up the hill into turn number 6 for a look on Casey O'Gorman. But it is as you were. It's line astern for the moment with 7 riders, a 14-wheeler in this top group as they plunge over the top of the hill into Craig Jones' corner, and we've seen lots of action through this left-hander into the right of turn number 11. Will Dodo Baggio have a look? Well, Guido Pini, here comes Salmela.
Salmela up the
inside, not making it stick just yet.
Once again, brilliant stuff to cut off the front and give no inch to the chasing pack behind him.
Yeah, Guido Pini looking for a late lunge on Salmela. He's done into turn number 14. He's now winding up the wick. He knows there's only a few laps remaining of this one. He wants to take the attack to Max Quiles. A bit of a bobble there from Max Quiles on the front. Just saw his leg have a bit of a move there, a bit of a wobble, so maybe his front tire starting to scream enough. Casey O'Gorman once again just looking over his shoulder to see how many riders are in this leading group. Casey, I can tell you there's another 3 behind you, so with 2 laps to go, you don't want to be looking over your shoulder, but what he does want to do is take 3rd spot from Rico Salmela side by side. Here comes Baggio, he's on the red, he's almost touching the pit boards to come across the line, and Guido Pini is looking for Max Quiles, but here comes Casey O'Gorman, but late on the brakes, Max Quiles still.
And Rush Mudley is up into 3rd, he pulls a late lunge into turn 1. But at the front, it's still Quiles with 2 laps to go. Casey O'Gorman wants to get the hooks into him. As we come round turn 3, will he have an opportunity coming through turn 4 on the back straight into the run to turn 5? Rush Mudley, though, is taking 3rd place here of Guido Pini. Quiles has been brilliant. They get really, really close for comfort there, Mudley and Pini. Rico Salmela has dropped into 3rd place at the expense of Casey O'Gorman in 2nd, but Max Quiles is just brilliant out front. Nobody can get by him.
Rishi Moodley, another new fastest lap of the race in this group, a 150.5 new lap record in the race as well. So Rishi Moodley is now starting to wind up the wick, but Max Keeles, he's still sitting pretty in front, almost running onto the green.
Little wobble over the crest.
Yeah, if he were to do that in 1 lap's time, he would be demoted one position, would your race leader. Round the outside of Casey O'Gorman, up the inside comes Guido Pini and Boggio as well. Pini's taking second from Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman slips back. It's all action. Here comes Rishi Moodley round the outside of Salmel. But look at this. Max Keeles has almost a 3/10 advantage at the front as the rest of them are chopping and changing, and a shame there for Owen Van Treat. He's crashed out of this race with 2.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Pini now looking to get into Max Keeles just ahead of him. It seems none of this chasing pack can just get quite close enough to the Aspar Junior Team rider. He has been brilliant today.
Yeah, incredible stuff from your championship leader. All ready to open up this championship lead to 26 points off the absent Brian Uriarte. 1 lap to go of the European Talent Cup, the sole race here today in the Algarve. Max Keeles leads the way by 4/10 of a second over Guido Pini, chasing behind him. Casey O'Gorman looked to be making a move round the outside of the Italian. He's not, he has made it stick, has the Irishman. So the Irishman of Casey O'Gorman up to second. Here comes Pini attacking once again. It's all a battle for second now.
Max Keeles is out!
Keeles has gone
Keeles
down from the lead of the race. He was looking so comfortable and he's crashed out on the final lap. Keeles is out. He's trying to get that bike restarted, and that championship lead was about to open up to 26 points has gone, and that's left Pini in the lead of the race. Guido Pini chasing his first win of the year. Incredible drama here at Portimao.
Lyrical about the young Spaniard. He's been brilliant all race, and on the final lap he crashes out. Guido Pini, Rico Salmela and Casey O'Gorman were battling for second. Now they're battling for the victory.
Oh, he's distraught as Max Keeles. That championship advantage is still remaining. At one point we said Brian Uriarte missed this for a good reason, and he has, because he's still 1 point behind Max Keeles, but there's only a handful of corners to go. And Salmel look at the inside. Rishi Moodley round the outside of Casey O'Gorman. Guido Pini still leading the way.
Guido Pini, yeah, he's in the lead here. Rico Salmela behind him, and Casey O'Gorman looking to see if he can get a move into the final couple of corners. And Salmela makes one stick coming through turn 13. But on the cutback is Guido Pini, and he will lead into the final pair of right-handers.
Couple of corners to go. A corner and a half remaining for Guido Pini to take his first race win of the season. And second is Salmela, the winding up the wick, coming through the final corner. Dodo Boggio's in this as well.
Salmela's on the outside. Salmela's going on the outside. Is he going? He's not going to do it, is he?
Here comes Boggio. Boggio's gone. Here comes O'Gorman as well. And Dodo Boggio takes it on the line. O'Gorman and Pini. Pini just missed out once more. Such a shame. He led so brilliantly on the final corner, but Dodo Boggio is back to winning ways. He crashed out of the lead here 1 year ago, and that's a sorry sight
to see. Max
He's in tears. Such a shame for Max.
Agony and ecstasy in equal measure here in Portimao. We look at the ecstasy here. Dodo Boggio steals it at the final corner. Casey O'Gorman comes from 30th on the grid to take second place with 0.04 of a second. Guido Pini in third, and this is the agony. Max Keeles, excellent all race, led from majority of the race. We get into the final lap, just a couple sectors to go. He had been flawless, and he's cost himself 25 points. Brian Uriarte didn't participate today, but you'll be thinking this was a godsend for him.
An absolute win for Brian Uriarte. Not as much as an absolute win in the hands of Dodo Boggio, who was coming off the back of 5 straight 4th places, and he's finally taken the checkered flag first in 2023. Incredible performance by the number 47 on the Aspar Junior Team machine. His victory comes on the back of disaster and despair for his teammate Max Keeles, who slid out of a comfortable lead on the final lap. A big wave to the camera. He knows he's number 1. Dodo Boggio, you have done it. You are finally a race winner again at European Talent Cup in 2023. Well, you get more drama than European Talent Cup action. It is a stunner from start to finish, all the way through. And Dodo Boggio, who was leading the championship 1 year ago, coming into Portimao after his double victory in Jerez, crashed out of the lead on lap 1, and that started a run of results where he wouldn't finish another race again. Thankfully, 1 year ago, he picks up where he left off from the Jerez victories, and he's back to winning ways. And someone that has got a lot to be delighted about is Casey O'Gorman from 30th on the grid. He takes second place on the line, just 0.04 of a second off the race victory with his brand new team, the Super Hugo 44 team. He gives them their first podium of the season as well. He can't quite believe it. Casey O'Gorman on the number 67 machine, absolutely incredible result as well. And Guido Pini, he must feel hard done by, because that's 2 races in a row he's had victory snatched away from him on the final few meters. He gives it a big, oh well, I tried, and we'll move on to the next one. Guido Pini has the speed, he has the consistency, and that's what builds championships, just like he did last year. But I don't think anyone will be as happy as Casey O'Gorman with his brand new team, the Super Hugo 44 team, and congratulate and celebrate with their rider. And well, Super Hugo is in the name for Hugo Mayan, who we've unfortunately lost in the European Talent Cup back in Aragon in 2021. So that's a great result for the team, racing in memory of Hugo Mayan. And well, racing for absolute delight is your race winner here today, Dodo Boggio. Look at the celebrations and the scenes down in Parc Fermé. We will get to hear all of the race-winning insight from him with Chris in just a few minutes' time. But soak up the atmosphere, Dodo. You're back to race-winning ways. Everyone from the Junior GP paddock is running down to give Dodo Boggio big congratulations. A very popular rider is Dodo Boggio, a big star for the future. And, well, from elation to despair for his teammate Max Quiles, who, in scenes reminiscent to, here we go, this is the moment here, he just front end gave up on the last lap. He slid out of contention just off screen, and he couldn't believe it. He tried to get the bike restarted once more. That's a sight that we will not forget quickly in 2023. The emotions are running underneath that helmet. It's such a sad sight to see, but we know that Max Quiles will be back, and he will be back at the front once more in Barcelona and Montmello in just 2 weeks' time, where he will be one of the riders absolutely gunning for victory. And yeah, it was just such a shame to lose it in such a way on the final lap of the race. So one side of the garage will be in utter shock and despair, and the other side will be in elation with this victory here today. Dodo Boggio is finally back to race-winning ways, almost a full calendar year after his final win. And as he heads over to Chris Jordan, he will be sharing all of the emotions with our very tall and very linguistic Irishman in just a couple of minutes' time. So just outside your podium positions, Rico Salmela was in 4th ahead of Rishi Moodley, who set our best all-time lap record in the race, out of Jesus Rios. Paulo Alsina held on to 7th ahead of Guillaume Plonk, who served a double long lap penalty after jump start ahead of Benyat Fernandez and Alberto Fernandez, running out your top 10. So this is it, the photo finish. Well, not a photo finish for Dodo Boggio. He was clear and dry as he crossed the line, 400th of a second ahead of Casey O'Gorman and Guido Pini, with Rico Salmela just missing out by a couple of hundredths of a second. But Dodo Boggio is down in Parc Fermé and ready to talk with our very own Chris Jordan.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Here with your race winner in Portimao for the European Talent Cup. Dodo, finally, that breakthrough win. How are you feeling?
Wow, incredible. My first win of the season after a very long time did before, so I'm very happy. I have to tell thanks to the team because they do a very incredible work in this weekend, and I feel very well. We have to continue with this in Montmello. I have to tell thanks to all my sponsors, my family, la Federazione Italiana e i Talenti Azzurri.
Okay, and now in Italian for everyone watching back home.
È stata una gara incredibile. Abbiamo potuto provare poco a causa dei problemi giovedì e venerdì, ma siamo ugualmente arrivati al primo gradino del podio dopo un po' di sfiga e non sempre il risultato che speravamo. Abbiamo fatto 5 quarti in 6 gare e finalmente è arrivata la vittoria. Continuiamo così a Montmello e ringrazio tutti i miei sponsor, la mia famiglia, talenti azzurri e la federazione.
Congratulations, Dodo.
Big smiles for Dodo Boggio as he takes his first race win of the year. Incredible scenes, and you could see that he was absolutely knackered after that, looking like he's gone 7 rounds with a boxer in that one as well. But he will be celebrating tonight with his team, and commiserations to his teammate Max Keeles. So this is how it all played out in European Talent Cup here in Portimao. 14 laps of hard racing action got underway with Max Keeles leading the way ahead of Jesus Rios early on. Guillaume Plonk slotting into 4th, but he would eventually serve a double long lap penalty for jumping the start. Pau Alsina was also in the top group as well, battling for his first podium as Jesus Rios slammed up the inside of your championship leader into turn number 8. 8 abreast almost into turn number 1 at the end of the opening lap, and it was then Max Keeles who swooped into the lead as Pau Alsina went for 3rd. Contact between Rios and Keeles, that would shape up what was going to be the norm for this European Talent Cup to come here today. Guido Pini almost led the way at one stage as Rico Salmela looked to slot into the lead of the race as he did, and chopping off the nose into turn number 1 of your championship leader Max Keeles. Casey O'Gorman with his new team, the Super Hugo 44 machine, he was inside the top 5 as well, as Rico Salmela made a mistake at turn 5 but was quickly back up the inside of Max Keeles later on in the lap. Casey O'Gorman took the lead with a great move on Max Keeles into turn number 1 with his new team, but he wouldn't stay there for long as Max Keeles and Guido Pini would slot back up the inside of the Irishman with only a few laps to go. It was all action as the top 8 riders pulled away from the chasing group as Guido Pini was looking to assert his authority on the race with a look up the inside at turn number 16, but Keeles held his nerve and swooped around the outside to remain in the lead of the race. Rico Salmela slotted back into 2nd, and he wouldn't stay there for very long as Guido Pini once again came back at the finish rider, back into 2nd. It was all chopping and changing, but disaster and despair as championship leader and race leader Max Keeles slipped out of contention on the final lap. Tears were flowing, but as that would happen, it would be only a couple of corners to go as Guido Pini put himself in prime position for a race victory here today, but it wouldn't to be as on the run to line, Dodo Boggio got the slipstream and took the race win, his first race win of the season, ahead of Casey O'Gorman and Guido Pini slotting back into 3rd. Celebrations, ecstasy and delight for Dodo Boggio with his first race win, and you can imagine he'll be challenging for many more.
Terceira posição para Guido Pini.
So we already have the team representative on the podium. Guido Pini takes another podium, his 4th of the season, in 3rd spot. Casey O'Gorman flies the flag for Hugo Mayan, riding in memory of the young Spaniard that we lost, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. And the team set up in memory of a great talent as well. And another young talent that should be on his way on the road to MotoGP is Dodo Boggio, today's race winner. So the first vice president of the FPM hands over the trophy for the team representative, the winning constructor here today. And then also Guido Pini lifts atop his 3rd place. A big smiley character is Guido Pini. He knows that he'll be ready to take another, well, he'll be back in the action and definitely in the mix for more podiums and potentially race wins later on in the year. FIM JuniorGP Chief Steward hands over a very important podium in the first of the year to Casey O'Gorman, and you can imagine this can be the boost that he needed to really kickstart his season in 2023. But the biggest winner of the day in the European Talent Cup is Dodo Boggio. And the biggest smile on the podium as well. That looks like a weight off his shoulders. And we've heard it so many times in 2023, but the Italian national anthem. The Italian national anthem rings out across the Autodromo International do Algarve. One of the most catchy national anthems you can probably get, as the fizzy water is being sprayed. The riders on the podium far too young to be having any of that Prosecco Doc. It's an absolute scorcher out there today, so Casey O'Gorman sharing some of that water to cool off his team down below the podium as well. Guido Pini, yeah, it's a very warm day out there today, and well, thankfully for the European Talent Cup riders, they'll be thankful that it's only one race they have today underneath that blazing Portuguese sun. As they stand for the picture to be taken atop the podium, it's a picture that will live long in the memory for all three of the riders, because they've all got something to celebrate, especially in the hands of Dodo Boggio and Casey O'Gorman. And Guido Pini also closing in the lead of the championship, with Max Keelis crashing out and Brian Uriarte not here today. So this is how it looked at the end of 14 incredible laps. Dodo Boggio taking his first race win of the year ahead of Casey O'Gorman with his brand new Super Hugo 44 team. Guido Pini just missing out on victory, and 800s further back is Rico Salmela ahead of Rushi Midley, Jesus Rios and Pau Alsina ahead of Guillaume Plonk after serving a double long lap. Came across the line in 8th out of Benyat Fernandez. Running at the top 10 is Alberto Ferrandez, who's missing in action here from the top groups this weekend. Jesus Torres in 11th ahead of Hamid Al Sahuti, picking up more important points ahead of Adriano Donoso. Emmanuel Brinton 2 points for 14th ahead of Gonzalo Perez, rounding out your points paying positions. Further back, he was in the top group at one point. It was Edu Gutierrez in 18th ahead of Carter Thompson and Hakim Danish, dropping all the way back to the top, outside the top 20 almost, in 20th spot after starting 5th on the grid. Enzo Bellon further down as well, ahead of Christian Daniel, who was further back, and your last finishers here today in 22nd spot. A big name, as you see, that did not finish was Max Keelis, crashing out on the last lap. And a big sight that we will remember of him and his emotions sitting by the edge of the track. However, he does still lead the championship, but Brian Uriarte will count this as a win, as he is still 1 point back after missing this round. Dodo Boggio, 29 points further back ahead of Guido Pini. Rico Salmela running at top 5 ahead of Alberto Ferrandez. David Gonzalez and Jesus Torres and Pau Alsina pick up more important points in the top 9. Guillaume Plonk in 10th spot ahead of Rushi Midley, who picked up a very, very good 5th spot here today. Casey O'Gorman back on the podium, and he's now into 12th ahead of Jesus Riot, Giuliano Pugliese and Benyat Fernandez rounding out the top 15. Hakim Danish on 24 points to 16th spot ahead of Adriano Donoso. Emmanuel Brinton, 14 points for him, 2 points today in 18th spot ahead of Luciano, who was out injured here today. And further back, we've got Carter Thompson and Owen Van Treat rounding out your points paying positions in 27th and 28th respectively. So it's Dodo Boggio that reigns supreme here in Portimao. European Talent Cup are done and dusted for the day. They will be back in 2 weeks' time in Montmelo, where Dodo Boggio will be hoping to make it a double in Barcelona. Stay tuned with us, because we have more racing action as Junior GP will be back out for race number 2. That's next. FIM JuniorGP World Championship comes to round number 4, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve here in Portugal. 16 corners make up this ribbon of fantastic tarmac with great scenery and also great racing action in store for you today. We've had 3 amazing races over the course of the day. We have 3 more to come with the JuniorGP race number 2 coming up next. Can anyone stop Ángel Piqueras in the World Championship as he looks to consolidate his championship lead, but had a bit of a struggle in race number 1 here today with lots of action and Xabi Zurutuza finally taking his first race win. Good afternoon from the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. I'm Liam Hodgins, and joining me, next to me, is a baritone, or Barry Money, is Chris Jordan.
Good afternoon, Liam. And again, another wonderful introduction from my good Scottish friend. I really need to put some more work into my introductions for you.
Oh, good. I've been sitting up all night just thinking of what I can say to bring you into the action. So, no worries at all about that. I'll keep it. I'll make sure I keep a checklist for next time for that one. Anyway,
back to the track action.
Back to the action indeed here. JuniorGP race number 2 is upon us, and this is what happened in race number 1 earlier on. It was an absolute cracker with Luca Lunetta unfortunately missing out on the start. Ángel Piqueras would go from pole position after Luca Lunetta, who should have been starting on pole, was starting from the back of the grid. Torrin Collins had a disastrous start to his day. He couldn't get off the line, but it was Ángel Piqueras who took the lead from Ruda and Almanza, the Finetwork Mir racing team machines, slotting into 2nd and 3rd respectively before Jakob Rulston took the lead of the race, with Ángel Piqueras just having a bit of a moment into turn number 1 as well. It'd be Cormac Buchanan who would take the lead for only briefly though, as he would slide out of contention. But he'll be back in action in race number 2 just coming up. But it was Marcus Ruda who was looking to assert his authority on the race and take his first race win. As Ángel Piqueras would have another moment. It wouldn't be the first or the last of his race, as the 2 Finetwork Mir racing team machines almost came to blows at the start of lap number 5. But then Alvaro Carpi got in the mix as he took the lead into turn number 5, and he would hopefully consolidate that into his first victory of the season. But Marcus Ruda once again would slot up the inside, but it'd be Ángel Piqueras around the outside with a lot of them into turn number 1. Tachikon Buadri was in the mix as well before unfortunately clipping the back of Carpi, and Ruda sent him to the back of the grid, but he would immediately try and fight his way back to the front as Joel Esteban put a 2-for-2 on the 2-for-1 move into turn number 11 on Alvaro Carpi and Ruda. But Ángel Piqueras still held on with only a few laps remaining, but then he was out wide, put himself out of contention after a moment at turn number 1. Joel Esteban assumed the lead of the race, but then it was Tachikon Buadri who would take the lead. Luca Lunetta on the curb looking up the inside, but then it was Zurutuza that would pick the pocket of the young Italian before eventually winding up the wick on Tachikon Buadri. Getting a great run out of the final corner, came alongside the Thai rider and across the line to take his first race win of the season and the 100th in JuniorGP. Xabi Zurutuza, a first-time race winner, and he will be hoping to make it a double here in race number 2 in Portimao.
So 32 degrees out here in Portimao. Quite warm on track too. It's temperatures rising again. 42 degrees on track, meaning we are in some perfect conditions as the wind blows. There is a little bit of a crosswind, particularly around turn 8 and over the crest, but it hasn't seemed to affect it on track so much. Just something riders have been cautious of so far. So take a look at our grid for race 2 here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Having experienced some misfortunes in the opening race, Luca Lunetta is all lined up on pole position. Lunetta had an absolutely stunning ride as well in the opening race of the day, coming from further back in the grid after encountering some difficulties with the marshals in pit lane. Here he is on screen. The AC Racing Team rider came from further down, deep on the grid, to take a podium this morning in well, what was quite a sensational ride for the Italian.
Incredible ride by Luca Lunetta, as you were just saying there, really bigging up his ride in race number 1, starting from the back of the grid. This time round, he is on the grid and he is starting from pole position. It was only his 2nd podium of the year, and he'll be hoping to convert that into what could be a first victory of the year in race number 2 today. But as we saw at race number 1, Chris, he's going to have a lot of riders coming at him from left, right, centre. It was all action in race number 1. And Angel Piqueras found himself in the absolute the mid-pack of it, the midst of it as well. 3 race wins this year, 5 podiums. And, well, we thought he would be able to add to that. However, he didn't. And he finally missed out on a podium for the first time in 2023. 7th spot after almost launching himself out of the seat at the start of the final lap.
Yeah, he was pretty good actually in that opening race. So very unfortunate on the last lap to have lost it a little bit, and that put him in 7th. Still picked up some points as he goes ahead in the championship lead. But yeah, he'll be back with a vengeance, I imagine, for race 2.
Big time. Yeah,
so starting 3rd, we have Adrian Cruz. Didn't quite make his front row start count in race 1. It'll be interesting to see if the rider sitting 8th in the championship can add to his podium picked up in Jerez.
Yeah, big disaster for Cruces in race number 1. Slipped outside of the points. So, yeah, Adrian Cruces from the front row of the grid, he would have definitely thought he was going to pick up more from that as well. But we saw his 2 teammates, David Almanza and Marcos Ruda, really scrapping out at the front. And Marcos Ruda as well, another unfortunate rider to slip outside of the top 10, where he looked in perfect place to be picking up another podium. Yeah, that Ruda and Almanza battle was a real highlight of the opening race. The two of them not standing on ceremony, even though they are good teammates and friends. Joel Esteban then, he had a cracking opening race, coming from deep on the grid to, well, he was at the back of the grid, having incurred the wrath of the marshals and indeed the stewards rather. He finished 6th in the opening race, but he's starting a little further up now at the head of the 2nd grid. I must admit, there's one person in this paddock I would not want to get in a fight with. It might be Joel Esteban. He might be a small guy, but he's a very stocky young fella, is Joel Esteban. He looks like he can definitely pack a punch in there. So, yeah, the very, very, very confident stewards and marshals to give him a penalty, but he'll be punching his way through the pack in race at number 2, will Joel Esteban, and be aiming for what would be a repeat podium in 2023, where he managed to pick up his first one back in Valencia. Someone is still chasing another podium and first race win is Jacob Rolston. He picked that up earlier on in the season in Valencia after some disaster at the final corner. He managed to come through and pick up his first podium. He was well in the mix earlier on in race number 1 here today, but just slipped out of contention in the final few laps and dropped down to 3rd in the championship as well. Yeah, absolutely. Rolston, he was part of that lead group for much of the early exchanges and did slip out, as you mentioned. Here's one rider to watch. David Almanza, winner last time out in Valencia, or Jerez rather, excuse me. He's very much the win it or bin it type, as you can see here. 4 DNFs in the opening races, not all through his own fault. And then he finally picked up his first points of the season in pretty sensational style while he added to his tally today, but didn't quite make the podium run. He will definitely be one to watch, the number 22. Indeed he will be. He was well and truly in the mix in race number 1 along with his teammate Marcos Ruda. So he's got a lot of talent, does David Almanza, and we know that he will definitely be in the mix as well. Always riding with you, Damon Rees, part of the British Superbike paddock as well. And yeah, lots of great sentiments for Damo, sent out by all of us here in the paddock as well. Cormac Buchanan, well, unfortunate to slide out of contention in race number 1 after taking the lead, but Cormac Buchanan now has really asserted himself as a mainstay at the front of Junior GP. Yeah, he's very much had a good season to date so far. Didn't quite go his way in the opening race for the Kiwi rider, but expect him to try and make things right today, and he will be among that lead group. He's launching from the head of the 3rd row. Tachakorn Bu Asri then. What a ride he had in the opening race. Finally back on the podium after his Estoril win in 2022. He'd been waiting a while. He was so close to the victory today, only to be done at the death by Jabi Suratutsa. Yeah, incredible ride by Tachakorn Bu Asri. It looked like he was really in command on the final lap of the race, just to be mugged very late on the line by Zuratuza. But he looks very happy. He looks back on form as Tachikon Buadri, and probably helped out by the fact he got a couple of rides in the Moto3 World Championship very recently in Assen. So he's probably come back to Junior GP with a lot of confidence, and he's taken that forward and got himself back on the podium. And someone else will be looking for some more podium silverware will be Rosenthaler, 3rd place in Estoril and 12th in the championship. But Rosenthaler, starting from 9th spot, he could find himself well and truly in the mix here today.
Yeah, he's definitely a talented rider, and he's already got that podium from the opening race of the season, benefiting from Alvaro Carpe's disqualification in that Estoril race 1. We see there he's consistently among the points, but he'll probably want to take that another step in the second half of this season to really push into those top 8, top 6 places on a regular basis, and who knows, maybe add a couple podiums.
Indeed, he's certainly one to watch out for. Someone else we must be watching out for is Elia Bartolini. Crashed out of contention in race number 1. Not really featuring in the podium battle before his unfortunate slip-off, but he's starting from 10th on the grid. Unfortunately, look at that. 27 points to his name, only 15th place in the championship. We would have expected a lot more from Elia Bartolini coming into this season.
Yeah, this is a rider who has World Championship experience on the Moto3 circuit to his name. Hasn't quite kicked off just yet for him this year, but the potential is most certainly there, as it is with this rider, Nico Carraro, who took victory in the opening race of the season. Again, didn't quite feature as much as we may have expected in the opening race of today, and you can see there top 10 finish from race 1. So since those lofty heights set in the opening race of the season where he took a dramatic win, he hasn't yet really hit those heights or scaled those heights.
Yeah, he was always in the podium battle in race number 1, but he never really got himself featured into it as heavily as he could have. He was always at the back of the main group, and that resulted in his 10th place spot. He's not really hit that form ever since his crash in race number 2 in Valencia, and he did miss Jerez after, well, unfortunately coming together with Jakob Rolston and qualifying in Jerez. So he missed that round. So he's back here this weekend and hopefully going to add even more points to his collection.
Yeah, so this is your starting grid for race 2 at the Junior GP. It's Luca Lanetta, Angel Piqueras and Adrian Cruces on the front row, with Joel Esteban, Jacob Rolston and David Almanza on row 2. Buchanan, Buasri and Rosenthaler is your 3rd row. While back we have Bartolini and Carraro with race 1 winner Zuratuza, who started that race at the back of the grid. He is now starting from 12th, so all eyes on the number 85. Morosi, O'Shea and Ruda on row 5, with Uriarte there as well on one row further back. Alvaro Carpe and Aditama joining Uriarte on row 6. Shariel, Yambias and Detweiler on the 7th row with Planck, Gordon, Rammerstoffer on row 8, while the last 6 riders on the grid is Angus Granfell, Alessio Matte, Kotaro Uchiumi, Torin Collins, who encountered some starting difficulties in race 1, with Cesare Tiezzi and Jeffrey Emmanuel completing the grid for the Portimao Junior GP race 2.
Absolutely brilliant little grid rundown that was, Chris. Absolute spot on as always. So the Junior GP riders get underway here for their second race of the day in Portimao. And who can take victory away this time round from Zuratuza? Will it be the likes of Luca Lanetta, who will not be starting at the back of the grid this time? He will be starting from pole position, where should have been in race number 1, but for, well, something that went amiss in the pit lane ahead of the first race. 42 degrees track temperature. It has risen again after the lofty lows of 38 degrees earlier on here today. So it's well and truly hit the afternoon sunshine. The track temperature has increased as well, and it won't just be the track temperature that will be increasing, it will be the heart rate of all of these Junior GP riders as well, as they jockey for position throughout the 15 laps of incredible Junior GP action here today.
So on the warm-up lap we go, getting some nice temperature into those tyres ahead of what hopefully is going to be another cracker. Over the iconic Portimao crest at turn 8. Downhill run into turn 9. You see the wind in the background. The wind is there. Down into turn 9, swing it right before we swing it left. Now we're in turn 10. Another drop coming out of here after turn 11. Turn 12, left-hander. We've seen some moves coming here, as we have at turn 13, hard braking left-hander. And then what we expected to have a leader here over the final corners. We thought maybe in control of the race. It hasn't proven the case so far today in the Junior GP class. As we have a little look at the standings, Angel Piqueras, number 18. Let's keep an eye out for him. 127 points so far. Your Red Bull Rookies champion too. He's looking to complete the double. Just the second ever rider to do so. After who, Liam?
Jose Antonio Rueda. Yeah, I had to look up that stat yesterday, but I'm glad you just dropped me in there.
I have to keep you on your toes. Yes, Jose Antonio Rueda, who's having himself quite a good season in his rookie year in Moto3 World Championship.
Yeah, speaking to Kev Coughlin, who is the team manager of the Australia Galicia 00 team, he was saying that Jose Antonio Rueda is quite impressed with this season, but he does take a little bit of time to work his way up to podium contention, race winning form, so don't expect too much from him throughout the rest of 2023, but it's 2024, you must watch out for him.
He did burst onto the scene in the opening race. Actually, here he was part of that podium battle, but unfortunately just missed out. But focusing back at Junior GP, Luca Linetta on the right of your screen, the number 58. He starts on pole with Angel Piqueras, and Adrian Cruces looking to get the whole shot just ahead of the Italian.
So all the riders come into position. Luca Linetta looking to the lights to go out. And, well, he will be aiming for his first victory in the Junior GP World Championship. Can we get 2 first-time race winners in one day? It's always a possibility, but Angel Piqueras will be looking to put the misfortune of race number 1 behind him and reassert himself at the top of the standings. Red lights are on, revs are rise, red lights have gone out, and it's a great start from the front row with Adrian Cruces sweeping across the front of Joel Esteban, but it's Angel Piqueras, the best of the bunch, into turn number 1. Joel Esteban slotting himself into 4th spot. Almanza in 2nd as well, ahead of Ruda, and we've got Lunetta from pole position. He's dropped down to 5th spot, but it's already chopping and changing a little bit further back. Buadriel having a little sniff up the inside of Lunetta. Someone out wide, just a little bit further back on your screen there, but it's Angel Piqueras leads away so far, but Almanza is already winding the wick up and looking up the inside for a potential move into turn number 5. Can't do it quite yet, as the doctor's dangle is seen all the way throughout the field, but for now it's Piqueras ahead of Almanza, and Marcos Ruda as cleanly as they like to the opening couple of corners.
Yeah, absolutely superb start from the Finetwork Mirror Racing team, boys. They're in 2nd and 3rd, but it's Piqueras, and Joel Esteban fires it up the inside of Cruces. Excellent, excellent move. Tachikorn Bouasri got off very well as well from the 3rd row. He's shot right up into contention here, and you can see the number 5 rider just trailing the number 11 of Adrian Cruces for the time being.
Yeah, keeping an eye on Brett Watch. Eddie O'Shea, he's still back in 14th spot, but he was showing great form in race number 1. Second fastest lap of the race before coming together with the likes of Adrian Cruces in race number 1. But for now, Angel Piqueras still leading the way. There's a yellow flag in the background, not quite sure how that's a couple
Jacob
of riders.
Ralston, perhaps we may have lost. He was at the back running in the middle. No, it's one of the other riders further back.
Looked like it was a couple of riders down in the background, one of them trying to pick the bike back up and one of them just walking off stage left. But for now, no such trouble back at the front as Angel Piqueras comes onto the home straight with David Almanza. These two have got a gargantuan gap at the front of the field. A few bike lengths as they come steaming across the line, ticking off lap number 1. It's Piqueras, Almanza, Joel Esteban, Tachikorn Bouadriel hoping to repeat his podium in race number 1. And of Cruces, Ralston, Buchanan, Lunetta and Elia Bartolini. And it was Marcus Ruder and RB Aditama that went down.
Another crash for Aditama, massive disappointment for him. And Ruda, you would have expected as we look at Cruces throw it up the inside of Tachikorn Bouasri.
So such a shame from Aditama and Ruda, who were such a staple in the action, and they both just come past us. RB Aditama has remounted, as has Marcus Ruda, but they are well out of contention for this one as well.
Bouasri sticking it up once again on the inside of the number 11. He probably just pushed it a little too wide, and Cruces cuts back. It's Ralston hanging in just behind them as well. That's a couple attempts now Bouasri has made at Cruces, but he's had the answers even though he's knocking at the door.
Here comes
and now he's got Ralston as Ralston's bringing some trouble for the tie rider, but does he have the answer for him?
Oh, big crash in the background. There was a high side coming out of turn number 8. Not quite sure who that was. I just saw the bike flipping at the bottom of the screen there. We'll keep an eye out.
And out front, it looks like Almanza has just made a move on Piqueras. Just seen it at the corner of the screen. He has indeed, and he's made it stick as they come through turn 12. What has Piqueras got in response for Almanza? Almanza's definitely looking for another win here to add to his Jerez victory.
Yeah, so not just Almanza that Piqueras has to watch out for. It's also Joel Esteban who has bridged that gap from the battling group behind him, and he's already on the back of your championship leader, and just behind them as well, looks like Tachikon Buadji has now got to the front of that group, might also be starting to bridge the gap to the leading group as well. But as they come on to the home straight for one more time, it's Almanza that leads away. Piqueras, Joel Esteban, your top three, as quick as you like. Cruces, Buadji and Lunetta Buchanan all coming across the line and chopping and changing a little bit further back, and we will see who it was who crashed out 1 lap ago. It was Zuratuza.
The race winner, Xabi Zuratuza, is gone.
Oh, such a shame, and there he is, just walking away. Thankfully, he's up and walking away. So a DNF in this race. This is what happened. We'll just see it at the bottom of your screen there. A high side. Oh, he's already over the top. It looked like the bike might have gone over the top of him as well, but Xabi Zuratuza
coming over the crest. It's good to see him getting up. He might be a little bit shaken, but he's walking away. You're a race of one winner. Well, it's proven a day he'll never forget for becoming the 100th ever Junior GP winner, but unfortunately for the Spaniard, he hasn't been able to go 2 for 2, and he's now out of this race.
He is indeed such a shame.
And we have got a front three breaking away here a little bit. Joel Esteban on the coattails just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:49.312. He's just kind of biding his time here a little bit. Joel Esteban, of course, in the opening race, he started a bit further back on the grid and charged very, very hard for a top 6 finish. He's just kind of sussing out what's happening ahead here, as Almanza and Piqueras look like they are happy to just battle it out for the lead of the race.
Yeah,
and Buadji trying to move up the inside to get back into 4th over Luca Lunetta.
Buadji is showing great form here this weekend. Podium in race number 1. A bit of a moment there, running out wide, and he's dropping a few places back there. Bit of a bobble on the front end for Tachikon. Buadji's dropped 3 places. That's Lunetta, Cruces, and Corrado. Now Rolston as well up the inside. He's got Carpi going around the outside as well. So big moment there for Tachikon Buadji. He's dropped a lot of places, and as across the line now, we're going to see the gap between the first group and the second group. The difference is 1.8 seconds. So the front three are off and running as Almanza still leads away from Angel Piqueras and Joel Esteban. These three are big stars of the future, and you can definitely count them to be in the World Championship.
And here comes Piqueras up the inside. Brilliant.
There. Absolutely, as clean as you like from Angel Piqueras on David Almanza. He just sat behind him for a couple of laps, really sussed out the number 22 rider, and then thought, you know what, this pace probably is quite hot, but not as hot as I would like it. Is Almanza going to look back up the inside? No, he's not quite yet. So this is very unlike Junior GP. It's very cool and concise with a lot of thinking going on. Usually it's about a 15 rider scrap in the front, but this time round it's only a 3 rider scrap, as Angel Piqueras did set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.728 last time round.
Yeah, that's almost 6/10 quicker. It's about 6/10 quicker than Luca Lunetta, who's leading that group just behind them. So they do have a few tenths in their back pocket. They are setting a very impressive pace out front here, but it looks like a 3-way fight for the victory. As things stand, there's a 1.8 seconds gap between Esteban in 3rd place here and Lunetta in 4th place. Esteban just had a little look on the outside of Almanza there, but I think we see legs flying everywhere, but couldn't make a move happen on the outside. As we look here, this is the second group, the battle for 4th place. Lunetta leads over Cruces, with Nico Carraro, who has come quite strong in this race. He will be looking to pick up some more strong points, a strong point finish.
He will indeed. Nico Corrado.
Finally got my teeth in.
Yeah, I mean, you can borrow some of mine next time if you need to. So the top 3 come across the line for another lap ticked off. 11 laps remaining. Here comes David Almanza across the line, side by side with Angel Piqueras. Joel Esteban just sitting a couple of bike lengths a little bit further back, but late on the brakes, Angel Piqueras slots back into first, chopping the nose off David Almanza. And last time round, it was Joel Esteban that set the fastest lap of the race at 1:48.6 that time round. There's leading.
We're going blow for blow here, Esteban and Piqueras in fastest laps. Esteban sets one, Piqueras responds. Esteban sets another, as he's not quite close enough to get up the inside of Almanza, and Almanza even having a look at Piqueras as we come through turn 5 in front of the tower. Hanging it back now on the left. Not much chopping and changing in this lead group. I think they're happy to maybe open up a bit of a gap to the chasing pack behind them, which is led still by Luca Lunetta.
Yeah, flashing up our timing screens there. No jump starts as we look at the top 3 poetry in motion. Down towards turn number 1. A little bit of a bump there on the inside as the front is really taking an absolute battering heading into turn number 1 from all 3 of these Junior GP machines. The Honda leads away from the 2 KTMs, the KTM of Almanza and the Gas machine of Joel Esteban as well. So can Joel Esteban finally make a move on Almanza? Not quite just yet, as he had a little look into turn number 14. And behind them, as you said, Chris, Luca Lanetta still leading the way for now ahead of Cruces, but it looks like it might be chopping change just behind them as Corrado, Rolston, Carpi and Buchanan and Buaji was leading that at the front group. He's now at the back of that in 10th spot there. So some arm waving did I just see there from Angel.
Yeah, a little wave behind. I'm not sure what he was trying to signal behind them, or if he had maybe had a little bit of cramp in the leg. But
I can't imagine it would be that. These Junior GP riders are very, very fit athletes, and I can't imagine they'll be getting any cramp in the legs. 5 laps into a Junior GP
Cruces
race.
in the background making his move to get ahead of Luca Lanetta. The gap is now out to 3 seconds from Lanetta to the top 3, to the race leader. Not much chopping and changing as of yet. Piqueras happy to lead this race with Almanza and Esteban just biding their time. Rolston out of the seat, manages to get back on it, but he does drop in behind the number 14 of the Kiwi, Cormac Buchanan.
So it's all action further back behind the top 3 as the top 3 just sort of hold stationary for now. Jacob Rolston coming back up the inside of Cormac Buchanan. That's Aussie on Kiwi action. Close.
An Antipodean rivalry at its best.
Absolutely. That's what you'll love to see. And this is what happened to Jacob Rolston. A bit of a moment just all by himself there. Got his nose chopped off for Alvaro Carpi. And Cormac Buchanan took full advantage of that as well before Rolston would come charging back up the inside just 1 corner later. Look at this over the crest of the hill. That's about 7, 8, maybe even 9 riders in this battle for 4th position here. And it's Nico Corrado that's challenging Adrian Cruces for 4th spot, with Alvaro Carpi looking around the outside as well. So this is why the top 3 have gotten away, because this group is chopping and changing every corner as quick as you like. And here comes Jacob Rolston up the inside of Cormac Buchanan again. Luca Lanetta just holding station for now. Eddie O'Shea is in this battle just behind them. He's trying to get himself a top 10 position from 14th on the grid. Daniel Charil and of course Elia Bartolini, Fukando Yambias as well are all part of this mad battle for 4th spot, as Angel Piqueras is really starting to stretch the lead of this race as they come across the line. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. If he comes across the line, chalks up a fastest lap, he doesn't. It's a 48.7, relatively calm for one of Angel Piqueras' lap times. He's been in 1:48.6s for the last few laps. That was a 1:48.7 as David Almanza does bridge that gap to the front of Angel Piqueras as it dropped down into turn number 1. Looks like Joel Esteban is struggling a little bit in the gas machine to stay with this leading pair, but the gap at the front to the second group is 3.9 seconds. These 3 are off and running with this one at the moment. David Almanza's got a great run through turn at number 4. Piqueras goes defensive now. He knows that he's there. 1.1 second quicker is the leading group over the chasing group. That's just all because they're battling and chopping and changing at every single corner, and it's really holding them up, so it's allowed the top 3 to really get away. But with 8.5 laps remaining, you can really feel that it's a bit of a storm bubbling under the surface here with Piqueras, Almanza and Esteban, with Piqueras really trying to pull away from the chasing 2 behind him, but the chasing 2 of Almanza and Joel Esteban are just holding station for now. Jacob Rolston has finally got himself towards the front of this second group again as he looks up the inside of Alvaro Carpi, and Joel Esteban, as I was just saying, he was dropping off the back of the group. He's finally found some form. He's already in the back of David Almanza. Is he having a look up the inside? Not quite yet.
Yeah, this group, they've been able to open this gap, as you said, with the chopping and changing behind them. Once this battle really kicks in for the victory fight, I imagine we will see the likes of Cruces, Corrado, Carpe and Lanetta in that group behind them. If they can settle into a rhythm, just close that gap, because it's out to about 4 seconds now between 3rd and 4th place. If they can close that gap a little bit and just settle into a rhythm and wait for the battle out front to happen, that could bring them back into podium battle. But as we can see here, there's not been much chopping and changing at all. In fact, there's been 0. It's Piqueras has led over for the last number of laps. Is Joel Esteban going to have a little look up the inside of Almanza? He absolutely is. And he's right into the back of Piqueras. Oh, he's gone wide now. He's going to fall off the front 2. He's got a comfortable advantage then, still over the chasing group. But that's exactly what I was saying. That's a moment like that is going to bring the guys in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th back into this battle. Esteban now has his work cut out. Very, very lucky for Piqueras. We're going to get the replay here. He has a look up the inside coming down the front, start straight. That's a clean move over Almanza, but then he just gets caught in the slipstream a little bit. The late break and Piqueras catching him out, managed to take evasive action. Thankfully, all 3 riders still running in this race. Esteban must be counting his lucky stars. Despite that error, he is still running in P3 here and not a million miles away either from Almanza.
Well, if I wasn't standing, I would have definitely fallen out of my seat after that one. That was very, very close to being a disaster between Joel Esteban and Angel Piqueras. But this has just left a leading group of 2 now at the front. David Almanza and Angel Piqueras. A bit of a bobble on the rear end there from David Almanza. And Joel Esteban is about a second back now from this leading pair. So we will keep an eye on him to see if he is starting to close that gap. But very lucky to stay on, as you said, Chris. Counting his lucky stars, indeed, will be Joel Esteban. It looked like he just got sucked into the corner ever so slightly. Maybe the slipstream just sucked him in as he went and moved into second spot ahead of David Almanza. All chopping and changing for the battle in 4th spot. It's still Alvaro Carpe leads that group, but it's
Luca
Lunetta now
started
chasing
making
him.
a charge through the pack.
And Brit Watch, Eddie O'Shea's now in the top 10 with Nico Corrado just ahead of him. So Nico Corrado in the last couple of laps has really dropped back from the leading group as well. So over the line now, 1.3 seconds is Joel Esteban's gap to David Almanza and Angel Piqueras. So after that moment, 1 lap ago here into turn at number 1, it really has put the spoils on his race. A podium, most definitely, if he keeps it off for the remaining laps. But he's now got a gap of 3.7
diving up
seconds.
the inside here.
Oh,
yeah, and he's going to make
Lunetta.
it stick. He started that just up at turn 2, but at turn 3 then makes it stick. Swings around for the left-hander. Has Carpe got a response from coming through turn 4? It doesn't look like he does. And Lunetta is now back in the lead of this second group in the battle for 4th.
Yeah, but back at the front, Angel Piqueras has got Almanza swarming all over the back of the Australian Olympia 0-0 machine. The Honda leading the way from the KTM. And further back, Joel Esteban is not making any inroads just yet. With 6.5 laps remaining, he still has plenty of opportunity to do so. A bit of a wheelie almost from David Almanza as came off the crest of the hill. A bit of a crosswind you'll get on these JuniorGP machines, taking the front wheel away ever so slightly. We have seen that over the course of the weekend as some riders have come off the crest of the hill and just lost the front with the crosswind there as well. But Joel Esteban just in the background. The gap looks like it's remained stationary to 1.3 seconds off the back of David Almanza as well. So not much going on in terms of like all action. Wall
It's
to
a very
wall
controlled performance from Piqueras out front. It looks like Almanza is just waiting for his moment.
He is indeed.
We saw what happened with Esteban. He may have struck a little bit too early, got it wrong, and now he's 1.5 seconds behind Piqueras.
Actually, I'd say that looks a lot closer now, to be honest. And just in terms of the naked eye, it looks like Joel Esteban has started to close that gap back in, really getting hooks into the back of David Almanza. We'll see as it come across the line now. Here comes Piqueras with Almanza tucking out of the slipstream now. As it come across the line, I am completely wrong. It's 1.4 seconds, Joel Esteban. So he's lost 1/10 of a second on that lap. My naked eye has completely thrown me under the bus, and I don't even know what I'm looking at. I might need to go to my local opticians when I get back home.
So we'll get you a new pair of shades.
Please do. Cormac Buchanan up the inside of Eddie O'Shea to turn number 1. A good little scrap going on between those two for 10th and 11th spot. Look at Lunetta back up the inside of Alvaro Carpe. So even this group as well settled down ever so slightly as well. Not as much action going on throughout the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, all the way down to the back of that group as well. So 5.5 laps to go. Angel Piqueras still leading the way ahead of David Almanza. Piqueras looking for his 4th win of the season, and David Almanza looking for his 2nd and his 2nd win in 3 races. Joel Esteban, he's out of contention for now after that moment a couple of laps ago with Angel Piqueras into turn number 1. He's still trying his hardest to get onto the back of this leading pair, but he's really up against it because the 2 at the front are setting a scorching pace. These 3 are head and shoulders above the chasing pack. On the last lap, it was a 1:48 for the top 3, and the remaining riders in this group just a little bit further back were all in the 1:49, so not even close to the pace that the top 3 are setting this time.
But it is Piqueras out front with a controlled performance, as we said. Almanza just not showing his cards yet. Just over 6 laps to go as we're about to clock off. Another one coming through the final couple of right-handers. As Almanza keeping his cards close to his chest. Is he going to wait for a last lap? maneuver? Is he going to start putting the pressure on with a couple laps remaining? It's yet to be seen. It's a tactical battle breaking out up front. Joel Esteban riding a lonely race in third place. Piqueras, leading over the line once again. Almanza is in the slipstream. Is he going to show a little wheel to him here, just to let him know he's there? And here it comes. Almanza, he's not quite close enough yet. He's just going to happily bide his time. Luca Lanetta crosses the line in the lead of that second pack in P4, ahead of Alvaro Carpe and Jacob Rulston. But it's all eyes on the front here as Almanza just narrows the gap a little bit. It looks like he's winding up for a little move on this lap. We wonder where it might come. We've got the heartbreaking turn 5 here. It's after the back straight. Will he be close enough coming down the hill? He will not just yet. Piqueras closing the door, putting on a defensive exhibition here.
So that gap between Almanza and Esteban has come down to 1.3 seconds across the line, and that first sector, Joel Esteban was a 10th of a second quicker than the leading pair. So Joel Esteban has found his form once more, and he's now starting to reel in the top 2. This 4-wheeler at the front could become a 6-wheeler in a couple of laps' time, as Almanza is climbing all over the back of Angel Piqueras. And I think you pointed out really well there, Chris, that it does look like he's starting to wind the wick up now, as David Almanza looking for a move on Angel Piqueras, who for now has absolutely not put a foot wrong whatsoever, hitting all of his apexes. His lines are perfect, Piqueras perfect, so to speak, as the number 18 out front, with David Almanza not being dropped off whatsoever. But Joel Esteban, cue the Jaws music, because he is lurking in the background. The number 7 on the Aspar Junior team machine is starting to close the gap, as we look at David Almanza getting his nose chopped off him by Angel Piqueras into turn number 1. That's a great little slow motion replay from the top 2, but they'll be starting to come across the line any moment now. 4 laps remaining, and a big
and
shout
here we
from
go,
the team.
Almanza, he's gone side
out
by side with Piqueras. Is he going to take the advantage coming into turn 1? Once again, brilliant on the brakes, Angel Piqueras here in Portimao. He will lead it once again, coming over the line and into turn 1 and through sector 1, turns 2 and 3. But Joel Esteban is coming, and he is coming hot. They might have a real problem on their hands. With 4 laps to go, Joel Esteban is charging hard. He's got that gap down to a second, and just as I'm singing his praises, he runs out onto the green. He'll need to be a little bit more careful of that.
Yeah, Joel Esteban is on fire at the moment. 0.3 of a second quicker than your race leader Angel Piqueras, and he's there. He's almost there. As soon as he gets under a second, he will start to get that slipstream from the top 2, and it'll bring him right back into contention now. Joel Esteban hunting for another podium, hunting for his first race win in Junior GP, as David Almanza gets close to the back of Angel Piqueras, over the hill, dropping down towards Craig Jones' corner, and over the crest of the hill, Angel Piqueras opens up a couple of bike lengths advantage, and he's not going to be there with him in a couple of laps. Joel Esteban's already there.
Look on the right side of the screen, you're about to see Esteban here.
Joel Esteban's on for another cracking lap time now, as he hit sector number 4, and he was a couple of tenths of a second quicker than the 2 in front. Joel Esteban, after that mistake, that coming together with Angel Piqueras 3 or 4 laps ago, is back on the top 2, and he's in this fight with 3 and a bit laps remaining.
This might just have to force Almanza into some action here. He will not be aware of where Esteban is. He surely hasn't had a proper look just yet of where the Spaniard is. The hard charging Spaniard on that gas bike is right all over their rear. Once Almanza spots that, he will have to make his move on Piqueras. Maybe that move is coming now. He's into the slipstream of the championship leader. Will he get the move into turn 1, or will Piqueras be pitch perfect once again and cut the nose off him? Piqueras is perfect in Portimao.
And Joel Esteban back into the 1:48. So only rider on circuit in the 1:48. He was a few tenths of a second quicker. We don't have to talk about the lap times anymore, because he's right on the back of them. An absolute gargantuan effort to pull that back in from Joel Esteban in the last few laps. Piqueras leads it for now, ahead of Almanza. Joel Esteban now, you see, 0.6 of a second faster than your race leader, as Piqueras once again goes defensive into turn number 5. He's just doing that to cover off all possibilities on the final lap of the race. And Gabin Plonk has crashed out. That's such a shame for the number 48 machine. He's now crashed out of what was almost a points-paying position for the Frenchman. But back at the front, 2 and a bit laps to go. Joel Esteban has put in such a great performance to close this gap back. It was 1.4 seconds at the biggest. It's now less than 0.4 of a second to the leader as he drops down into Craig Jones' corner. Will he shape up a move on Almanza? He's shaping it up. He's winding the wick up. He's down
He's
for
got
the
him on the inside. Brilliant from Esteban. Will he make it sick? And Almanza's going to hang it out the outside. He's pushed the two of them wide. Piqueras, will he get the move on him? Oh, this would be an excellent lap for Esteban.
Amazing. Incredible stuff. He's looking for a lead.
He's got his
well.
eyes on him. He's looking at him.
He's not going to do it just yet. You've got to get up early to try and outbreak Angel Piqueras into turn 14, but he doesn't care. He wants his first race win, and he's doing everything in his power to get it. But that was such a well-calculated move on David Almanza into turn number 11 there. I thought for a second he might have clipped the back of Angel Piqueras once again. But look at Piqueras, this final corner really opens it up over Joel Esteban as they come over the crest of the hill for the penultimate time. And we tick off another lap. Joel Esteban in the slipstream down towards turn number 1. Almanza there as well. Can Joel Esteban pull off the slipstream? Yes, he can. Will he chop the nose off the front of? Yes, he has. And Joel Esteban from 1.4 seconds back a couple laps ago is back in the lead. And Piqueras is going, where have you come from, mate? You were gone a few laps ago. Here comes Almanza up the inside in turn number 3. Can't make it stick. So Joel Esteban, for now, leads ahead of Piqueras and Almanza.
Brilliant, brilliant lap and a half from Esteban there. He was 1.5 seconds behind the front two, and in one lap he's taken a 2 for 1. He is now in front. Piqueras needs to be kicked into the action. He was in control of this race, taking defensive action every time Almanza made a move, particularly down turn 1. Esteban has shown the Spaniard how to do it, and now he's going to open up a little bit of gap. His pace is rapid here with just a lap and a half remaining. Do Piqueras and Almanza have an answer for the hard-charging Esteban?
Well, they're going to have an answer, and they're going to have it very soon. Just a little bit of housekeeping further back. Alvaro Carpi still leads that battle for fourth ahead of Lunetta, Rolston, O'Shea, Buchanan, and Elio Bartolini. And can Piqueras wind up the wick and look up the inside? No, he can't. Joel Esteban covers that off brilliantly into turn number 11, where he made the move on David Almanza just one lap ago. Piqueras, he's up for the fight. He wants to return to winning ways once again. David Almanza looks like he can't quite stick with the pace of Joel Esteban and Angel Piqueras. He's just holding on as much as he can. Doesn't look like he has the pace to overtake, but definitely has the pace to hold on for now. A couple of more corners to go before we start the final lap of the race. Almanza just losing touch with Piqueras in the penultimate corner. Joel Esteban leading the way onto the final lap. It's a repeat of Valencia between Piqueras and Joel Esteban, but here comes Almanza again. He's been so quick out of the final turn all through the weekend. Across the line to start the final lap of the race. Here comes Piqueras. Almanza pops out of the slipstream as well on the left-hand side of the screen. He's diving out behind Piqueras, and Piqueras takes the lead.
So late on the brakes
Incredible.
once again from Piqueras, and Esteban has been bunted back down into third place. Which way is this going to go? There are plenty of overtaking opportunities. It looks like Esteban has the pace to take both riders. Almanza hasn't shown anything just yet for the victory fight. That's his first overtake, I think, since Esteban actually came onto the scene. But Piqueras is back in control of this race. What does Esteban here? He's going to shoot up the inside of Almanza. Yes, he is. Absolutely brilliant move at turn 5.
Joel Esteban, you know where he's going to try. He's going to try into turn number 11. That's where he got Almanza a couple of laps to go. He's closing in on your race leader, Angel Piqueras, with only half a lap remaining. David Almanza, he's looking around the outside, potentially, of Joel Esteban. This is where Esteban, you have to watch out for. This is where he's good. Down the hill, into Craig Jones' corner for the final time. Angel Piqueras, Joel Esteban looking around the outside. He'll dive for the inside if he can. Here he comes, Joel Esteban on the inside. Incredible move from Joel Esteban.
He's cut back on the
ran wide.
Piqueras
goes around the inside. Oh, he's on the inside once more. Almost contact, but Piqueras has it for now. Joel Esteban, what can he do with only a handful of corners to go?
A brilliant late apex from Piqueras. He knew Esteban was coming from him, and here he comes again. Is he going to make it stick?
Block pass.
Piqueras has got the drive. He's hanging around the outside, but he's on the inside. Esteban, one corner remaining. Almanza in third place, but Esteban's going to lead. Moment for
both of them.
He's got it on the outside. He's hanging around the outside.
Almost through contact. Joel Esteban leads it for now. Here comes Piqueras and Almanza. Piqueras on the run to line, but it's going to be Esteban by mere
steals it on the line. Brilliant.
Joel Esteban, he is a junior GP race winner for the first time in the most dramatic and incredible fashion. And Eddie O'Shea comes across the line for fifth spot behind Alvaro Carpi. Great battle there. Look at all the riders, about 15 of them all come across the line together, and Eddie O'Shea takes it. But what about Joel Esteban? 13 thousandths of a second over Angel Piqueras, and he had to work so hard for it.
Brilliant. He was 1.5 seconds down. Reeled them in with about 4 laps, 4 laps remaining. Took a 2-for-1 on a lap and a half. Managed to fight back when Piqueras, it looked like Piqueras may have just done enough, but then a brilliant move at the last corner sealed his first win in the class.
Very well calculated. A block pass on Angel Piqueras in the penultimate corner, and Joel Esteban finally, we knew it was going to come at some point, but we just didn't think it was going to come this soon. Joel Esteban is a race winner. Well, how about that? 2 incredible races in Junior GP today, and 2 brand new race winners. Xabi Zuratuza took it in race number 1, and Joel Esteban is a race winner in race number 2. What a sight that is, as all the riders pop a wheelie coming over the crest of the hill, the iconic hill here in Portimao. And Angel Piqueras, he won't be too upset with second place. He knows that's more important points on the board for him and his quest for Junior GP World Championship glory. And in third spot, well, just missing out was David Almanza. So a third and a fourth place today for David Almanza. 3 point scoring finishes on the bounce after what was a very tumultuous start to the season for the young Spaniards. There he is there, the number 22. He'll be a little bit aggrieved to have missed out on a podium, on a race winning chance, but he'll know it's another piece of silverware that he can take back home, and well, that's just more confidence building for the last few remaining rounds of Junior GP. So the riders roll into pit lane, and the top 3 will be rolling into Parc Fermé. And David Almanza, he's not jumping for joy, but he knows it would be, well, just missing out on a race victory is never the greatest of feelings, but another podium in the bag. That's second in 3 races, and a very, very well-earned podium indeed. And a very well-earned first victory in Junior GP for Joel Esteban, who was a serial race winner in the European Talent Cup last year. He's got bags of talent, and with the Aspar junior team behind him, we know Joel Esteban is one to watch for the future, and he will be going places in the next few years. Joel Esteban, soak it in. Soak in the celebrations and all of the affections from your family and friends, because it, you can imagine, will be the first of many race wins, but the first one is always special. But here's the big moment that's set up 1.5 seconds behind the race leader, Angel Piqueras, just late on the brakes after overtaking David Almanza, clipping the rear wheel of Angel Piqueras, but then fought back, and in this move on David Almanza with a couple of laps to go, Almanza trying to hang it around the outside, a bit of contact there from the 2 riders, and Joel Esteban sweeping into the lead on the final lap ahead of Angel Piqueras. Angel Piqueras not knowing where Joel Esteban came from, but this is the final corner. Almost a bit of a moment there, a bit of contact, the second piece of contact with Angel Piqueras. Esteban's comeback, it really was, and it was a great comeback, but Joel Esteban held on by 13 thousandths of a second to cross the line for his first victory in Junior GP, and you can see the emotions and how delighted he is with that. P1 Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship, and as I said a couple of minutes ago, you can imagine it will be the first of many to come in Junior GP for Joel Esteban. Angel Piqueras, well, he's well and truly on his way to wrapping up the Junior GP World Championship in the coming races. If he just holds on to, if he keeps performing the way he does, racking up those podiums and the occasional race win as well, and repeating that feat that only Jose Antonio Rueda managed to do in 2022 with Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and also Junior GP World Champion. David Almanza looks a little bit subdued with that, but he can still crack a smile after what was an impressive performance in that race. Those 3 riders, the top 3, were a class above in race number 2 here today. Alvaro Carpi held on to finish in 4th ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Tachcon Bouadri, with Cormac Buchanan in 7th, finally bouncing back from his slip-off in race number 1. Jacob Rosenthaler ahead of Daniel Charil and Elia Bartolini rounding out the top 10. So a lot of riders there bouncing back from some misfortune in race number 1 to pick up some important podium points or top 10 points later on today. But we've got Chris Jordan down in Park Fermi to talk to your Race 2 winner here in Junior GP, a first-time race winner in the hands of Joel Esteban.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Here with a Junior GP race winner. Absolutely stunning stuff, Joel. You recovered from a mistake at turn 1, went wide, 1.5 seconds off, and charged hard late on. Absolutely stunning ride. How are you feeling after it?
I've been happy with my fair victory in Junior GP with the Moto3, and it was amazing. During the race, I do a mistake in the corner 1, but then I push a lot for try to catch Angela and Almanza, and finally I catch them. And in the last lap, I try to do my best. And in the last corner, I don't have a very good. I don't do very good the last corner, but I push and I do my best. I do my best in the last corner, and finally win. Thanks to the team for all the work during the job, my sponsor, my family, and all the people support me.
Y ahora en castellano, por favor.
Bueno, estoy muy contento con mi primera victoria en el Junior GP con la Moto 3. La verdad que ha sido una carrera difícil. Han puesto un ritmo muy fuerte desde el primer momento. Me he intentado enganchar, al principio me quedaba un poco, pero bueno, luego he cometido un fallo en la curva 1 y me he quedado bastante atrás, pero bueno, he empezado a apretar, a dar lo mejor de mí y he visto que poco a poco los iba pillando. Y bueno, y después de un fin de semana que hemos tenido difícil, hasta ayer que lo solucionamos un poco, bueno, ya que había llegado, tenía que jugármela. Y también por todo el equipo, por todo el trabajo que ha hecho durante el fin de semana ayudándome a mí para encontrarme mejor con la moto y conmigo mismo. Y bueno, dar las gracias a todo el equipo del trabajo hecho, a la gente que me apoya, a mi familia y a todo el mundo.
Felicidades.
Gracias.
Well, let's unpack race number 2 of Junior GP action here in Portimao. There's a great start from the front row from Angel Piqueras with your pole sitter Luca Lunetta dropping back 5th early on. But it was scrapping all the way back through the field, and Jacob Wilson and Tachigo and Buraja got close for comfort in the opening laps of the race. But it was Javi Zurutuza that slipped off the race 1 winner out of the race, but hoping to bounce back in Montmello in a couple of weeks' time. It was all action throughout the field, but at the front it was Angel Piqueras, David Almanza and Joel Esteban that were charging away from the pack. The top 3 were a class above in the race and opened out the gap over the second group substantially throughout the entire race. But it was this moment here that really gave us a highlight of the race. Joel Esteban late on the brakes, tagged the back of Angel Piqueras into turn number 1, dropping 1.5 seconds behind the leading pair. But he would fight back, and before you knew it, he was back in the leading pack. Luca Lunetta and Alvar Carpi got close for comfort in the battle for 4th place. Alvar Carpi eventually taking the honours of that. But Joel Esteban had a look up the inside, almost coming together with David Almanza before taking the lead 1 lap later on Angel Piqueras. Joel Esteban searching for his first victory in Junior GP, but Piqueras and Almanza had other ideas and put Joel Esteban back to 3rd with only 1 lap to go. Angel Piqueras was leading for now, but Joel Esteban fought back at turn number 5 to retake 2nd and shaped up a move into turn 11, where he's been so strong all weekend and took Angel Piqueras by surprise. He held on for a couple of corners, but Angel Piqueras swooped around the outside and almost had the eyes of victory in his sight. But Joel Esteban put a block pass onto the penultimate corner, and as Piqueras got a little bit wobbly on the outside into the final corner, David Almanza looked up the inside, but across the line they came, and it was Joel Esteban that held on for his first victory in Junior GP. The Aspar Junior team were delighted with that. That was 2 wins of the day for the team in 2 different classes. And Joel Esteban, a race winner once again, and for the first time, a Junior GP race winner. The first, you can imagine, of many. So the podium celebrations will be in full flow, but before then we will be giving out the trophies. So the team representative of the Aspar Junior team takes to his position, a big smile indeed after what must have been a very intense 15 laps watching Joel Esteban on his way for a first victory. David Almanza can crack a smile with that one, another important podium for him after 4 non-scores. He's picked up 3 top 4 results in the championship. Angel Piqueras in 2nd, but the happiest rider on the podium, the stocky youngster, is Joel Esteban, today's race winner, where he will be lifting atop his first race winner's trophy in Junior GP. But before then, the Vice President of the MP will hand out the trophy to the winning team, the Asper junior team. Another trophy for their huge trophy cabinet back at base. David Almanza picks up 3rd spot, his 2nd podium in the last 3 races. And after picking up 4th spot in race number 1, that'll be an improvement, and a very happy improvement at that for the young Spaniard.
Pedro Ribeiro, o JuniorGP Chief Steward.
So the FIM JuniorGP Chief Steward, Pedro Ribeiro, hands out the 2nd place trophy to Angel Piqueras, who increases his championship lead. And a very important championship lead at that, with only 5 races remaining of the season. But the most important trophy is for Joel Esteban, as he is lifting atop the race winners trophy for the first time in JuniorGP, as we hear the Spanish national anthem after he's given some free Finetwork Wi-Fi for a full year. A very, very nice prize at that. So it's time for the Spanish national
Vamos
anthem.
ouvir o hino espanhol para a vitória de Joel Esteban.
The Spanish national anthem plays out for Joel Esteban in JuniorGP, and well, you can imagine that will be the first of many for young Esteban in the class. Angel Piqueras increases the championship lead. David Almanza picks up another important podium, as the top 3 will stand for a picture, and that is your top 3 from race number 2 here in JuniorGP. And JuniorGP will be back in action in just 2 weeks' time, with Chris Jordan alongside me and Tristan Pinocchiaro. However, here is the results of race number 2 and the final race of the day for JuniorGP. It's Joel Esteban taking the victory ahead of Angel Piqueras, and David Almanza just missing out on victory. Alvaro Carpe held on for 4th ahead of Eddie O'Shea, picking up a top 5 for the first time this year. Tachikon Bouadri couldn't manage the podium, he got 6th. And from race 1 ahead of Cormac Buchanan, Jacob Rosenthaler and Daniel Sharil. Elia Bartolini bounced back from his race 1 off to pick up a top 10 ahead of Luca Lunetta, who couldn't repeat the podium charge he found in race 1 ahead of Nico Carraro, Fernando Yambias, Marcos Uriarte and Jacob Rulston, dropping all the way down to 15th and rounding out your point scoring positions. Alessandro Morosi and Leo Ramensdorfer went 16th and 17th ahead of Noah Detweiler. Cesar Tiesi in 19th ahead of Marcus Ruda, running at the top 20 ahead of Uchiimi in 21st, Angus Grenfell behind him ahead of Torrin Collins, Alessio Mattia ahead of RB Aditama, who managed to remount after earlier contact in the race with Marcus Ruda. Gibin Plonk was in 26th after he crashed late on, but remounted ahead of Jeffrey Emmanuel. Their non-finishers Adrian Cruces, Alex Gurdon and Shabi Zuratuza.
So in the championship standings, Angel Piqueras is on 140 points. Extends his advantage over Alvaro Carpe, 54 points behind. Luca Lunetta remains in 3rd, 64 off the pace. Joel Esteban, the big winner, he pushes up to 5th place with 25 points today, just behind Jacob Rulston. Xabi Zuratuza, another winner of today, despite his race 2 DNF. Almanza Carraro just behind. Cormac Buchanan in the top 10. Eddie O'Shea is in 11th. Cruces, Rosenthaler, Bartolini also scoring quite highly. Bartolini crashing in race 1. Morosi, Ruda, Sharil are 15th, 16th and 17th. And these are the rest of the championship standings. Detweiler on 16 points, Yambias on 12, while Aditama, Izawa, Uriarte are on 8 and 7 respectively, with Izawa and Uriarte sharing the same score. Rammersdorfer, Uchiumi, Torrin Collins complete the table.
So there you have it. Race number 2 for JuniorGP is done and dusted and into the history books here at the Autodromo International du Algarve. Joel Esteban, a first-time race winner in JuniorGP. We have 2 first-time race winners here today, and you don't have to wait long for JuniorGP to be back in action, as the class will be back in action in just 2 weeks' time at Montmello. But don't go anywhere, as we have Moto2 race number 2 coming up next. Situated 30 minutes out the port of Portimao is the Autodromo International do Algarve circuit, situated in the picturesque Algarve settings. 16 corners make up this incredible circuit, with lots of great overtaking spots, including turn number 1, turn 5, and of course turn number 11. A great circuit to be hosted here in JuniorGP, the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship, and Moto2 action is about to get underway. And can anyone stop the Super Senna Aegis as he rolls on for win number 5 here today? The sun is shining and the revs are rising ahead of Moto2 action here in the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. The Autodromo International do Algarve has become a mainstay in motorcycle racing since it was built in 2008. And well, there's been lots of names that have passed through this over the years, and lots of big names as well. And in Moto2, Senna Aegis is hoping to add his name to one of those greats. Winner of race number 1 earlier on today, he'll be hoping to make it a double here today in race number 2. A commanding win of over 11 seconds ahead of Alberto Sura. The Italian taking his first podium of the year with a commanding and hard-fought fight, and we'll see that coming up right now as we unpack what happened in race number 1. So lights out for race number 1. It was Senna Aegis from pole position that got the advantage in the whole shot into turn number 1, with Carlos Tatai and Xavi Cardelus as well hoping to challenge him at the front. But it was Alberto Sura that would take advantage of a bit of a mistake from Carlos Tatai and Cardelus at turn number 1. But this moment here, with Carlos Tatai having a big moment, a front ender at turn number 1 at the start of lap number 2. More on him to come a little bit later on. As his bike got taken back to the pits, it was Alberto Sura, Tapia and Garcia that fought for second, third and fourth, with Alberto Sura just serving a long lap penalty moments before this, before sweeping back into second spot at the start of lap number 5. But it was Senna Aegis that was leading the way at the front, comfortably ahead of this battle for second, with Xavi Cardelus hoping to make it a second podium in Portimao. As Senna Aegis ticked off the laps and the team looked on, thumbs up all round for Senna Aegis. It was the battle for the back that we were watching, as Tapia and Garcia got close for the comfort in the battle for 4th and 5th, with Tapia finally coming back up the inside once more, but this battle would rage on for a number of laps before Garcia would retake the lead into turn number 1 just a few moments later. Tapia would fight back for 4th place, dropping downhill into Craig Jones' corner. He would cement that place with that move for holding on to the 4th spot for the remainder of the race. But no one can challenge Senna Aegis as he rounded the final corner across the line to pick up his 4th victory of the season, and a very important one, stretching out his championship lead to over 50 points. He'd pop a wheelie with another race win, but it was Alberto Sura in second spot. There was a big talking point. Can he challenge Senna Aegis in race number 2? So far for Senna Aegis, it was a Sunday ease and a Sunday ride to remember, as Senna Aegis won race number 1 here at Portimao. Can he back it up in race 2? So celebrations all round for Senna Aegis in race number 1, and unfortunate commiserations to Carlos Tatai, who crashed out very early on in race number 2. And we have had a bit of an update of Carlos Tatai. He has been taken to a local hospital for further checks. He is conscious, but we have our best wishes to Carlos Tatai for just minor damages, if anything, and he'll be given a full check over at the local hospital. So he will not be taking part in race number 2 here today.
Yeah, hopefully it's all precautionary, just making sure the rider and the man behind the helmet is in his best condition.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, it was a nasty crash at the start of lap number 2. Not quite sure what happened there, but yes, our thoughts are with Carlos Tatai as he is going for some precautionary checks at the local hospital. Another talking point in race number 1 was the Bosco Scuro, the Team Chiati Bosco Scuro of Alberto Sura, who really did take it to Senna Aegis in the opening few laps of race number 1 today. And we thought, well, maybe after he served his long lap penalty, he would eventually be able to get to the front of that pack and then start reeling in Senna Aegis, but it wasn't to be.
No, not for Sura today. He did finish P2. The long lap penalty loop, he really proved a detriment to his race despite coming P2, because he was running with Aegis across the first 3 or 4 laps, even overtaking him, showing him a few wheels. And once he went through that loop, he was stuck in a battle with the likes of Cardaluz, Garcia, Tapia, but came back, managed to get that P2. But it'll be interesting to watch him start from the second row. Absolute rocket launch off the line last time. If he can repeat that, then Aegis has a big problem on his hands.
Well, he had certainly a few beans for breakfast at Alberto Sura to get that launch off the line. Indeed, some rocket power from the second row of the grid. Now, he will be moving up a spot from 5th on the grid to 4th on the grid with the absence of Carlos Tatai. No such problems here. Just look at that consistency from Senna Aegis. He had a bit of a blip there in form back in Jerez, where Carlos Tatai took the spoils ahead of Yari Ruiz, but he bounced back in perfect form in race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely sensational performance from Senna Aegis. 11-second advantage over the line. He was brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. He had the problem with Sura at the beginning, but once Sura was through the long lap penalty, he dropped back into 5th place, and he'd already built up a massive gap over the likes of Garcia and Tapia, who were trading in behind him. Xavi Cardaluz was also part of that group. He starts from 2nd with Tatai's absence, back on the podium for the Andorran rider. He takes his 2nd podium of the season, both coming at Portuguese destinations.
Yeah, he does love Portugal, does the Andorran rider, so he'll be hoping to go not 1, but maybe 2 places better in race number 2 here today. Still chasing that first ever Moto2 European Championship race win as Andorran. A very experienced rider now in the class is Xavi Cardaluz, but I can all imagine that first race win might not be too far away. Here's another rider, Unai Oradri, who's starting from 3rd. The first time he'll be going from the front row of the grid in his very small rookie campaign in Moto2 European Championship. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a disaster in race number 1, dropping all the way down to the small end of the points.
Yeah, he sunk like a stone coming down. We were talking him up. Yeah, he's been very positive all weekend, getting himself 4th best qualifying time. He's back on the front row. Maybe that's just a little boost he'll need to record a season best finish. Will he be part of that podium battle? It's hard to say given his race 1 performance. But I can tell you somebody that will be part of that podium battle. Judging on the race 1, it's Alberto Sura. He launches from the head of the 2nd row. Picked up his first podium of the year earlier this morning. Look at that, 2nd place. He's been just in and around that battle, as you can see, P4 in race 1 in Estoril, a couple 7th place finishes. Let's see what he can produce here. If he can get off the line pretty quickly, he is shown already. He's got the pace to lead out front.
He's a cool customer, is Alberto Sura. I don't know if you or myself would be able to pull off those sunglasses that he's pulling off, but yeah, very, very stylish is the young Italian on the Bosco Scuro machine. Just behind him in 5th spot on the grid, we're looking at him now, Marco Tapia, who was in that podium battle as well on the Yamaha Philippines machine. Big wave to the camera. He'll be hoping for more of the same, but hopefully putting himself onto the podium this time round instead of just missing out. But he was in that battle for the entirety of that race. And as you can see, his best performance of the year so far is first top 5, which is just incredible from Marco Tapia.
Yeah, super performance from him. That battle for 4th place was a great watch as well. With Ruiz, Cardaluz managed to put a bit of space between them. And even at one stage, they were in contention for P2 and P3.
Yeah, we're indeed. And it was a great battle all the way through from 2nd all the way down to 5th. A lot of hard overtaking, to be honest. We hope for a little bit of a cleaner race this time round. So further back, we have More of the riders to look at. The Piotr Bishakiski starting from 7th on the grid. He had a bit of a disaster in race number 1, plummeted like a stone all the way down to the bottom end of the points. Picked up a few injuries earlier on in the year, but he's back with a vengeance. Picked up 2 points back in Jerez after remounting after a crash at Pedrosa Corner. And Piotr Bishakiski will be back on form and hoping for another top 5 finish, the first since the early part of 2022.
Yeah, it's been an injury curtailed season, as you've mentioned, but he is a rider with plenty of experience. We've seen him in the the World Championship scene. My God, I need to put my teeth back in. It's been a long day, Liam.
Yeah, you're spitting them back out at me every 2 seconds.
But Bishakiski, yeah, didn't go how we wanted in race 1. Dropped to the back and then finished outside the points. So a big disappointment. Sam Wilford picked up 11th place today in race 1. He was part of a battle a little bit further up on the grid. Maybe a little bit disappointed that he just couldn't keep the pace going, but as you can see, it's among his best finishes of the season. He's consistency there, so he'll be aiming for yet another top 10.
He will be indeed. He's starting to show the form that we do know that Sam Wilford has. I don't know if any of those injuries picked up in 2022 are still plaguing him, but you can imagine, since it was quite a big injury, that it must have some problems with it still, even over a year later. But fingers crossed, all the best for Sam Wilford. He will be hopefully fighting inside the top 10 once more and bagging his best finishing position of the year. As you said, Chris, just a little bit unfortunate to miss out on that top 7 or top 8 result. But he goes again from the 13th spot on the grid, and he has another chance in race number 2. As the riders get themselves ready, the heat really has risen here in the Algarve International Circuit.
It's an absolute scorcher of a day out there.
You were just outside. I'm surprised you weren't coming in looking like an absolute fried baked potato, to be honest.
An overcooked prawn, I believe.
Yeah, indeed. You were starting to look a little bit red on the face when you came back in, but you've cooled off a little bit and your colour has come back in, apart from the redness in your face. So, 16 laps of Moto2 action are about to be underway here in Autodromo International du Algarve. The teams are pulling off the grid, and umbrellas will be certainly needed to keep the heat, the Algarve sun, off the riders and the bikes, because it is a very warm day outside indeed.
So then, let's have a little run through of the grid ahead of race 2 here at Portimao, if we see the graphic coming. First, we'll have a little look at Shannon Inta, who's starting at 21st. A little further back, and didn't quite happen for him in race 1. If he can, 18th, picked up 3 places. If he can go a little bit better and pick up some points, it would be a highly successful day. But at the head of the grid, it is the championship leader, 4 wins out of 5, Senna Aegis, absolute superstar in the making, and he will launch from P1. He's got some company on the front row with Xavi Cardalus and Unai Oradre. On the second row then, it's Alberto Sura, Marco Tapia and Yeray Ruiz. Yeray Ruiz has some podium potential as well. Little further back, Bishakiski, Garcia and Antonelli. Antonelli started at the back in race 1, but he's back on his qualifying position now. Row 4 is Harrison Vaught, Alex Toledo and Mattia Ratto. 1 row further back, we have Wilford, Monjardo and Volpi, while Riu, Toth and Paz are on the 6th row. And rounding out the grid, Montero, Rahacek, Inta, and Aubrier on row 8 on his own.
So, 16 laps of Moto2 European Championship action about to get underway here in Portimao for race number 2, their final race of the day, but not the final race of action here today. We still have the Stock European Championship coming up moments after this race ends. But before then, the Moto2 riders set off for their warm-up lap, and we have to ask the question, Chris, will it be Senna romping off into the distance once more, or can Alberto Sura, or maybe even someone else, take the fight to Senna Aegis here?
It is a big task on the hand. He was so dominant in race 1. He was picture perfect in Portimao, but there are contenders all across the circuit. We may not have Carlos Tatai, but Xavi Cardalus has shown a return to form, getting back on the podium today, while we have Alberto Sura, who really had an excellent pace. He launches from 4th, 32 degrees, 45 on track. It's been fluctuating all day, the track temperature, but that's among the higher temperatures it has been today. But looking at the contenders, there are quite a few. Marco Tapia was quite good, but can they get to that level of Senna Aegis? I think they may need to wait for a mistake from Aegis to open the door for them.
It's going to be a tall order to get in front of Senna Aegis here. especially around the Algarve circuit, where he's been just so dominant all weekend. He's led every single session so far, just as Carlos Tatai did back in Jerez. And he's always had about 2, maybe 3 tenths over the chasing pack as well. So you're really going to have to ruffle the feathers of the young Australian in the opening laps to have a chance of taking it to Senna Aegis here today.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at Sura coming across there, he might be the one to watch. Judging by the race one pace, he definitely had it. Came out a long lap penalty loop, back in 5th place. It didn't take him long to get back into P2 and try catching to Senna Aegis, but he really just did pull the pin. So it all went to plan for him. I spoke to him in Parc Fermé earlier. He was exceptionally proud of what he did out earlier as well. So will he be doubly proud? Look at their 61-point advantage.
Yeah, you can imagine that barring a mistake in this championship, it is Senna Aegis to lose. But that's the main story of the championship. But the sub-stories are, what can anyone do about Senna Aegis and his motoring towards victory in race number 2 here today. Alberto Sura has been a little star today, has the young Italian taking his first podium. And Xavi Cardelus as well, he will be looking to make it a back-to-back podium positions here today. What can Harrison Voigt do? He was in the top 5 after a great start in race number 1 earlier on today, but just crashing at moments after Carlos Tatai went down as well, turn number 2. So thankfully Harrison Voigt is back in the mix for this one. He'll be hoping to repeat his podium from the opening race of the season in Estoril before being taken out in race number 2, and hasn't really been able to find that form ever since. But from one Australian to the other, the one that heads the grid, Senna Aegis. We're looking at Xavi Cardelus as well there. He's hoping to be in the mix. He gets off the line pretty well, does Xavi Cardelus, but the opening few laps he does struggle to maintain pace before saving the tyre and coming on strong at the end. The green flag waves in the background, the red flag coming off the grid to the left of your picture there. It's Senna Aegis on the right of your picture. Xavi Cardelus in the middle, and it will be red lights, and out they go, and it's a great start from the front row from Xavi Cardelus, a bit of a wheelie there, and we've got Garcia and Reis as well coming to blows further back, but Senna Aegis, as quick as you like, into the lead of the race. Further back, there's a bit of bumping and boring as well, but Harrison Voigt and Marco Tapia, that's Marco Tapia in 5th, as Garcia slots up the inside. Alberto Sura in 3rd spot as well. That's a great start there from the Bosco Scuderia machine. He's already having a look up the inside of Xavi Cardelus and makes Cardelus sit up ever so slightly, but Cardelus holds it around the outside. That was very brave there from Sura, but even braver from Cardelus. But this is just giving Senna Aegis a couple of big lengths advantage as they enter turn number 5. So Senna Aegis from Cardelus, Sura, Garcia, Tapia, and that's Piotr Biszczykowski as well. A great start from the Polish rider. He's in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff out front from Senna Aegis. Another brilliant start from Sura. From the 2nd row, he's got himself in 3rd, just ahead of Garcia as we see. So Aegis is already opening up a little bit of a gap here on the opening lap. Let's see Yeray Ruiz coming through there. He manages to hold a pin. But Xavi Cardelus and Alberto Sura will want to keep an eye on Aegis. They don't want to let him lose sight. As we can see, he's already pushing as Garcia and Sura battle coming over the hill. Yeah, Cardelus needs to get the hooks in here as Garcia fires it up the inside of Sura, and it looks like he's going to make this one stick.
Yeah, Garcia is really out for blood in race number 2 here today. Marco Tapia having a look up the inside of Alberto Sura as well into the penultimate corner, but look at the gap Senna Aegis already has. That's already out to about 6-7 tenths of a second over his teammate from last year. The promo racing of Xavi Cardelus and Dower on the number 18 machine. Unai Oradri, he's dropped back again from 3rd spot in the grid. He's plummeted all the way down the field. We'll check where he comes across the line, where he is when he comes across the line after the opening lap of the race.
Start problems. I think he might be already gone.
I think you might be right, to be honest. That's such a shame from Unai Oradri on the STV Leclerc's racing team. From what has been such an incredible weekend to actually despair towards the end of it. Unai Oradri from starting 3rd in the grid, he's already up this. Oh, a bit of a moment there. Wow, that's a bit of a moment there from the Polish rider Biszczykowski up the inside of Tapia. A bit of a moment on the front and rear end, and Tapia just says, thank you very much, I'll take that place back, as cool as you like. But at the moment, it's a half a second advantage over from Senna Aegis back to Xavi Cardelus. Roberto Garcia still chasing that first podium in Moto 2. He's climbing all over the back of the Andorran rider. He's dropped Alberto Sura ever so slightly in the opening stages of lap number 2. And here we have a look at this one here. So that's
the number 74, little wobble there, another little wobble, and then one more just for good measure.
1, 2, 3 times and he still stays on over the bumps there. That might be what unsettled it. And hello, says Marco Tappi as he sets up the Polish rider. But look at this here. This is now Roberto Garcia challenging Xavi Cardelus. Alberto Sura, he's just trying to stay in touch with these two riders, just in front of him, ever so slightly. Oh, he's going for him there? No, he hasn't. I thought Roberto Garcia.
A little look up the inside,
late lunge I thought was coming on there from Roberto
Garcia wants to get himself up as far away from Alberto Sura as possible at the moment. We've seen in recent races Garcia, he's been running for the majority of the races in that P3 position and then losing out late on. So he'll be looking to get a bit of space between him and the rest of the pack in the podium to secure that first ever podium here in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, he was a rookie last year, just like Senna Aegis, was showing good form towards the end of the year. A brace of 4th place finishes, but is shaping up second here. Xavi Cardelus has got some danger in the form of Roberto Garcia. Here comes Garcia, as clean as you like up the inside, but can Cardelus get the switch back? No, he can't, but can he have a little look up the inside in turn number 3? Roberto Garcia has that sorted. He's got the bike placed perfectly. And here comes Sura as well. He's chasing after his second podium of the year. Will he have a look up the inside? No, he won't. He tried that on lap number 1 on Cardelus, but not that time round. Cardelus was hanging a brave round the outside and turn at number 3. So Roberto Garcia, this is great form from the young Spaniard. He's now into second spot as Senna Aegis sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.924, only half a second off his new lap record from race number 1 here today. So with the temperatures increasing, the lap times will be a little bit slower.
Yeah, Senna Aegis is cruising out front once again. Just 2 laps into this, he's opened up a 1 second advantage as Garcia battling with Cardelus has given him just a little bit of space. But Roberto Garcia is in second. He's going to see how much he can get ahead of Cardelus here with Alberto Sura lurking in 4th place.
Well, Roberto Garcia is 0.2 of a second faster than Senna Aegis already on this lap. So maybe Roberto Garcia will be reeling in your championship leader and your race 1 winner, Senna Aegis. But maybe Senna Aegis is just taking it nice and steady at the front, where as a neutral, hoping for some battling at the front. And we hope that Roberto Garcia, Xavi Cardelus and Alberto Sura can reel in your championship leader.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll still keep it at about a second. But let's see what Roberto Garcia can produce in the next couple of sectors. There has been a response from Aegis, and he does take 2/10 out of the chasing pack as the number 81 crosses the line, ticks off another lap, leads another lap here in the Moto2 European Championship at Portimao.
Well, the gap has now come down to 1 second, so he's pulled a couple of tenths back as Roberto Garcia, there you go, fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.7. Could we have a race on here in Moto2 European Championship? Race number 2 is Roberto Garcia is dragging Xavi Cardelus and Alberto Sura to your race leader. Senna Aegis might be in danger here with an attack from Roberto Garcia as they tick off another sector. We'll check what the gap is now as a tick off sector number 1. We'll wait for it to update before we let you know the gap. And in that time round, Senna Aegis has responded a 1/10 of a second faster than Roberto Garcia in second.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the podium battle, Xavi Cardelus is just trying to hang on to the coattails now of Garcia. Sura, we mentioned his pace has been excellent all day. He hasn't quite hit the heights he did in race 1, but he is very much in this podium battle. A little further back, Makar Tapia, Peter Biersakerski lead Sam Wilford, who is chasing in 7th place, running in 7th place, just ahead of Nico Antonelli, with Alex Toledo and Mattia Ratto currently in the top 10. Garcia, as we can see, takes a little bit more time out of Aegis out front.
Yeah, it really is a yo-yoing effect between the top 2. Back and forth to trading fastest sectors, Senna Aegis and Roberto Garcia. But it looks like maybe Senna Aegis has really gotten into his stride now and starting to open up that gap at the head of the field. With Xavi Cardelus, he's now starting to come under a bit of pressure from Alberto Sura. So as we see them through the final corner, they'll start winding up the wick as they drop down, they plummet down this. It feels like you're falling off the edge of the earth here as they come through the final corner. Across the line, as I say that, Alberto Sura just dropped off a little bit from Xavi Cardelus, and Xavi Cardelus is now starting to put pressure on Roberto Garcia. The gap is now up to 1.5 seconds. So that time round, it was another 1:43.7 from Senna Aegis, while Roberto Garcia and the rest of the pack dropped into the 1:44s.
Yeah, superb stuff from Senna Aegis, responding in kind to Roberto Garcia's advances from behind. He's got himself a comfortable lead, and from this point on, from what we've seen so far this season, it looks like Aegis might be on for the double here.
This is a great little battle going on for fifth, sixth, and seventh, which contains Marco Tapia, Piotr Rybiszewski, Sam Wilford, and Nicolo Antonelli just off the back of that as well. So Sam Wilford really is showing form here in race number 2, climbing all over the back and only a few seconds off your race leader at the moment. So Sam Wilford's putting in a strong performance so far at the start of race number 2. We did see this in race number 1 before he did unfortunately drop off a little bit towards the closing stages of the race, but let's hope this time round he can keep his tyres in check and really challenge for that top 5 position.
Yeah, he's lapping his last lap anyways, and he's lapping in and around. He's a little bit quicker than the guys ahead of him, so we might see him just push a little bit further forward. And yeah, Wilford hits just a little bit slower than Byszykowski and man behind him, Antonelli, on that sector, but it's been a strong performance so far from Wilford. Back out the front, it's Senna Aegis, the number 81, coming around turn 14. One more corner before he clicks off another lap, leading here in Portimao.
He just makes it
and
so
the battle here is getting a little bit closer now between Garcia and Cardalus. Cardalus is just probably going to have a little look up at the outside here just to see what he can get into turn 1. Will there be much drive out of the corner for the Andorran? Bit of a wheelie, bit too much, so he may lose a little bit of time there. Garcia should take the advantage going into turn 1, the downhill turn 1 right-hander.
Further back, you've got a move shaping up in the form of Sam Wilford looking at Piotr Rybiszewski for 6th spot. I don't think Wilford did make the move on the Polish rider, but we'll have a little look in the background. No doubt, Piotr Rybiszewski flashes past in the background with the green and black Bosco Scooter machine still holding 6th ahead of Sam Wilford for the time being. But there's certain parts of this lap where the Bosco Scuro machine really does close back in the 2 in front of him, and then there's other parts, usually the faster stuff, where the Calyx does open up that gap on over the Bosco Scuro. But it's really good to see another bike taking it to the Calyx machines here in Moto2. The Bosco Scuros, the Team Chiatti run Bosco Scuro machines are an absolute beast to look at, an absolute wonder to behold when you have a look at them down in the paddock as well. So for the time being, it's Alberto Sura really trying to chase after Cardalus and Garcia for his 2nd podium of the season, as we look at Nicolo Antonelli, who started from 9th in a bit of a slow start in Nicolo Antonelli, but he finished 7th in race number 1, coming from the back of the grid. So he has good late race form as well. So Nicolo Antonelli, he's definitely one to watch later on in this race.
Yeah, Antonelli does have late form. He hasn't been on the podium now since Estoril, so maybe a little bit of Portuguese luck is in store. But he is a bit further back in the championship as he's on Moto2 machinery. He did have a year at the World Championship level in Moto2 last year, but 7th in the standings as things stand. Nobody, and it's a difficult one, but nobody has had an answer so far for what Senna Aegis is putting out on track in 2023.
It's absolutely incredible to watch. Such a master in action, you feel like. I was about to say a master in action, it looked like a bit of a wobble on the previous lap there, as Roberto Garcia is coming under more increasing pressure from Xavi Cardalus. You can just feel this one's going to rumble and rumble on for the remaining laps up. Unfortunately, just like race number 1, the day comes to an early end for Mongiardo, the number 49 machine, the other Bosco Scuro machine, dropping off the timing screens as well.
Commentator's curse, as you see,
really
wax lyrical about the Bosco Scuros. We unfortunately lose one of them.
Well, we've still got 2 of them inside the top. I was going to say the 2 of them inside the top 6, but we do not, because, well, we've got Alberto Sura inside the top 5, but the other one that's further down the order is Alex Toledo as well, so he's just outside the top 10. Commentators Carson at full force here in the commentary box, as always.
So back out front, it's Senna Aegis, while the podium battle here is between Roberto Garcia, Xavi Cardalus and Alberto Sura. Alberto Sura was, and Cardalus is making the move over the crest. Doesn't quite make it stick. Garcia's got the answer for him and closes the door, shuts it off with a late apex. That brings Sura a little bit closer to Cardalus, who is running in 3rd place. Remember, Sura did come home with P2 in race 1, as did Cardalus in P3. It's Roberto Garcia out to break his duck, but that's not going to help. Xavi Cardalus fires it up the inside at turn 13.
That was as clean as you like from Xavi Cardalus. It looked like Garcia just left the door ajar, and Cardalus wasn't taking a second invitation, just swooped on through to take 2nd place. Alberto Sura has really started to put pressure on the back of Cardalus over the last lap and a bit, so maybe that's just giving Cardalus the confidence, the boost to finally attack Roberto Garcia. Roberto Garcia still holding on for his 1st podium of the year so far, as Xavi Cardalus comes across the line, opening up a couple of tenths of advantage over Roberto Garcia. So Roberto Garcia, if he's not careful, he's going to come under attack from the Bosco Scooter machine of Alberto Souda. But at the front, it's still Senna Aegis leading by 3.685 of a second. He's just making us look so effortless out front. I can imagine it's not, but you can imagine Senna Aegis is just in complete control of this at the front of the field at the moment.
Yeah, it's a sign of a real talent when they do something so difficult but make it look effortless, and that's exactly what Senna Aegis is, a real talent, cruising around. 1 second advantage over Carlos, who has jumped up into second place. We were hoping Roberto Garcia looked like he could take a couple tenths out of Aegis's lead out front, but he's now dropped into third place. So let's see what Carlos, if he can lay down a challenge to Aegis's times.
Yeah, I hope I haven't just said that and put the commentators cursing Senna Aegis as well, but he is looking in commanding form for the time being. It's only barring a mistake you can imagine that will stop Senna Aegis from racking up victory number 4. Oh, you had a bit of a moment there dropping down the hill. I thought maybe it was about to be the moment there. You could hear the revs rise as the front wheel dropped coming down the hill as well. Do we have a chopping changing for second and third? Roberto Garcia, I thought he was about to get dropped by Carlos. Not yet, he's not. He's up for the fight here, smelling blood with Carlos just in front of him. Alberto Souda as well is climbing all over the back of Roberto Garcia, and just behind him, Marco Tapia as well. We just saw him flash into shot. Last lap, he was 7 tenths of a second quicker than the group in front of him. So watch out for the Yamaha Philippines rider, because he is coming. Marco Tapia on the number 8 machine will flash into picture just any moment now. And this lap as well, has he set a faster lap of the race compared to the riders in front of him? Yes, he has 1:44.2. That's matching the riders just in front of him. So they've also increased their pace as well, with Marco Tapia coming into play.
Yeah, let's keep an eye if Tapia can surge up the field with just over 8 laps to go. It seems Garcia is just kind of happy to settle in behind Carlos for the moment. There's not been a whole lot of change out of Alberto Souda, a little bit of a wobble. Nicola Antonelli has crashed out. He was running in around 8th or 9th place. That's a real shame for the Italian rider. He was having a good one. It looks like he is going to rejoin the race, hopefully pick up a few points, because you never know what can happen on track.
As a great commentator always said, you never know what can happen, but something usually always does. So Nicola Antonelli will be hoping to remount and get some points, as Harrison Voigt has pulled into the pits as well. So Harrison Voigt's disastrous day comes to another premature end, but he's been showing good form this weekend as the young Australian, and sitting 5th in race number 1 before crashing out will be a boost for his confidence going towards Montmello in a few weeks' time. But no such problems for another Australian. Senna Aegis in commanding form. The gap now up to 4 seconds. There's just not much you can say more than how brilliantly he's making this all look in the Moto2 European Championship this year.
Yeah, absolutely superb as he hangs it on the right there. Just absolutely flawless ride here in Portimao, both races so far. We are tempting fate perhaps a little bit with the commentator's curse, but this kid is just a big, big talent. And it looks like he's just put a bit more time. Yeah, he's put quite a few seconds between him and the chasing pack. Carlos is at the front of this podium battle in P2, with Roberto Garcia just tucked in behind him, the number 31 behind the Andorran of the number 18.
Well, the second fastest rider on track that last lap, or inside the top 4, was Piotr Biszczykowski. He's found some form. He's 1:44.3. That was exactly the same time as the leader, Senna Aegis, at the front of this field. So Piotr Biszczykowski is on for a top 6, and his best results here in the Algarve have been top 6 finishes in 2020 and last year as well. So the Polish rider's really starting to come back on form after that injury-strewn start to the season. So it's good to see the number 74 has just flashed into the background behind the likes of Marco Tapia, finally finding his form once again in Moto2.
Yeah, Marco Tapia and Peter Biszczykowski just a couple seconds behind this podium battle, but should things kick off here in the P2, P3 fight, we might just see them come into the picture with a few laps remaining as we get the replay coming into turn 1 here at Xavi. Carlos on the slow-mo camera here, turning right. Does he have a moment? Oh, he's just got an absolute lean angle of the highest degree.
That's the best technical we have ever heard, an absolute lean angle from Xavi Carlos. He's still got
Garcia is all over the rear tire now.
Climbing all over the back. Is he going to have a look in the penultimate corner? Not quite. Xavi Carlos, he's smarter than that. He has the experience. He knew that there could have been a lunge coming from Roberto Garcia. He's a very experienced old hand as Xavi Cardelus in this class, as Roberto Garcia is only in his second year. There's Marco Tapia. In the last few laps, he's not been able to claw any more advantage into the back of Alberto Sura. In actual fact, the last couple of laps, he's been a tenth or two slower than the riders just ahead of him. But that time round, he was a tenth of a second quicker than Alberto Sura. So Alberto Sura is starting to drop off the back of Cardelus and Garcia. Piotr Biszczykowski once again. Yeah, after his stunning 144.3 a lap ago, he's dropped back into the 144.7s that time. So there he is on screen, aiming for another top 6 result here in Portimao as well. I thought I heard a moment there from one of the riders just in front of him, and maybe it was Marco Tapia, but Marco Tapia so far, as it come through sector number 1, everything is all fine and dandy for Marco Tapia in 5th spot.
Yeah, just having a look through the timing screens here, as Aegis is one of the lonely runners, but he's got a massive gap out front as he looks on for another victory. Outside the podium battle, we have Tapia, who is just about a second ahead of Biszczykowski, while Sam Wilford is on for P7, another strong performance, but he's having a lonely ride. He's got a 4-second cushion to Matia Rato in P8, with Alex Toledo and Yeray Ruiz in a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th.
There's the championship standings as it stands at the moment. Aegis will open up, I think that's his championship standings before they came into this race, ahead of Rato, and 55 back to Carlos Tata. It'll be a substantial championship lead at the end of this race if everything goes well with Senna Aegis, with 5 and a bit laps remaining. Don't run on the green. It's pushing to the absolute limit still as Senna Aegis. When you're out on your own, sometimes it is better to just keep the gas pulled as far back as 100%. Keep your focus, because if you start knocking off 1% or 2, then you start losing focus, and then that's where the mistakes could happen. But for now, Senna Aegis is still leading the way, and there's updated graphics. 61 points over Xavi Cardelus. It would be if it stays the way it is with Rato and Ruiz. So Carlos Tata, who's missing this race after being taken to the hospital for precautionary checks after race number 1, he'll be dropping outside of the top 4. So we wish Carlos Tata all the best for a return in Montmelo in just 2 weeks' time. But the battle for second is open up ever so slightly. Cardelus just opening up the gap to 0.6 of a second over Roberto Garcia, with Alberto Sura dropping off the back of these 3. And coming into the picture just behind them was Marco Tapia and Piotr Biszczykowski on that lap, were another couple of tenths of a second faster than the Bosco Scuro rider of Alberto Sura.
Yeah, superb stuff out front from Senna Aegis. We're waiting for this Xavi Cardelus, Roberto Garcia podium battle to heat up a little bit, because there is a second place on offer here. It's going to be interesting to see how much Roberto Garcia is willing to risk going for a P2, or will he be happy just to settle for that first ever Moto2 European Championship podium.
As a young rider, you can imagine he's going to go all out for any position he can get.
Absolutely, but he does need to be wary. He's got Alberto Sura just lurking in behind. So here we see Cardelus. Well, they've opened up quite a bit of a gap to Sura. It's Garcia and Cardelus now have a bit of space in second and third here.
I was going to say,
let's see, how much will Garcia risk with 5 laps, just over 5 laps remaining?
Senna Aegis is starting to knock off the pace that last time round. Cardelus and Garcia were a tenth of a second quicker. His gap is only 3.9 seconds, but we'll see what it is when they come over the line this time round. As they chalk off another lap, well, he's increased it to 4 seconds, so relatively small in comparison to his winning margin in race number 1 here today. So he's just kicking his feet up basically out front as Senna Aegis and having a bit of a chill day out.
No such thing as a chill day out when you're a champion or champion to be. So we're looking at the battle for second here with Cardelus and Garcia. Still no move yet from Garcia. He hasn't really let Cardelus out of his sights, but he's not shown him much of a wheel yet. Is he just biding his time yet again? He's very, very close here as they come through turn 5. But Cardelus keeps it pinned, closes the door, doesn't give him any openings, as we now get another look at them coming in to turn 1. The Andorran rider, the number 18, Xavi Cardelus.
Yeah, there's a bit of a bump here on the inside as they enter turn number 1. Just unsettles the Moto2 machines ever so slightly, but he's so in the moment. You can imagine that Xavi Cardelus, that is no problem for such an experienced hand as the Andorran rider as they come through turn number 1. But something that will be increasing his heart pressure at the moment, his blood temperature, will be the presence of Roberto Garcia just behind him, crawling all over the back of the Andorran rider. So quick through turn number 13 is Roberto Garcia, and he puts himself in a great position.
Is he having a little look up the inside now, Garcia? He's not quite got there.
Maybe the cutback he'll get on Cardelus. Cardelus holding a tight line, so no way through for Roberto Garcia, but you can feel this one's going to run and run as Garcia, we hope, doesn't take a lunge and take the both of them out, because he's on for his first ever Moto2 European Championship podium, and Cardelus really winds the wick up coming out the final corner and opens up that advantage to a few tenths of a second as they come across the line that time round. So Roberto Garcia, if he wants to make a move on Cardelus, it has to be in the last section of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably just eyeing up everything Cardelus is doing, looking for his strong points, looking for his weak points, and seeing where he can strike with just a few laps remaining. Just over 3 laps to go now. Garcia has been pinned on Cardelus's rear wheel for the better part of how many laps now? About 10 to 12 laps. It's been like this.
So yeah, it's been a great performance by Roberto Garcia to be able to hold.
Alberto Sura's got some problems now.
Yeah, he's got big problems in the hands of Marco Tapia. Marco Tapia has been really etching into the advantage that Alberto Sura has had over the last number of laps, and you can just feel that it's any moment now you're going to see the number 8 of the Yamaha Philippines style of machine come up the inside of Alberto Sura, and they're lurking in the background as well is Piotr Biszukiewski is also lapping a few tenths of a second faster than Alberto Sura, so don't count out the Polish rider on the number 74 machine to launch an attack on Alberto Sura in the upcoming laps as well. Where can Tapia take advantage of this? Garcia once again gets a great run through turn number 13 into 14, and once again has another look round the outside of Cardelus. You can imagine it's going to be a lunge coming up the inside with a lap or maybe 2 laps to go.
You know, we could take a picture of this battle for a second and it would be pretty apt for the last few laps. Garcia just hanging all over his rear wheel. There's a bit of a gap opened up now as they come around towards the front straight. Cardelus seems to have just found a couple meters there to give him a couple lengths advantage over Garcia in 3rd place. Looking a little further back, we've got Alberto Sura, who's got Marco Tapia. Alberto Sura has Marco Tapia for company, and we saw that in race 1, didn't we, Liam? Just Sura faded a little bit later on, and although he came home second, he was a little bit fortunate that the battle for 3rd gave him a bit of breathing room.
He was. The battle for 3rd were knocking lumps out of each other that gave Alberto Sura the opportunity to just have a few big lengths advantage in the last couple of laps as well. So he's really pushing the rear tyre to its absolute limit as Alberto Sura. Probably used up the absolute best of it. As we see now, Piotr Biszukiewski on that lap there was once again 4 tenths of a second quicker than Tapia and 6 tenths of a second quicker than Alberto Sura just in front of him. So Piotr Biszukiewski, he's not out of this just yet. He is in the mix and he is aiming for his first ever top 4 position.
Yeah, he's got big problems here now, Sura. Tapia is all over his back tyre. It seems it's just a matter of when and not if. He's having a look on the outside. Will he make that stick on the right-hander? Not quite. Sura's got.
He's gone
Sura's
for it
pushed
late,
wide. He's left the door open.
But he's gone wide himself. Here comes Sura back up the inside. Tapia on the switchback, but Sura sweeps around the outside to hold it. Can Tapia look up the inside?
He's got the
He's
inside
firing
line
up the
here.
inside. He's done it. Beautiful move there by Marco
But the
Tapia.
cutback from Sura again.
Here we go. This is playing into the hands of Biszukiewski just behind him. Oh, Sura! I thought was about to swoop.
Well,
right
pass
a
up
bit of a moment there from Sura as well. But now Tapia has the advantage for 4th spot.
Brilliant battle of that over the last few corners. It's far from over yet. Sura still looking for an answer to Tapia's questions that he is posing him. A couple brilliant lines taken there and a block pass then to seal the deal for 4th place. A little bit further ahead of them then we see Cardelus and Garcia, and Cardelus has made that advantage stick. We saw it on the last lap coming around those final pair of right-handers that he opened up a bit of a gap, and it seems he now has control of 2nd place, with Garcia settling in for the first ever podium in the class.
Last lap time for your race leader, Senna Aegis. He's so quick, he's about to lap at some back markers there. That in the form of Jared Ria and Marco Volpi. Oh, sorry, Charles Ubri and Shannon Inta. So at the back. So Senna Aegis on course for victory number 5 out of 6 races here in the Moto2 European Championship of 2023. It's been an exhibition in performance from the 18-year-old Australian as one of the riders gets well and truly out of the way. I think that was Shannon Inta that got out of the way. The other one just gets out of the way as well as Senna Aegis comes steaming past on his way for another victory here today.
Yeah, absolutely sensational
here we
performance
go.
from Senna Aegis, and Alberto Sura bites back over the crest on Marco Tapia to take 4th place back off the Spaniard. Will the Italian hold on to it?
He's gone defensive that time. So
yeah, he's gone very defensive. Shut the door in his face, Peter Bishakurski, licking his lips at the opportunity here. Keep battling, lads, he says. I want my pound of flesh too. Here comes Xavi Cardalus, just trailing Senna Aegis. There's quite a gap, but he's got quite a gap advantage over the man running in 3rd place. That's Roberto Garcia. But Senna Aegis is about to cross the line, comes through the final corner, no problems. Senna Aegis goes 5 from 6, pops a wheelie on the way.
Amazing stuff from Senna Aegis. Another victory in the bag for him. 2 out of 2 here today in the Algarve. And second, Xavi Cardalus holds it ahead of Roberto Garcia, taking his first podium. And who is it going to be? And 5th is going to be Alberto Sura. He's just lost out to Marco Tapia with Piotr Bushakiski in 6th. And Sam Wilford takes his best result of the season in 7th. Mattia Rato, Alex Toledo, and Charles Aubry rounding out your top 10. But not a lot more can be said from your race winner, Senna Aegis. Once again, Super Senna here today in the Algarve. Pops a wheelie, a one-legged wheelie, Valentino Rossi style, as he takes another win and another inch closer to wrapping up the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, an absolutely stunning ride from Senna Aegis. We were waxing lyrical all day in race 1. We've been waxing lyrical all day in race 2 as well. He has extended his championship advantage. It's Portimao perfection from the Australian. Xavi Cardalus back on the podium, 2nd of the day with Roberto Garcia. You saw his head bopping up and down as he crossed that line. Clearly delighted with his runs today.
He's been so close, has Roberto Garcia, in the past, but finally he takes a podium here in Portimao. Congratulations from the marshals to Senna Aegis as he's going to pop another wheelie coming over the crest of the hill. An absolute stunning sight. I think he tried a Jack Miller jump there. That was an absolute 10 out of 10 that was from Senna Aegis. He's been absolute pitch perfect. Portimao perfect, as Chris just said, all weekend, and he tops it off with a little bunny hop over the crest of the hill as well. We'll be getting that played for the socials as well. Back home in Barcelona, they'll be chopping that up and putting it on the Junior GP social media channels and doing some comparisons with the likes of Top Rag Razgatioglu and Jack Miller as well. So Senna Aegis, a star of the future, as could be Roberto Garcia as well. The number 31 Spaniard has finally taken a podium here, and it seems like such a weight off his shoulders. A brace of 4th places throughout the last part of 2022. You just felt that the podium was within grasp on so many occasions. It's been a slightly tough start to the season in 2023, but now he's finally got that duck off his back. Podium number 1 for Roberto Garcia in Moto2 European Championship. But the riders are still all chasing and have some way to go to try and catch and beat his Senna Aegis. You can imagine the wrapping up of the championship is well within sight now. Almost one hand on the trophy in 2022 for the young Australian. Only 18 years old, a big stoppie there. Absolutely magnificent that one was. Another 10 out of 10 there. We'll be getting that on the comparison reels as well. But the young Australian has such a big future ahead of him, stepping up from the Moto3 class in 2022 up to the Moto2 class. And he's found form and success ever since stepping up. That's another race win. His 5th of the year, his 7th in the class in total, and, well, rocket ship towards the championship as well. But it seems run-of-the-mill for the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP junior team in 2023. What's not run-of-the-mill is Cardoso Fantic Racing picking up a podium in the hands of Roberto Garcia. So they will be celebrating late into the night with the Australian flag being wrapped around Senna Aegis. Let's say he's got family and extended family here this weekend, and they've just watched Senna Aegis demoralise the opposition with a dominant display here in Portimao. Xavi Cardalus takes his equal best result of the season. He absolutely loves it here in Portugal. He'll just be hoping that all races are held here in Estoril and Portimao as well, so he can just pick up another double of podiums here. Second in this race, third in race number 1, and that matches his second place back in Estoril at the start of the season as well. Big smiles all round for the Andorran. 2 trophies to take back to Andorra for the number 18, and we always see him on the flight. He's always looking happy, always looking exhausted though, because he has put in a lot of effort, but he'll have 2 well-earned trophies to take back home later this evening. Roberto Garcia though, there won't be a bigger smile on the podium when he eventually gets up there. He knew, he tried hard to get the best of Xavi Cardelus. However, it was not to be here today. In the last couple of laps, he just rolled off a little bit and settled for a safe 3rd spot as well. Celebrations all round from all of the teams as well. And you can imagine Senna Aegis, well, he'll be absolutely delighted with that. So here's a little recap of the start. Senna Aegis from pole position, got the whole shot into turn number 1, and he never looked back since. Poetry in motion into turn number 1 on the brakes, over the bump, settling the machine ever so slightly, but Senna Aegis, as he has had all weekend, in utter control, and nothing fazed him. And across the line to notch up another race victory in 2023. Tried to pop a wheelie. That was probably the only thing that went against him the entire weekend, but he made up with it for a bunny hop over the crest, and obviously a stoppie coming in to park for me. But Senna Aegis, absolutely brilliant here today, and his team agree with that one 100%. So we're going to have an interview now and hearing the reactions from what has been superb Senna here today in Portimao. He'll be down in Park Fermi to chat away with Chris Jordan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. It's Portimao perfection for Senna Aegis, 2 from 2 here. Big championship advantage ahead of Catalonia. How are you feeling after the runs?
It's been a fantastic weekend. The second race then was a little bit harder on the tyres. I started feeling a little bit of the limit and my pace dropped a bit through the race, but I was gathering information and I could bring my lap times down at the end, which is super positive to go into the future and with our base and everything like that. So, no, fantastic weekend. Thanks to the team, Luca Moli, Husqvarna, Finetwork JuniorGP team for their work this weekend. We've extended our championship lead after having a difficult weekend in Jerez, and yeah, I'm excited for Barcelona. And I'd like to wish a speedy recovery to Carlos, who didn't make it in race 2 after his nasty crash. So I hope to see him back in Barcelona and back to normal. Thanks.
Congratulations again, Senna.
Cuando vaya andando, ¿qué le puedo preguntar en inglés?
Well, this is how Senna Aegis bagged the double here in Portimao. Starting from pole position, the number 81 got the whole shot off the line when the lights went out. It was a great start from the Australian. Further back, it would be Xavi Cardelus and Alberto Sura settling into the race in 2nd and 3rd, with Tapia trying to go round the outside of Garcia. But it wasn't to be, as Piotr Biszukiewski had made a bit of a mistake, losing 5th to Tapia on lap number 2. But as Senna Aegis stormed away from the rest of the field, it was Garcia that led in 2nd ahead of Cardelus, and Alberto Sura close for comfort. Poetry in motion and a nice easy Sunday ride. Probably not, but he made it look like it. Senna Aegis was in command as Cardelus found a way up the inside of Roberto Garcia into turn number 14, with Alberto Sura swarming all over the back and looking for any advantage he could as Senna Aegis came over the crest into Craigtone's corner. The battle wasn't done for 2nd place, as Cardelus had Garcia for company for the entirety of the race after his pass a few laps beforehand, as Tapia had a little bit of a lunge up the inside of Alberto Sura, but Sura fought back immediately and brilliantly round the outside, sweeping past the number 8 into turn number 12. Senna Aegis on his final lap of the race caught the back markers for what was a 5th win of the season on the cards, as he rounded the final corner to come across the line, popped a little wheelie, and it was Senna Aegis who reigned supreme, and his perfect Portimao continued with a double here at the Algarve. One-legged wheelie was his celebration, a stoppie as well to match it, and also a bunny hop. Big celebrations from the team as Senna Aegis leaves the Algarve with an even bigger championship lead as they roll into the Catalan round in Montmello in 2 weeks' time. Senna Aegis is unstoppable.
Uma excelente corrida, chamada o pódio, portanto,
Well, the heat was rising out there on circuit and out on air temperature, and also the heat is rising on Senna Aegis' quest to become Moto2 European champion in 2023. First time podium for Roberto Garcia, and a very well earned one at that. You can imagine there'll be many more to come now that the floodgates have been opened. But Xavi Cardeluz, 3 podiums from 4 in Portugal in 2023. Another second place for him. But Senna Aegis rocks to the top here in Portimao with victory number 5 in 2023. And we're about to hear the Australian national anthem after we hand out the trophies. Getting ahead of myself there, we are. But it's FM Junior GP Chief Steward that hands over the team's trophy to the Liqui Moly Husqvarna GP Junior team. And then a first ever podium for the Cardoso Fantic racing rider of Roberto Garcia. A very well earned one at that, and that'll be atop his mantelpiece. You can imagine when he gets home later on this evening. Another podium in Portugal, his second place of the season. Xavi Cardeluz from the Promo Racing team takes the honours for second. But receiving the Race Winners Trophy, which is becoming very normal for Senna Aegis. Senna Aegis is your race winner here in Portimao, and it's time for the Australian national anthem.
So the celebrations in full flow as the Prosecco goes flying here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Senna Aegis once again on the top step. That's 5 and 6 for the 18-year-old Australian. He takes the win here. A comfortable 5-second advantage over Xavi Cardeluz, while Roberto Garcia debuts on the podium in 3rd place. Marco Tapia stole 4th place on the line from Alberto Sura, with Peter Bersikirski taking a top 6. A great result for Sam Wilford in 7th, with Mattia Ratto in 8th, and Alex Toledo on the Buscasuro machine coming inside the top 10 in 9th position. Yeray Ruiz completes the top 10 finishers, with Mattia Volpi, Gerard Rieu, Maxwell Toth, Kyle Paz, and Eduardo Montero all picking up point-scoring finishes. Czech rider Rehecek and French rider Aubry 16th and 17th respectively. Shannon Inta completing the finishers from today's race. Harrison Vaught, Nico Antonelli, Francesco Mangiardo and Unai Oradre failed to see the checkered flag, and they'll have time to get themselves dusted down ahead of Catalonia in just a couple of weeks' time. And this is how it looks going to Barcelona in the championship race. Senna Aegis 61-point advantage over Xavi Cardeluz in 2nd place, with Mattia Ratto in 3rd place on 75. Yeray Ruiz, Alberto Sura have moved above Carlos Tatai, who failed to see the checkered flag in race 1 and didn't participate in race 2. Roberto Garcia is up to 7th, Alex Toledo and Marco Tapia in 8th and 9th. Nico Antonelli inside the top 10. Sam Wilford picks up some more points and moves into 11th ahead of Juan Rodriguez. Mattia Volpi, Gerard Rieu, Harrison Vaught all following behind, as are Unai Oradre and Francesco Mangiardo. Peter Bersikirski picks up some good points today. 12 points for him now in the championship. Kyle Paz equal with him. Martin Vugrenek, Maxwell Toth, Shannon Inta and Edu Montero complete the 23 point scoring riders in this championship to date in 2023. So it is Senna Aegis, the man of the moment here in Portimao. It was Portimao perfection. He's 2 from 2 here in the Algarve, 5 from 6 in 2023, and head to Catalonia as the one to watch.
Jerez to Autodromo International do Algarve, situated 30 minutes outside of Portimao. The Stock European Championship rounds out today's action from round 4 of the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. It's been a season with two names at the top, Dani Munoz versus Eric Fernandez, with the latter taking victory last time out in Andalusia, but Munoz has a grip of the battle so far. As the stock class gets ready to do battle around the 4.68-kilometre roller coaster, who will take the spoils in the final race of the day? Then right, 6 left make up this incredible Portuguese circuit. The Algarve is an absolute stunning location for racing action here today. 5 races down, 1 more to go, and the Stock European Championship gets ready to do battle for round 4 of the calendar. I'm Liam Hodgins, and joining me alongside is the terribly terrific Chris Jordan. So I was trying to think of the best way to introduce you that time, but terribly terrific came right out. So
you're stretching now, mate.
I really am. Well, I'm stretching as big as you are now, mate.
Set yourself a high benchmark, but we can't always reach them.
No, I'm always usually
good to be alongside you here. It's another cracker of a day here in Portimao. Another great race in the Stock European Championship class awaits, and there's already drama before we've even had lights out, and we'll come to that soon. But a little update of the weather. Well, it's quite hot, as you can see on screen. Track conditions are quite hot as well. It's been fluctuating between 45 and 50 degrees the last couple of hours. We'll see how they are once lights out commences in about 15 minutes as we take a look at some of the riders spinning around on the siding lap, dropping down the hill. So yeah, big day here at Portimao, and a big day in the championship race as well, as our top 2 guys have, well, one has a lot of work to do.
Yes, he does. Eric Fernandez is the person you're on about there. Qualified in second, but Chris, as we have found out since the qualifying session was over yesterday, he has been dropped to the back of the grid. And why? Well, we'll tell you why right after the update on qualifying. But this is the highlights of what happened back in Jerez. Dino Iozzo waved to the camera, chasing his second podium of the year. But Dani Munoz was hoping to convert a 3-race winning streak at Jerez, but Eric Fernandez would battle hard throughout the Stock European Championship race in Jerez. So the top 2 led away. They managed to build up a gap over the rest of the field. It was Fernandez that took the lead into turn number 1. Dani Munoz fought back, but it was Fernandez that just kept it for now. As we had some riders falling off a little bit further back in the action. Dino Iozzo took 3rd after that moment there, but Fernandez once again retaliated on Munoz, but Munoz up the inside at the final corner, but he ran a little wide. Fernandez took the opportunity, and Fernandez bagged his first win of the season in Jerez. Could he make that the floodgates open in Portimao? Well, from victory in Jerez to despair here in Portimao for Eric Fernandez. The rider took his first victory last time out ahead of Dani Munoz in a last lap battle for the ages in Stock European Championship. Has found himself with a penalty after qualifying. And Chris, well, it's a penalty that gives him a lot of work to do from the back of the grid.
Yeah, he's been penalised for riding slowly in Q2 and has been sent to the back of the grid. We've seen it quite a bit this weekend, that the stewards aren't messing around in these things, so you break the rules, you got to serve the consequences. It will be interesting to see what he can do from the back of the grid. Obviously, his main title rival, Dani Munoz, starts from pole position. He's taken 2 wins and a 2nd place in 3 races, so it's a big ask for Eric Fernandez to try and reel him in. There's a 25-point gap between them currently in the standings, so I think it's going to be a Sunday salvage job from Fernandez.
It really is. It's such a shame we're losing him from the front row of the grid, but it's going to be really exciting watching him coming through the field and see where he can get in this Stock European Championship race later on today. So Dani Munoz, as you just said, Chris, comes into this round with a 25-point lead over Fernandez in second. And we must remember, Dani Munoz made his Stock European Championship debut at this circuit 1 year ago when it was in the middle of the Moto2 World Championship as well. So there is Dani Munoz coming round to the grid on a number 17 SP57 racing team machine, and as I said,
he made a bit of a chatter.
It really is. It really is indeed. Well, talking of chatter, he chatted away to our colleagues here, and this is what happened in qualifying yesterday.
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido una clasificación dura, ya que en el primer quali el viento tiraba para una dirección, en el segundo quali para otra y ha sido complicado gestionar eso, pero bueno, al final hemos podido hacer al mismo tiempo prácticamente los dos qualifying y llevarnos esta pole. Sí, es un circuito donde es muy complicado ser constante, se cometen muchos errores a lo largo de una vuelta porque tiene muchos desniveles y depende cómo vaya el viento te molesta de una forma u otra, pero bueno, habrá que intentar ser lo más constante posible para intentar ganar mañana. Bueno, el principal rival es Eri y parece que Dino también está fuerte en este fin de semana, así que será una carrera divertida.
A pole time of 1:45, and that was a lap record around this circuit for the stock European Championship class. Danny Munoz just saying there that Eric will be his biggest rival along with Dino Iotto. Dino Iotto, who's coming off the back of a double podium in Jerez and Valencia. He will be looking to charge to the front and give Danny Munoz something to think about here today. That Dino Iotto, the Italian rider, really has been coming on strong so far at the start of this season, and he was the only other rider, apart from Eric Fernandez, that could get within 7/10 of a second of Danny Munoz in qualifying yesterday. So we might have a bit of a scrap on our hands if Dino Iotto could get in front of Danny Munoz from the get-go.
Yeah, he's in some strong form as well, the Italian. He's back-to-back P3, so he's been on the podium a couple of times. He's been bumped up to second place. He gives a little wave, a big smile to the camera. We see two podiums, both of them coming in back-to-back races at Jerez and Valencia. So he's got a lot of potential. We know a lot of the teams race Iotto. That's the standard that they try and set. So it'll be good to see if Iotto can make the step up and challenge Munoz for victory here.
Yeah, it really will be. It'll be great to see if Dino Iotto could improve on his third place, maybe a P2, but even better, a first win as well. A relatively newcomer to racing is Dino Iotto. He started racing at the grand old age of 14 years old. I started riding bikes at 14 years old and then started racing at the age of 16. So considering he's still quite young, he's not been racing for that long, has Dino Iotto. Here's Garcia, third place on the grid, and he's coming off the back of some great form. A second place, seventh and a fourth place as well. Garcia is really coming on strong in this this part of the season as well.
Yeah, just 16 years old, so it's very early in his career.
Early.
And he's showing up very, very well here, as we said. He's got that podium, P2, back in Estoril. So let's see what he can do from the front row. While on row 2, we've got some big names there. Chiefly Alex Millan. We might see him in a moment, the number 23. And here he is, the MT Helmets rider. So let's see what he can do. He's got a good bit of experience in this category. He's got a podium already this season as well. Didn't pick anything up in Jerez, unfortunately for him, but he looked to get back on the horse today.
He will indeed. He'll be looking for some great form here today and really be kick-starting his season as well. As the crowd look on, we've still got a great crowd here ahead of the Stock European Championship race. They're just above us here in the commentary box, watching from the gantries and the pits, and they'll be watching with caution and also excitement from the grandstands as well. There's Mario Mayor, the 17-year-old from Spain. He's top 8 in every single race so far this year. So his lowest position has been in 8th place, but Mayor's really been coming on strong. And well, so far this weekend, he's been featuring towards the top of the timesheets. Top 5, top 6, so he's definitely one to be looking out for.
Yeah, another super rider. He's picked up a P4 in Estoril as well. 5th and 4th there, 5th then last time out, if I'm not mistaken, in Jerez. And yeah, he's got some potential. It's quite an open podium battle, and this is one of the guys who we expect to make a charge from a little deeper on the grid. We've seen Artie McDonald's rub shoulders in every single race. A wave to the camera, big thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. Very good stuff. Yeah, we expect him to make a charge for the podium. He's not afraid to mix it with the big guys.
He really isn't. He's ready to get stuck in as Archie McDonald. Formerly competed in the Blue Crew Oceania Junior Cup, and he's had 3 top 6 finishes in his best result, as you said, Chris, Valencia earlier on this year. He's been so close to the podium, so you can imagine that podium is just around the corner.
Yeah, Jacobo Hostruc now on screen. It's good to see him back. He picked up an injury in the opening round. Former NTC rider, you can see there, Estoril and Valencia were no scores, but a top 8 then last time out in Jerez, and he'll be looking to build upon that very, very encouraging performance and another encouraging qualifying session here to get himself on. Well, he qualified 7th, but as a result of the back of the grid penalty for Fernandez, he is promoted onto this head of the 3rd row.
Yeah, as you said, a graduate of the Northern Talent Cup, which you cover quite extensively, Chris, so you'll know the rider very well, and he's coming up through that, and he's a very quick young kid as the rider starting 6th on the grid. So Roca in 8th spot, he's just on the cusp of top 10s in the last couple of races, but well inside the top 10 in the starting grid. He will be aiming to go a couple of places higher than what he did in Jerez. He's been in the mix quite a lot, but just unfortunate missing out on a few top 10s through no fault of his own. So Roca will be really ready to rock and roll in the Stock European Championship race here today.
Very good, mate, very good. So the horn is gone. We see the teams now leaving the grid as we look at Daniel Brooks, the British rider. So he's having a good qualifying himself. He's up inside that top 10, starting on the 3rd row in P9. He'll look for a season best result, better his P11 from Valencia. So we're getting ready to go here. We still haven't seen Eric Fernandez as of yet on the camera, on screen rather, and that is because he's starting. Just a reminder, he's starting on the head of row 7 because there's a couple other of penalties handed out, mainly to Adrian Rodriguez and Jack Bednarak. So those 3 riders are on row 7 with Eric Fernandez, the championship contender and Jerez winner, looking to charge from deep on the grid. So then, the starting grid, as we mentioned, it's Dani Munoz on pole with Dione Iotto and Garcia, Marco Garcia on the front row. Alex Mian, Mario Mayor, Archie MacDonald on the 2nd row, with Hostuch at the head of the 3rd row, Roca and Brooks joining him there 3 rows back. Pasquale Alfano, Carter Brown and Guillermo Moreno are on the 4th, with Kilian Nestola, Corey Tinker and Mateus Hulowitz on row 5. Then it's the home hero, Gonzalo Ribeiro, see what he can do in front of the home fans, joined by Arietta and Del Olmo on the 6th row. And here we are, the naughty boys from the stewards. It's Eric Fernandez, Adrian Rodriguez and Jack Bednarak, who have all been demoted to the back row for qualifying penalties.
The naughty 3 indeed at the back as Stock European Championship action gets underway for the warm-up lap with Dani Munoz leading them away once again. It's been a sight they've become very accustomed to in 2023. What can Dino Iotto do starting alongside him? Or will Dani Munoz convert his pole position into another storming win here for the final race of the day in the Algarve? There's lots to look forward to. Eric Fernandez charging through the pack. How quickly can he get to the front, and can he challenge after Dani Munoz as well when he eventually does that? Lots of things to look forward to, lots of subplots to look out for, as well as a couple of riders just take to the alternative turn number 5 that the Formula 1 cars used a couple of years ago.
So then coming through the 2nd sector, entering the 3rd, it's 31 degrees in the air, 48 on track. And then we saw the Fahrenheit for our over the sea counterparts in the US. So coming through turn 9, coming into turn 9 over the crest here, iconic of the Portimao circuit. We've got anticipation building ahead of the Stock European Championship race here from the south of Portugal in the Algarve at the Algarve International Circus.
Yeah, incredible sights all around the Autodromo International do Algarve circuit we have. And well, the Stock 600, the Stock European Championship, I should say, will be eager to impress the fans here for the final race of action in the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. A grid that's filled with Yamahas, barring one Kawasaki that's in the grid for the rider of Javier Del Olmo, the Spanish rider in the number 61, so keep an eye out for him. The Kawasaki amongst the wrath of Yamahas here in the Stock European Championship class. As the riders roll round to the starting grid, we're going to have Danny Munoz starting on pole position from Iozzo alongside.
And just a reminder, let's watch the number 4 charging from the back of the pack. Last time in Jerez, he was on the top step. Now he is going to be fighting from the back of the pack as we look at the championship standings, but I think they need to be updated as we know Eric Fernandez to be in 2nd place with Diony Iozzo a little further back. So Danny Munoz rolls up to P1. Diony Iozzo, we'll be looking for a strong start. If he can get a strong start and kind of hold up Munoz out front over the first couple of laps, that could play perfectly into the title fight.
That's what all the neutrals are hoping for, that we get a fight at the front of this field, just like we did in Jerez 1 month ago, which was an absolute barnstormer for the final race of the day. Well, we hope for another barnstormer here today in the Algarve. In Portimao, it's an absolute great setting to finish off some racing action here on the first weekend of July. The green flag waves in the background, the red flag comes off the grid. The red lights will come on for the final time today. The revs rising in the Stock European Championship, and it's a great start from the front row from Danny Munoz as well. Dino also got it very well, and as we see Eric Fernandez in the background already making places up. He is charging through the field already, but into turn number 1 we go. It's Danny Munoz that leads the way for now, ahead of, well, he's opened up a few bikes advantage over the number 8 of Marco Garcia, chasing a podium for him. So Marco Garcia in 2nd spot, Alex Millan in 3rd, and Dino Iozzo has dropped back a couple of positions already, but it's Danny Munoz that leads the way. We will have to keep an eye on Eric Fernandez to see where he comes through sector number 1, but look at that gap. Danny Munoz has already 1 second, and we can see some movements coming from the back. That's Eric Fernandez. He's already up inside the top 10 as Fernandez. A great start there from the man, a 2nd in the European Championship for now. I think that's maybe about 7th or 8th spot for the number 4 of Eric Fernandez. How many more positions can he make up as Danny Munoz scurpers away?
Yeah, an absolutely dream start for Danny Munoz as he opens up a couple of tenths, close to a second's advantage out front. But an even better start from the back of the pack from Eric Fernandez. He has immediately wasted no time at all fighting his way through here. And let's see where he will end up by the end of this first lap as we look at the chasing pack behind Munoz. Number 8, Marco Garcia.
Fernandez
ahead.
having a look up the inside of, I think that was Archie McDonald a little bit further back as he made it round the outside of the number 23. He goes, that's Alex Millan. Alex Millan just feeling the wrath of Eric Fernandez as he makes up another couple of positions, but off and running out the front already, coming onto the home straight as your championship leader, Danny Munoz. Well, as we come across the line now, we'll see what the gap is at the head of the pack. There he is there. He's already got a gap up to around 2.7 seconds ahead of Marco Garcia, Mario Mayor, Archie McDonald, and Eric Fernandez already in 5th spot. He's not in 5th spot anymore, he's up to 3rd. That's Fernandez from the back of the grid already into 3rd. A great start there, but I think Danny Munoz has already gone, and there we go, 2nd already, so just taking him a lap and a bit to go from last all the way up to 2nd. Great stuff there from Fernandez.
What a cracking opening lap from Eric Fernandez. A reminder, he started at the very back of the grid in P19, head of the last row, the 7th row. He's within a single lap already up into P2. The question is now, does he have the pace to match Danny Munoz, who is already rocketing away from the chasing pack?
Yeah, it's not as a neutral fan perspective, you don't really want to be seeing this Danny Munoz running away, but we now have Eric Fernandez in 2nd, so we have hope that Eric Fernandez can start reeling in the championship leader. There he is in the number 4 machine, the FAL 55 T racing machine of Eric Fernandez. A bit of a wobble there as he came over the crest of the hill, but all in order for the number 4 machine. I picked up his first victory last time out in Jerez. He's already gapped the chasing pack just behind him of Mayor, McDonald and Garcia as well by about a second already as they come through sector number 2.
Yeah, and bad news for Mario Mayor. He's got a double long lap penalty coming his way for a jump start according to our timing screens. So that's going to affect his podium charge while he sits a little bit behind. So Eric Fernandez, all eyes on the Jerez winner. Can he reel in Danny Munoz out front? With 2.8, nearly 2.8 seconds gap last time. Let's take a look at what it is when he's coming over. Munoz has extended the gap out front. So he will be banking on a mistake from Munoz
Fernandez.
if he is to catch the championship leader. He's lost, as you can see there, over half a second on the number 17 out front.
Yeah, big gap there from Danny Munoz all the way back to his championship rival Eric Fernandez. These two are in a class of their own this season in the Stock European Championship. Further back, as you just said, Mario Mayor, who was running inside the top 3 in the early stages of this race, a double long lap penalty. That's such a shame for the Spaniard, as we see on a graphic at 1:45.775, fastest lap of the race so far from Danny Munoz, who's just making this look like child's play at the front of the field. Very easy for the young Spaniard. But Eric Fernandez is now at the front or back into second and not having anyone disrupt his race. He might be able to start reeling off those fast laps. We still have hope they can start reeling in Danny Munoz to give us a battle at the front.
Yeah, I think it needs to be said again. What a stunning opening couple laps from Eric Fernandez. A reminder, he was at the back of the grid, and within the first lap he was up to third. A couple corners later he was in second, and now he has put daylight between him and Marco Garcia, Alex Millan and Mario Mayor, who are all following behind him in that battle for third position as he swings it round left here at turn 13. Can he catch Munoz?
A
little bit of a wobble. Yeah, we've got the number 17 still comfortably out front. Fernandez is going to do his level best to reel him in, to not lose any more ground in the championship. But as a case of damage control, it couldn't have gone any better.
Oh, incredible stuff for damage control from Eric Fernandez. Let's just hope that those wobbles have not deterred him too much and he managed to stay on the machine. Just popping up in the graphic what Chris just said a lap ago, to serve 2 long lap penalties for Mario Mayor, which is such a shame because there he is across the screen in 5th spot, just ahead of Archie McDonald, and he was on for a cracker of a race, was Mayor, but unfortunately he will be having to serve those double long lap penalties, which will drop him well and truly out of contention. Here we go, in the middle of your screen there, third row of the grid. Yep, that was clear as day. A jump start from Mario Mayor from the 5th spot on the grid.
Yeah, just got ahead of lights out there. A bit of a disappointment for him because it's only a fraction of a second, but as you said, it's clear as day, and they are the rules. Double long lap penalty coming his way. Let's see how much that will affect him. I'd imagine it'll drop him outside the top 10 once he has completed both of them. But he does have the pace, so he can still stick a good point scoring finish. As Danny Munoz is still out front, he has opened up a bigger gap. Each lap he seems to just be putting in a faster and faster lap. Absolute quality from the championship leader.
Yeah, there's so many superlatives you could use for Danny Munoz at the moment. It's just incredible to watch out there in circuit, making it look very nice and simple, just like Senna Aegis has been doing in Moto2 this year. We can assure you that it's not easy at all, and you're having to put in a lot of effort behind the scenes and be extremely talented as well out there in circuit to make it as easy as it is from an outsider's perspective. But Danny Munoz is absolutely incredible, and he's coming around to the final corner to tick off another lap, and I have a feeling that this is going to be a lap that's going to be well and truly a few tenths of a second faster than Eric Fernandez in 2nd spot. So as he comes over the crest of the hill to tick off one more lap, there's no one else in even the same shot as him at the moment.
In the wide shot, we cannot see anyone. There is Eric Fernandez, and again, a reminder, he started at the back of the grid, but he is in a country mile of space. The gap is out to nearly 5.5 seconds. It's 5.458. Marco Garcia holding up in 3rd position for the moment, but there is a little bit of a better battle developing for that podium with Alex Millan just behind Garcia. Mario Mayor is still there, still has to serve 2 long lap penalties, mind. Well, Eric Fernandez, here we go. Well, actually, it's Marco Garcia. We see Eric Fernandez passing through just before this trio of riders.
Yeah. A rider that's had a disastrous start to this race was Dino Iotto from 2nd place on the grid. He dropped all the way down to 8th spot in the opening few laps, but he's worked his way back up to 6th as well. So his 3rd spot on the podium, or his third podium on the bounce, is under threat from coming to an end if he can't make up any more positions. But he's a few seconds behind Marco Garcia in 3rd and Alex Millan in 4th spot as well. Brit Watch a little bit further back. It's not been the best of starts for the Brits, as Daniel Brooks from 9th on the grid has dropped away down to 12th. Carter Brown with the CF Motorsport squad, he's dropped from 11th all the way down to 15th, just ahead of the Easy Race team, Corey Tinker, and also Jack Bednarek from the back row of the grid. He's still in 19th spot as well. So they've had a bit of a disastrous start to the race, but we know the pace is there, and all 4 of the Brits can work their way further up the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a learning curve as well for a lot of these riders. Talking to some of the teams, they know where they stand within this group, as we see here. The first of the long lap penalties from Mario Mayor to be served, and it looks like he's going to nail it perfectly. Very well done. Didn't touch the green. He's back out and has dropped in just ahead of Dino Iazzo and right behind the number 44 of Adrian Rodriguez, who was also starting on the back of the grid. He's managed to fight his way up into the top 8.
If it wasn't for Eric Fernandez, we'd be waxing lyrical about Adrian Rodriguez coming from the back row of the grid. On the red, we've been seeing that quite a lot this weekend, but that's Dino Iozzo on the red trying to get past the Mayor for 7th and 8th positions respectively. A little bit further behind, that's the number 3 and the number 21 of Pascal Alfano and Daniel Brooks. So that's a battle for 12th and 11th spot, but no such problems for Danny Munoz out front with 10 and a 3/4 laps to go. He's absolutely in command, just taking about 7 or 8 tenths of a second, give or take, every single lap from Eric Fernandez as well.
Yeah, he's just clocking off fast lap after fast lap. An absolutely thoroughly professional job. He knew Eric Fernandez was going to be at the back of the grid, but he's putting in a performance as well, one of his best of the season so far, to ensure that he's in control of this race. He didn't know Eric Fernandez was going to be in 2nd place. He probably knows he has quite a comfortable advantage, but yeah, he looks like he is set for another win and will be back on the top step, even with 11 laps to go.
Yeah, Poetry in Motion coming through. Some of these fast left corners, the rear wheel just spinning ever so slightly, stepping out, but Danny Munoz has it well and truly in control for the time being. Further back in the pack, as we've talked about, Eric Fernandez in 2nd. He's chasing down Danny Munoz, but however, Danny Munoz is just opening up the gap. Marco Garcia still holds 3rd. He is about 1.5 seconds just ahead of Alex Millan in 4th. And then Archie McDonald, he's on for another top 5 and 5th spot for the moment. He's got Adrian Rodriguez, Mario Mayor and Dino Iozzo for company just behind him.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Archie McDonald. Has a little bit of a ways to go to try and catch Alex Millan. Adrian Rodriguez is swarming all over the Aussies' rear tail as well. And just as I say that, we can see Rodriguez has actually gotten ahead of the number 69, Archie McDonald. Dino Iozzo is there. Mario Mayor has dropped down to 9th at the expense, with Jacopo Hostrich benefiting, while at the moment Pascal Alfano rounds out the top 10. Up front though, it is just absolute exhibition from Danny Munoz, who's putting in another fast lap to ensure that he is keeping Eric Fernandez at arm's length. Here we see Marco Garcia running the number 8 across the front of his Yamaha machine. He is a comfortable 3rd, but he does have Alex Millan for company just a little bit behind them, so he can't afford to relax just yet.
Yeah, Alex Millan on great form this weekend, also looking for another podium. He took a podium back in Estoril in race number 1, a 3rd place there, so he'll be hoping to back that up with another race win, another podium in Portugal here this weekend. Another rider that seems to find his best here in the Portuguese sun as well, so another rider probably will be wanting every single race of the season to be ran here in Portugal so he can rack up as many podiums as he wishes. Further back, that's Adrian Rodriguez coming from the back of the grid. A great ride for him, just ahead of Archie McDonald. He managed to slip past the Australian 1 lap ago, and just behind Archie McDonald is Dino Iozzo, coming from, well, a lowly position after starting from 2nd on the grid. Mario Mayor has served the 2nd of his double long lap penalties. That's why he's dropped away from that group in the battle for 5th spot. He's now down in 9th place, so he's a couple of seconds off the battle for 5th, with Rodriguez, McDonald, Iozzo and Hostwick. Mayor's now 9th, and then Alfano is still ahead of Daniel Brooks, but he's managed to get ahead of Roca, so he rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, Munoz just pushing it a little bit wide there. No need for him to take such risks with such a comfortable advantage. An 8-second lead over his closest competitor, who started at the back of the grid, Eric Fernandez. Here we go. You'll just see he runs it a little bit tight. And we have the slow-mo now coming into turn 1 of Eric Fernandez, who is having, he may be a few seconds behind, but he's having a sensational ride, as we have a little comparison between the 2 top men in this championship.
And here comes Garcia as well, so we could just get another little riding style comparison from the top 3. Garcia pushing on as well. He's got a great little riding style, does the 16-year-old of Garcia as well. Another rider we can keep an eye out on. Another name that we should get used to, because we can imagine that Marco Garcia will be another name for the future. As we said, only 16 years of age, a very young rider in this class, and he'll be soaking up all the experience he can get from the likes of Dani Munoz and Eric Fernandez just ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, such a young rider at 16, but he's already put in a string of impressive performances across the 2023 campaign. He looks set to be on for another podium here, which would be his second of the year after Estoril, but while in Jerez, he just missed out as well. But yeah, he's been very impressive, and it looks like he is one for the future in this class. One for now and the future, may I say.
Yeah, indeed he is. The Stock European Championship is... it's good that they have him in this class. He'll be a little star of the future once Dani Munoz and Eric Fernandez potentially move on to other things. Marco Garcia will be taking over from that, and he might find himself moving on to bigger and greater things in the coming years to come as well. But he's hoping for bigger and greater things here today, but he may have that taken away from him by Alex Millan, who's now all over the back of the Easy Race Team rider. The 50 Motorsport rider of Alex Millan on the number 23 is climbing all over the back. Both these riders have already had a podium so far this year. They both want a second one to take the trophy back to their cabinet, as Garcia looks over his shoulder and sees that Alex Millan is climbing all over the back of him now. And just a few seconds further back, you now have Archie McDonald once again ahead of Adrian Rodriguez with Dino Iossi for close company in the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Jacobo Hoschweg still in 8th. Mario Mayor has not quite made any improvements on his position after coming through the long lap penalty loop. Maximiliano Roca still inside the top 10. Marcelo Moreno, the Mexican rider, he's in 12th spot ahead of Daniel Brooks, who's dropped another couple of positions. Corey Tinker's found himself in the points now. He's come up from 16th and passing Kilian Nestola and Carter Brown. Carter Brown just missing out on some points at the moment in 16th spot there, but he's got the pace, and we think he's climbing all over the back of Kilian Nestola, so he'll be well and truly in the mix to try and claim his first points of the year.
Yeah, there are battles forming all over the track now as the race begins to reach a crescendo. 8 laps, just over 8 laps remaining, as Dani Munoz is about to tick off yet another one. 7 laps to go with Munoz, a few of the trailing riders here. But let's just keep an eye on the times of Alex Millan and Marco Garcia. Garcia had half a tenth taken out of him by Millan on that last lap. So it will be interesting to see if Millan does have the pace, the consistent pace to trouble. Well, just as we said, we missed it on the live, but Alex Millan has taken 3rd place. We've given the commentators curse to Marco Garcia, saying he's been on an excellent run of form, but so has Alex Millan, and now Garcia has a fight on his hands for 3rd place. Will Millan continue his pace and open up a gap, or what does Garcia have in his back pocket?
Well, Garcia might have some trouble further behind, because Archie McDonald and Adrian Rodriguez on that last lap were about 0.7 of a second quicker than Marco Garcia, and you can see they're just slowly bridging that gap to the battle for 3rd, and then even so they were still a couple of tenths quicker than Alex Millan, who's now just found himself at the front of this battle for 3rd and 4th. So we'll keep an eye on that. Archie McDonald on the number 69 machine and Adrian Rodriguez also coming from the back of the grid are not out of this just yet.
Yeah, coming around now, the crest, the iconic Portimao crest. Will Garcia find any drive out of the left-hander here to give him a drive into the turn 10? Not quite, he won't get quite close enough as Millan pulls a tight line, and a little bit later from Garcia on the braking, but he won't. Yeah, Millan is opening up a gap here, so there might be trouble coming for Garcia. He may not have to look ahead, he might have to look behind him at what's coming over the shoulder. Archie McDonald coming well. Adrian Rodriguez, who started at the back of the grid also, he's coming on strong. So let's just watch out. There's legs in this battle, yes.
Yeah, 6 laps remaining as Dani Munoz clicks another lap off the counter at the head of the field. He is now almost, I say almost, I think he's just gone over. Yes, he has done 10.9 seconds ahead of Eric Fernandez. That last lap, he was 1.1 seconds faster than his championship rival, with Alex Millan actually lapping a little bit faster that time round than Marco Garcia and Archie McDonald, but you can still see Archie McDonald coming under a bit of pressure now from Adrian Rodriguez. So Archie McDonald is trying to close in this gap on Roberto Garcia, but he's also getting attacked from behind as well, which will not be playing into the Australians' He's gone a little bit wide, has Archie
He's
McDonald
gone
do.
wide,
He has gone
McDonald
very
there, and
wide.
he's opened the door for Adrian Rodriguez, but he can't take advantage of that. Rodriguez coming on the tighter line. McDonald must have opted for the wider arc to get a stronger drive out, and he still holds on to the 5th place.
Yeah, Archie McDonald, this is a superb ride from the Australian rider. Top 5 on the cards if he stays ahead of Rodriguez, but it looks like with that little mistake, the pressure that he was putting on Marco Garcia and Alex Millan in front of him has just come to a little bit of a standstill for now as he tries to regain the momentum he has lost at turn number 3 after running a little bit wide and coming under a bit of pressure from Adrian Rodriguez. That mistake has now allowed Dino Iozzo and Mario Mayor, who's served both of his long lap penalties, to come into the picture now. So there we are. That's Dino Iozzo and Mayor, 7th and 8th, who have just closed in a little bit on McDonald and Rodriguez, as those pair are starting to close in on Alex Millan and Garcia.
Yeah, there is legs in this battle yet. Well, let's see if these guys just have the pace to catch the guys ahead of them in that battle for 5th. Archie McDonald, Adrian Rodriguez, while Alex Millan looks to have opened up a bit of a gap on Marco Garcia, which is very disappointing for Garcia, the Easy Race team rider aboard that Yamaha. He was cruising and looking good in 3rd place, but Alex Millan has just found a little bit of extra speed in his back pocket. The number 23 there we can see. And Garcia just behind him, 2 tenths behind him, coming over the line that time, with Archie McDonald leading Rodriguez by a few tenths more, 4 tenths in total.
Yeah, on that last lap, just watching the sector times, the last lap times. On that last lap, he did have Archie McDonald a little bit quicker than Garcia, despite that mistake at turn number 3. And he's now opened up that gap over Rodriguez. And you can see now that he's really starting to close in that gap on the 2 riders just in front of him, as Mayor is putting some pressure on Dino Iozzo for 7th and 8th, just at the back of the screen there. So Mayor may have just taken advantage of Dino Iozzo to move up to 7th, which is a classy little ride by Mario Mayor, despite that double long lap penalty for the jump start at the start of this race. But Millan, we thought was about to start gapping Garcia. It's the other way around. Garcia started to close back in on Millan in the last lap in a bit, and Archie McDonald's closing in on the pair of them. So this is definitely going to be a battle for the podium, and McDonald is dragging Rodriguez along with him. So Archie McDonald sees a first podium in the Stock European Championship in his sights, and he'll be aiming for that. He'll be giving it everything with just over 4 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to go to the wire. Not so much out front. Danny Munoz yet adds a few more seconds to his advantage as he crosses the line. He's already through turn 1 as his closest challenger, Eric Fernandez, then comes across the line. Here we look at him now, the number 4, 12.280 seconds behind the championship leader. And it looks like he will lose a little bit of ground in the championship chase. Only 5 points. It could have been worse, all things
here
considered.
Comes Garcia,
and here comes Garcia, late on the brakes in turn 1. Makes it stick. What has Millan got in response? Nothing, it would seem, at the opening corner. He will fancy his chances maybe at turn 3 if he can get a little bit closer. Coming out of turn 2, he drives a little bit late. It looks like Garcia has made this one stick.
And Archie McDonald is now on this battle for 3rd. He's all over the back of Millan. That was a great little move by Garcia into turn number 1 there. We thought he was out of action with Alex Millan, but he's managed to reel him back in. And the 16-year-old on the number 8 machine is back into 3rd spot, and he's already putting some space between himself and Alex Millan. So Millan has now got some problems with Archie McDonald behind him now. What can Archie McDonald do about Millan? I'll get my teeth put back in eventually, but he's got the run over the crest of the hill, dropping down to Craig Jones' corner. Will he get the run through Craig Jones' corner and set him up for a late break overtaking manoeuvre into turn number 11? No, he won't. The door has been slammed shut by Millan into turn number 11 there, but Archie McDonald, he's now got the pace, and we've also seen Mayor and Dino Iozzo climbing all over the back of Rodriguez now. So Rodriguez has lost the steam from this battle as well, as Archie McDonald is now finding the form, sweeping it out wide. Will he get the cut back into turn number 40? He's done it. Wow, that's an incredible move there. Will he go wide?
He's managed to keep it pinned as well, has he? Well, that's an incredible move.
Absolutely brilliant from Archie McDonald. He's now up to 4th spot. He sees a first podium of the season, the first podium in the Stock European Championship class. Beckons for the Australian of Archie McDonald, if he can get onto the back of Marco Garcia. 3 laps to go, and this is not done and dusted just yet. Here comes Millan as well, back on Archie McDonald. He's got the run, he's got the slipstream, late on the brakes, he's done it, but is Archie McDonald going around the outside? He has done, late on the brakes, and Archie McDonald consolidates his P4 for the moment.
Yeah, Archie McDonald is putting on a late show here as this is working into Marco Garcia's favour as well, as he looks to seal a second podium of the campaign, but Archie McDonald is chasing him. We can see there's been a little bit of time put between them on the last lap. McDonald had a faster lap by over half a second, 0.6 of a second to be exact, but Millan is not letting him get away, and McDonald does not want to let Garcia get away. A little bit further back then, Adrian Rodriguez and Mario Mayor and Dino Iozzo are all locked in battle for 6th and 7th place.
Something's happened to Kilian Nastola on that previous lap. He's dropped all the way down to 20th spot, so not sure what happened to the number 86 rider as we watch a replay. How late on the brakes can you get from Archie McDonald? That was absolutely sensational by the Australian rider, just swooping around the outside when it looked like Millan had it all covered on the brakes on the inside.
Flying on track.
Incredible stuff. As Danny Munoz, we were almost forgot about him for a second. He comes over the line to clock off another lap. The penultimate lap of the race begins now with Danny Munoz over the line, and he starts what is going to be one of the most dominant victories of his career so far, as Eric Fernandez isn't even on the home straight yet as he comes across the line just behind Danny Munoz. Here he comes now, and Eric Fernandez is 14.1 seconds back off your race and championship leader. Quickly to go back to Kilian Nastola, him departing outside the top 15 has promoted Carter Brown into the top 15, so that'll be a first point of the season for Carter Brown if he can hold on to that. But a first podium of the year is coming the way potentially of Archie McDonald. Just between the podium and him is Garcia, and Garcia will do everything in his power to claim a second podium of the year, but Archie McDonald has the pace. He's going to put the attack all over Marco Garcia with a lap and a bit to go.
Yeah, put in the fastest lap of the race, my apologies, but he was the fastest man on circuit in that last lap. Archie McDonald,
he's having a look up the inside there.
1:47.133. He's got a lap and a half now, just over a lap and a half to make his move on Marco Garcia. He's going to be watching and judging everything Garcia is doing in this final sector. There's a couple overtaking opportunities, chiefly at turn 13. He could potentially do it at the final corner, but that would be, frankly, a ridiculous move if he were to pull it off. But he's coming down over the hill, still in 4th place. He's going to make his move. It could be at turn 1.
And then Mario Mayor is putting Alex Millan under pressure for 5th spot as well. So this is all kicking off now in the last moments of this race. And Mayor going for the inside. He's going to make it stick. No, he's not. It was Millan. It's far too wise to that and swoops around the outside, but he's going for the inside now. Is Mayor? No, he hasn't made it stick. This is a great showing from the number 82, but here comes McDonald. McDonald up the outside. Can he do what he did to Millan a couple of laps ago? No, he can't. Garcia was far too wise to that. He's trying to get the run. There's only going to be one last lap. Well, Danny Munoz is so far ahead. He's already started the last lap, and so is Eric Fernandez. Those two are long and gone in 1st and 2nd, but the final place on the podium is not over and done with just yet. Rolling across the line, kicking up to top gear. Here comes Archie McDonald in the slipstream. Garcia doesn't know which way he's going to go. On the brakes, can Archie McDonald do it? Late on the brakes, no, Garcia's even later. Swoops around the outside, incredible stuff there, but he runs a little bit deep. What can McDonald do into turn number 3? Is the next place he can try it. He won't be close enough, and Garcia blocks the line perfectly.
Oh, he's having a little look up the inside here, but Garcia is defending quite well here. Alex Millan is lurking just behind here, ready for any mistake. Archie McDonald
got the run, and Garcia looked over his shoulder. Is he going
to try something up the inside here? Alex Millan might, and he does. He blocks out. Will he take the position off Archie McDonald? He has a little wobble, but Archie McDonald takes it back. He pushed him wide, and that just might play brilliantly into Marco Garcia's hands as he has opened up a little gap. He might have one last opportunity to this. We're looking at turn 13. That might be Archie McDonald's best chance to take a podium here.
Only a few more corners to go, a handful of corners, but there won't be a handful of corners for this man, Danny Munoz. He rounds the penultimate corner into the last one for the last time here today in the Stock European Championship. It's been a masterclass from Munoz, a dominant display as he racks up another win in 2023. Danny Munoz is your race winner as he celebrates as the checkered flags wave. That was total domination.
Yeah.
Further back, Eric Fernandez as well. He'll be coming across the line in second, but we look back for the battle for third. Who is it going to be? McDonald, Garcia, or Millan?
Eric Fernandez crossing the line now. Absolute brilliant job in damage control. Starting at the back of the grid, he picks up 20 points. Let's look here. Final corner. Who's got it? Marco Garcia has it, but Archie McDonald might have the run to the line.
It's going
He's
to be
running out of
close.
space. It's going to be Marco Garcia who takes third place. Archie McDonald, head in hand. He saw the opportunity. He knew it was there, but he just couldn't quite find the move on Marco Garcia, who we have to give plenty of plaudits to for defending that brilliantly on the last lap.
Absolutely great stuff there by Marco Garcia. A great ride there from the young 16-year-old to pick up his second podium of the year, but nobody could lay a glove, even get close to Danny Munoz this weekend. Even throughout this entire season, Danny Munoz has been a class above the rest. Only Eric Fernandez can get close to the championship leader, but today he was a class below because every single lap, Danny Munoz was 1 second quicker, lap on lap, over Eric Fernandez, who we must remind you put in a brilliant performance to come from last on the grid, from the back of the grid, and work his way up to second at the start of lap number 2. Carved his way through the field like a hot knife through butter, and Marco Garcia soaked up the pressure, soaked up everything that Archie McDonald threw at him, and cool and calculated and calm as well, held on to record what was a sensational third place finish. Just outside the podium was Archie McDonald ahead of Alex Millan. Mario Mayor coming from a double long lap penalty in second. I have Dino Iotto, who'll be a little bit disappointed with today after starting second on the grid. He comes home in seventh ahead of Adrian Rodriguez. He dropped back in the last couple of laps ahead of Jacobo Hoschwijk, and ninth ahead of Maximilio Rocca in 10th. Pascal Alfano was in 11th. Daniel Brooks recovers some points for 12th. And Carter Brown picks up his first points of the season, nabbing 13th place in the last couple of laps for the CF Motorsport team. All the guys and girls in the CF Motorsport team will be overjoyed with that one. They put in a lot of work to get both him and Jack Bednarek here for the Stock European Championship. So they've been rewarded with a great points finish from Carter Brown. Corey Tinker in 14th ahead of Guillermo Marcel Moreno, rounding out your points finishers in 15th. But as Danny Munoz rolls into Parc Ferme, he's congratulated by his team as well, and what a performance it was. The most dominant performance of the season by Danny Munoz. You've got to wonder, who can stop him? Can Eric Fernandez, as we saw in Jerez, put a stop to the steam train that is Danny Munoz and his quest for the Stock European Championship in 2023? He was a little bit handicapped this weekend, was Fernandez. After qualifying second yesterday, he was demoted to the back of the grid for riding too slowly, and Marco Garcia was in 8th spot. So he will be over the moon to hold off a pressure cooker of a race from not just Archie McDonald, but also Alex Millan, and towards the end, Mario Mayor was putting in some fast laps to get himself inside the top 6 as well. There he is. Marco Garcia finally rolls into Parc Ferme after a whole wrath of celebrations on the cool-down lap for the young Spaniard, only 16 years of age. Incredible that he's already racked up a second podium of the year. As we were saying during the race, he is definitely one to watch out for in the future on the 600 machines, as is Danny Munoz, who really has reignited his career this season with what has been just a sensational performance. As the pictures come rolling in, that's a number 1. He's getting very, very used to, isn't it, Danny Munoz? Alongside him, Eric Fernandez. Yeah, nothing more he could do today. He was, a little bit of consolidation for Eric Fernandez, but from the back of the grid, he couldn't have hoped for much more than to finish second, and, well, a very comfortable second at the end, 11.7 seconds ahead of the battle for third with Marco Garcia. Archie McDonald and Alex Mian as well. Well, that was a great way to end our action here in the Algarve International Circuit. We will be hearing from your race winner in just a few moments when he will be chatting with our very own Chris Jordan as he waits patiently down there to chat to our Stock European Championship race winner. But this is the start, and right from the off, Danny Munoz had a clear advantage all the way down to turn number 1. Never put a foot wrong the entire race. Was in commanding form as he popped a little wheelie coming over the crest of the hill as he was greeted with the checkered flag, and sits back and just thinks, wow, that one was one for the ages. One for the history books in the Stock European Championship, because he absolutely mastered the class of the Stock European Championship here today. Absolutely incredible performance from Danny Munoz indeed. So I believe we'll be chatting to Chris Jordan in a few moments' time. It looks like he's just got himself into position. There he is, Danny Munoz, a race winner for the 3rd time this year in the Stock European Championship, and he's chatting to Chris.
Thanks, Liam. Yeah, it was a Munoz masterclass. Daniel, how are you feeling? It was a brilliant, brilliant performance out there.
The race was incredible. I practiced my pace all the weekend for this moment, for the race. Yeah, I'm very happy for the race, for the result, because the race was difficult. For the track was very hot and slide too much. But I'm very happy. Thank you for the team, Jorge Arroyo, my family, all support me.
Ahora en castellano, por favor.
Ha sido una carrera difícil por el calor y la pista era complicada de gestionar, había que deslizar bastante, pero la verdad estoy muy contento con el ritmo que lo hemos estado practicando desde el principio del fin de semana y ha surgido su fruto. Así que muy contento con el resultado, agradecer al equipo, Jorge Arroyo y toda la familia que ha venido a verme.
Muchas gracias y felicidades.
So the final race action of the day got underway as the red lights out went out for 16 laps of Stock European Championship action, with Danny Munoz on pole position ahead of Dino Iotto. But it would be Danny Munoz that would lead the way into turn number 1 as Dino Iotto dropped a little bit further down the field. Eric Fernandez, starting from the back of the grid, already carving his way through the field, as you can see, into turn number 1. He was already inside the top 10 as they were halfway through the lap there. The number 4 rider making moves up the inside of a lot of the riders into turn at number 5, and by the end of the lap, he was already up into 3rd spot. Danny Munoz clicked up the gears and clicked off another lap as Fernandez rolled into 3rd and then would immediately take 2nd off of Marco Garcia. In commanding performance in 2nd place, it was Fernandez, only slowly moving towards Danny Munoz, but it would be Danny Munoz that would start eking out the advantage over Fernandez throughout the entirety of the race, as Mayor took his double long lap penalty before eventually coming back to finish 6th in the race. The battle for the final podium position heated up. Mian led the way ahead of Garcia, but Archie McDonald would start putting the pressure on both of them in the final stages of the race. Garcia retook 3rd spot ahead of Mian. Mian would eventually drop all the way down to 5th spot, just behind Archie McDonald. With this incredible overtake from the Australian into the penultimate corner, proper block pass on Garcia, but Mian would fight back once again into turn number 1, but sweeping around the outside, Archie McDonald would hold on for 4th for now. He put the pressure on Garcia in the last couple of laps, not being able to find a way through, but it was Danny Munoz, a masterclass from Munoz, perfect in Portimao. He took his 3rd victory of the season, 3 from 4, as he crossed the line at 17.2 seconds ahead of his nearest challenger and championship rival, Eric Fernandez. As the team celebrated once more, Eric Fernandez crossed the line 2nd, but it was Garcia that would just hold off Archie McDonald by 0.07 of a second. Danny Munoz rolled into Parc Fermé, was celebrated with his team, and who can stop the steam train of Danny Munoz in 2023?
An absolutely superb ride from the championship leader, Danny Munoz. He'll take top step glory, but there are celebrations all round on an all-Spanish podium with Eric Fernandez and Marco Garcia to come. Here's Marco Garcia then, plenty of cheers down in pit lane and from the stands, a popular podium finisher. From the back of the grid to the podium, Eric Fernandez picks up yet another P2 result here, and crucially 20 championship points. But at the top of it all, it is Danny Munoz, 25 championship points, Portimao Stock European Championship race winner, and a big race coming up in Catalonia quite soon.
So the FIM Junior GP steward hands over the trophy to your team that's just won in the hands of Danny Munoz. Big congratulations for them as he congratulates his rider as well, almost giving the third place trophy to Eric Fernandez. But Garcia is the one that eventually receives it, and a big win that, or a big third place that was from Garcia. First vice president of the FMP hands over the second place trophy, a very hard fought second place trophy after coming from the back of the grid for Eric Fernandez. But barely breaking a sweat all day was Danny Munoz as he takes another victory and the third of the season here in Portimao.
E vamos ouvir o hino espanhol para a vitória de Daniel Munoz.
Beaming from ear to ear with a delightful smile. Delightful David Munoz as well. So Daniel Munoz is your race winner here in Portimao. His third victory of the year from 4. Eric Fernandez standing to his right was the other race winner back in Jerez. What can Eric Fernandez do about Danny Munoz in Montmello in just 2 weeks' time?
So then, your race results from the Stock European Championship here in Portimao. Danny Munoz is a comfortable winner ahead of Eric Fernandez and Marco Garcia on the podium. Archie McDonald just misses out on that maiden podium with Alex Millan right behind him in 5th. Mario Mayor, Dino Iozzo, Adrian Rodriguez then ring it in, with Jacobo Hostruch a little further back in 9th place. Completing the top 10 is Maximiliano Rocca, just ahead of Pasquale Alfano, less than a 10th in that. And then triple points for the Brits. Daniel Brooks, Carter Brown, Corey Tinker all inside the top 15. Guillermo Marcel Moreno completing the point scores here in Portimao. Mateus Hulowitz, Javi Del Olmo, Ariete, Nestola complete the finishers, with Bednarak and Ribeiro entering into pits before the race was over.
So with another Danny Munoz victory here today, this is how the championship looks. He is 30 points ahead of Eric Fernandez in 2nd spot. Marco Garcia, after his 3rd place, he moves up into 3rd ahead of Archie McDonald and Mario Mayor. Dino Iozzo, after a tough day in the office for him, he drops down to 6th ahead of Alex Millan in 7th, Adrian Rodriguez in 8th, and Corey Tinker, who had a tough day at the office as well, in 9th spot. Maximiliano Rocca on 22 points and rounds out the top 10 ahead of Guillermo Marcel Moreno in 11th, ahead of Jacopo Hostruch in 12th. Then Daniel Brooks next up in 13th, Kilian Nestola in 14th, and rounding out the top 15 is Gonçalo Ribeiro. In 16th is Rivera, and then further back we have Alfano, Bednarek, Javier Del Olmo, and Carter Brown with his first points of the season in 21st spot there. Hulowitz rounds out the runners and riders in the points in 23rd on 2 points. And that's all she wrote for the Stock European Championship and the Algarve here in 2023. 6 races of amazing action, finished off by a Danny Munoz domination here in Portimao. The Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship will be back in action in just 2 weeks' time at Montmello. And can anyone stop Angel Piqueras and JuniorGP? you.